Chapter 3642. After Zhou Xian left, his facial expression turned grim because he felt that the figure was somewhat familiar and the voice seemed to have been deliberately altered. Who was that mysterious black-clothed man who had appeared out of nowhere and saved him from the crisis? Zhou Xian knew that if he left just like that, the black-clothed man would never be reconciled to it. Even if he had to die, he would surely feel regret. Who could it be? Zhou Xian knitted his brows tightly. All of a sudden his facial expression changed drastically. When he looked back, his heart sank completely. It's her. Who? You mean the black-clothed man who saved us? Lan Lingji looked at Zhou Xian in astonishment. Oh, I have to go back, Zhou Xian said firmly. Lan Lingji knitted her brows. She didn't expect that Zhou Xian would return. It wasn't easy for them to escape from the clutches of the Fire Spirit clan. If they return now, wouldn't it be the same as seeking death? Moreover, it would also be a waste of the black-clothed man's effort. Going back now is the same as seeking death. Don't tell me you can bear to see the black-clothed man's efforts go to waste? Brother Xian, let's go. Forgive me. I'm a selfish man. I don't want to lose you. I really don't. Lan Lingji sobbed uncontrollably. Her face was full of sorrow. She knew very well that the time Brother Xian had given her was running out. Then, all right. Zhou Xian nodded. Lingji, Brother Xian has thousands of words to say to you, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Can you let me hug you? I don't have much time left. Zhou Xian and Lan Lingji embraced each other tightly. Stroking her soft hair, Zhou Xian's heart was full of struggle, but he didn't want to owe anyone, especially her. In his heart he felt guilty towards her. If he didn't turn back, she would never forgive him. Sorry, Spirit Maiden. Zhou Xian slapped his palm on the nape of Lan Lingji's neck. Instantly, Lan Lingji lost consciousness and fell limply into Zhou Xian's arms. In this life, 13th brother has not been able to enjoy the bliss of the countryside with you. If there is a next life, 13th brother will definitely not leave you. Zhou Xian said softly. His eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness, but at the same time, there was a strong reluctance. However, as long as a man was alive, he must stand tall. Even in death, he must not let a woman be his scapegoat. Zhou Xian gently kissed Lan Lingji's forehead. At that moment, a drop of tear flowed down from the corner of her eye. Zhou Xian smiled faintly and turned away. White Cloud, why did you have to do this? Why do you insist on making me owe you? The one thing I, Zhou Xian, don't like to owe others the most is a favor. Little Chinzi, perhaps we won't be able to meet again in this life. In this life, I have no regrets in recognizing you as my brother. Forgive me, your brother. I'm going to leave first. Zhou Xian followed suit. Although his strength had fallen to the lowest point, he still turned around and left resolutely. In order to make up for the regret in his heart, in order to live a dignified life and not stand behind a woman. In the void above, the battle between the black-robed man and Huo was getting more and more intense. The black-robed man was advancing cautiously, but he couldn't move an inch. There was no room for him to fight back. The continuous impact of the fire spirits forced the black-robed man to retreat step by step. He was already showing signs of fatigue and could no longer compete with Huo. Reckless guy, how dare you block this old man's path? Get lost. Huo roared angrily. One palm after another, each more terrifying than the previous. The black-robed man was almost instantly crushed. The black-robed man's black robe fell and a white-robed woman retreated. She held her shoulder with one hand and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, but she still didn't give in. That scene made Zhou Xian's heart move. That familiar face. The two of them had once gone in opposite directions and said that they wouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore. But in the end they still met again in the land of caltrops. Zhou Xian clenched his fist tightly. His face was gloomy. He flew out and stood behind the white-robed woman. Why did you lie to me? Once wasn't enough. You wanted to do it a second time. Is it really that fun to lie to me? Zhou Xian's voice reverberated in Bai Yun's ears. She bit her red lips. Her eyes were hazy with tears. There was a trace of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It wasn't as heartbreaking as her hot tears. I'm sorry, Bai Yun said in a low voice. She didn't want to lie to him, but he still found out. He still came back and exposed her. Zhou Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Hate. What reason did he have to hate her? She lied to him the first time but she saved him. She lied to him the second time but she saved him again. Did he love her? Then could his burning heart really be split into two? Did he have to give his love for the spiritual maiden to her? Bai Yun was speechless and helpless. Her eyes were filled with humility. She didn't lie to him on purpose but she couldn't forgive herself. In his eyes she had always been a liar. She had always been a selfish and self-pitying person. Long Xian had to admit that she had never disappeared from his mind. From the moment she lied to him, that woman had been deeply imprinted in his mind. This time when he was in danger it was her again. To Long Xian this was like an ill-fated relationship. It couldn't be cut off or sorted out. It was a different feeling in his heart. You didn't wrong me, you wronged yourself. You wronged yourself too much. I'm not worth it for you to do this. Long Xian smiled bitterly. He wasn't an unreasonable person. He didn't like to lie but they were all white lies. No one could understand the complicated feelings in Long Xian's heart. He wasn't an indecisive person but in front of Bai Yun he couldn't treat her coldly. It wasn't easy to love someone but it was easy to hurt someone. What qualifications did he have to hurt her? Long Xian couldn't do it. At least when his eyes fell on Bai Yun he knew that this woman who had lied to him twice was already lingering in his mind. Since ancient times too much love left only hatred. This hatred was endless. If one could really hate someone it could last for a lifetime. I didn't expect that you would be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Haha, then today both of you will die together with me. Huo said with a gloomy face. His eyes were like torches staring at Long Xian and Bai Yun. Aren't you afraid of death? Long Xian looked at Bai Yun. If I really die I will think of it as God's punishment for lying to you. Bai Yun smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as the clouds in the sky. The smile of an angel rippled in his heart. Long Xian sighed in his heart. Could he really hate her to the point where it hurt his heart? Obviously not. The affection between them couldn't be resolved with just one word of hate. You win. Then lie to me one more time so that we can have a happy ending. Long Xian said faintly. I don't love you. I never loved you from the beginning. I just don't like to see your ice-cold face as if everyone owes you money. Chapter 36:43. Long Xian knew that he was going to die, but Bai Yun risked his life to accompany him. Even though the two of them did not get to know each other in the end, it was enough for Bai Yun. At least Long Xian had acknowledged her. So what's the harm in lying to him again? Bai Yun was like a pear blossom in the rain, but her beauty was indescribable. Their eyes met and Bai Yun's tears turned into a smile. All of this was enough for her. It's really touching. But you've killed so many people of my fire spirit clan. Today I'll settle this debt with you. Huo's eyes were cold. His murderous intent had completely shrouded Long Xian and Bai Yun. Little Qinzi will meet again in our next life. I Long Xian have you Lingji and Bai Yun. My life is not in vain. Ah. Long Xian laughed. His eyes met Huo's. He knew that he was going to die but he was not afraid at all. If I can live well in this life why should I meet again in my next life? Ah. A hearty laughter reverberated in Long Xian's ears. Long Xian frowned. Little Qinzi, you're finally here. Bai Yun was also pleasantly surprised as she looked up at the void. Trash. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Damn monkey, you're still trash. Ah. The familiar laughter and scolding caused Xian's expression to change again. You damn dog. You're not dead yet. Ah. Long Xian's eyes turned red. At that moment he looked at the silhouettes in the void. His blood was boiling. Jiangqin, De Huang Hanyan and the three divine emperor realm experts behind Jiangqin. At this moment Long Xian's heart was filled with anger. When he looked at Huo again his eyes were filled with battle intent. Long time no see. Jiangqin glanced at White Cloud. Without White Cloud perhaps he would never see Long Xian again. Long time no see, big brother Jiangqin. White Cloud smiled, glanced at Long Xian and couldn't help but lower its head. If you're still so stubborn even I can't stand it anymore. Jiangqin said with a smile. He tightly hugged Long Xian and felt his brother's incomparably strong arms. He knew that today Jiangqin would definitely make Huo pay the price. When Long Xian left with White Cloud, even Jiangqin sighed in his heart when he found out. However, no one knew Long Xian's character better than him. Why is your body so weak? Jiang Qin frowned and his face was gloomy. Long Shisan's body was devoid of vitality. His soul was gathering and dispersing as if it could be burnt to ashes at any time. In other words, Long Shisan might not have much time left. You've actually overdrafted your body and soul. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and turned to look at Huo with thick killing intent. A bunch of reckless fellas. A bunch of mid-divine emperors want to fight against my fire spirit race? Since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Huo said with a proud face. Forget it. Master Dog is happy today. Damn monkey, I'll let you see how powerful Master Dog is. You don't need to deal with this kind of trash. Leave it to me, little Chinzi. De Huang wagged his tail and swaggered out from Jiang Chen's side. A dog? You guys are too full of yourselves. You dare to provoke my fire spirit race. You'll die a horrible death. Can you do it? Long Shisan looked at De Huang suspiciously. TSK. I'm just a little stronger than you. Big Yellow said with its head held high. Bragging isn't just for show. I hope little Chin doesn't have to make a move when the time comes. He's like a wax spear with a silver appearance. Long Shisan laughed. Watch carefully. Watch how Master Dog deals with this little bastard. Big Yellow's body shook, and with a furious roar he descended from the sky with a golden spear in his hand, and with a sweep of the spear he pierced the sky. This Caltrip mountain is one of the 10 Deathlands. Today all of you shall die here. Huo roared in anger. He did not retreat, instead he charged forward. There was not a single late divine emperor among these guys. Moreover, it was a dog. If he could not even defeat this damn dog, then his fire spirit clan would not be able to survive. As one of the 4 great clans of Caltrip Mountain, Huo was confident in dealing with these reckless guys. Big Yellow's expression turned cold as he unleashed his full might. His golden spear was like a dragon, and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body, instantly suppressing Huo. One could easily tell the difference between an expert and an expert the moment they made their move. Facing Big Yellow's crazy bombardment, Huo's complexion became extremely ugly. However, by the time Huo felt that something was amiss, it was already too late. Big Yellow's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not give Huo the slightest chance. With a spurt of energy, Big Yellow instantly knocked Huo into the void. Even Dragon Shisan was shocked by Lin Fan's strength. He was impressed by Lin Fan's strength. Seemed like he had to work harder. Big Yellow was able to fight against 5 late-stage divine emperors without falling into a disadvantageous position. This guy shouldn't be his match. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Sure enough, not long after, Big Yellow had already soared into the sky with a silver spear in his hand. He picked up the dying Huo and returned to Dragon Shisan's side with a triumphant expression. Did you see that, damned monkey? Learn from him. This guy isn't a match for me at all. De Huang's unparalleled attack shocked Long Shisan. If I'm at my peak, you won't be my match. Ba. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. Big Yellow said unhappily. Both of them were not convinced by each other. Alright, you two stop fighting. How should we deal with this guy? Jiang Qin looked at Long Shisan. Just kill him. Before Long Shisan could finish his words, De Huang bit off Huo's head. Huo did not even have the chance to scream. Crunchy. Delicious. De Huang said calmly. For a moment even Ling Yun and the others were shocked. De Huang is too terrifying. Huo, a late empty god realm expert, was eaten by him. Miss Baiyin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what kind of scene it would be when we meet. Jiang Qin looked at Bai Yun and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Brother Jiang Qin, don't make fun of me. It's good enough that I didn't help. Bai Yun smiled bitterly. Not only did she fail to save Long Shisan, but Long Shisan saw through her and came back. That was equivalent to harming him. If it wasn't for Bai Yun, I might really be dead. Long Shisan looked at Bai Yun and his eyes became complicated. They thought that they would definitely die. However, they did not expect that Jiang Qin and De Huang would appear out of nowhere and save Long Shisan's life. TSK, you're showing off your love now? It's not good to do it in front of so many people. If Ling Ji was here, let's see if you still have the guts. De Huang snorted. White Cloud blushed with a hint of shyness on her face. Oh yes, Ling Ji is still there. Chapter 3644. The moment Lan Lingji woke up and saw Long Shisan, Jiang Qin and the others, she thought that she was dreaming and sobbed uncontrollably. Bai Yun looked at the scene silently. She even felt a little embarrassed, feeling that she was a little redundant. However, the love in her heart couldn't be shaken. For the sake of Long San, she wouldn't rush forward fearlessly and even deceive Long San, making him think that she was someone else. She would rather be crushed into dust than be discovered by Long San. Although both of them had forgiven each other, White Cloud was still like a child who had done something wrong. He felt guilty towards Lan Lingji. After all, she was the real woman of Dragon San. Am I dreaming? Lan Lingji murmured, her eyes were filled with disbelief. No, how can this be a dream? Don't let your imagination run wild. Jiangchen has saved me. De Huang and Han Yan have also come. Long San's excitement wasn't any less than Lan Lingji's. Even until now he was still in a daze. At the critical moment of his life, it was his brothers who had saved him. Big brother Jiangchen, thank you. Lan Lingji was still in a daze, but she was very cautious when facing Bai Yun. Women's senses were always the most sensitive. Lan Lingji immediately sensed that Bai Yun had a different feeling towards Long San compared to the others. She's that black-robed man. Bai Yun. Long San looked at Bai Yun and said. Lan Lingji smiled at Bai Yun. Although she didn't say anything, one could clearly feel her deep affection for Long San. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to save Long San? Why would Long San go back to find her at all costs? In the relationship, women were always the most sensitive and intellectual. Instead of stealing Lan Lingji's limelight, White Cloud responded with an elegant smile. Right now your body is no longer as good as before. Your life force is completely exhausted and your soul has collapsed. This is truly a headache. Jiang Qin frowned. However, to him, as long as he could stabilize Long San's soul, he wouldn't die. To others, it might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, with the great Yu soul-forming light, Jiang Qin was confident that he could help Long San recover from his soul injury. Do you think I can recover? Long San shuddered. Lan Lingji and Bai Yun also stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Who asked you to be my brother? Jiang Qin's smile made the three of them heave a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Qin's expression immediately turned solemn as he continued. However, the life force in your body needs to be nourished by Yin. If you use other people's lives as nourishment, it is very likely that your life will be in danger. I can help you recover your soul force, but I can't do anything about the life force. Let me do it. Before Jiang Qin's voice faded, Bai Yun and Lan Lingji spoke almost at the same time. Bai Yun blushed and glanced at Lan Lingji awkwardly. Lan Lingji also looked at Bai Yun silently. Let us do it together. Lan Lingji smiled faintly and looked at Bai Yun. She could feel Bai Yun's affection for Brother San. Bai Yun risked her life to save Brother San but didn't want to tell her. Now she even used her life force to exchange for Brother San's life. If she could transfer her life force to Brother San, Lan Lingji wouldn't have any reason to reject her. If one loved someone, one should accept his everything. She didn't want Brother San to be trapped in a dilemma and become an ungrateful man. No. Long San frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Qin's method would surely cause great harm to the two of them. Long San wouldn't put them in danger just for his own safety. If the two of them act together, the problem shouldn't be too big. My great Yu soul-forming light can only help you reconstruct your soul and stabilize your condition. The only ones who can help you recover your life force are the two of them. The convergence of Yin and Yang, the gathering of primordial Yang, together with the upper origin heavy water, should be able to restore your body to its peak or even stronger than before. Jiang Qin said. Brother San, Big Brother Jiang Qin said that this isn't dangerous for us, but your life is hanging by a thread. Lan Lingji smiled. In order to help Long San recover his primordial Yang Qi, she had no regrets. Lan Lingji and White Cloud exchanged a glance. None of them hesitated. In their eyes, San's life was far more important than their own. Long San had no choice but to nod helplessly. That's right. A man shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Otherwise, given your body, Master Dog can torture you 1,000 times and you won't be able to do anything about it. De Huang curled his lips and said. When my strength is restored, if I don't peel off a layer of your skin, my name isn't Long San. Long San and De Huang stared at each other, full of fighting intent. Kaka, Master Dog will accompany you to the end. De Huang spoke with a proud face. All right, I'll help you reconstruct your divine soul first. Long Xian, concentrate and enter my divine lamp. Jiang Qin yelled with a solemn face. Even an Emperor Realm expert might not be able to help Long Xian recover his divine soul. But the scariness of the great soul-forming light wasn't something an ordinary Emperor Realm expert could compare with. Jiang Qin activated the great soul-forming light and began to condense the divine soul for Long Xian. Waves of terrifying soul energy burst out from the great soul-forming light, enveloping Long Xian's surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, Long Xian's soul energy gradually recovered to about 80%. Jiang Qin's face was ghastly pale. Activating the great soul-forming light to help Long Xian recover his divine soul had consumed a lot of his physical strength. He was gasping for breath with a pale face. I'll leave the rest to the 2 of you. Jiang Qin looked at Lan Lingji and Bai Yun, who were blushing and lowering their heads shyly. Damned monkey, every moment of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Hurry up. De Huang said with a laugh. Long Xian blushed and glared at De Huang. Then the 3 of them entered the cave. Watching the sun gradually setting on the horizon, Big Yellow said in a low voice beside Jiang Qin, "There's something I haven't told you, little Qinzi." "What is it?" This time, God Luo clan has opened their doors and sent out numerous experts to search for the lost God Luo's scripture. Moreover, Goddess Luo told me that God Luo clan might find you soon. Because they know that the craftsman god once had a copy of God Luo's scripture. De Huang's expression was incomparably solemn. I do indeed have a piece of the God Luo's diagram, but it is not the one in the hands of the craftsman god, but the one I copied from the Luo River god turtle. As for the piece in the hands of the craftsman god, it should be in the hands of that bastard Shangguan Hongyan. It's a pity that he still slipped away when he was in the mountain and sea sect. Chapter 3645. You actually have the God Luo's scripture? De Huang said in astonishment. But it was within his expectations. Although the God Luo's scripture in Jiang Qin's hands wasn't left behind by the craftsman god, there was still a piece of the God Luo's scripture. The Luo god clan is one of the primordial clans and they're the most terrifying. The strength that they've preserved in the primordial era should be the most complete. The reason why they want to find the 8 pieces of the God Luo's scripture is so that they can regain their former glory. Anyone who possesses the God Luo's scripture will become the target of the Luo god clan. That's because they can sense where the 8 pieces of the God Luo's scripture are. The strength of the Luo god clan is far more terrifying than you can imagine. They're probably even stronger than the Mountain Sea sect. It's just that they've been living in seclusion above the Luo River and didn't compete with the secular world. But this time I don't know why they're so anxious, as if they can't wait any longer. The Luo god clan seems to have turned out in full force to search for the 8 pieces of the God Luo's scripture. De Huang's words made Jiang Qin nod his head. He didn't dare to let his guard down. De Huang had been in the Luo god clan for so many years, and he only left the Luo god clan at this moment. That also meant that there must be many people stronger than him in the Luo god clan. De Huang was invincible right now, and even the sect master of the Mountain Sea sect might not be his opponent. But even he didn't dare to reveal it, which meant that the Luo god clan was terrifying. Back then, Jiang Qin had suffered a great loss when he failed to snatch the God Luo's scripture from Shangguan Hongyan. He should have killed Shangguan Hongyan, but he couldn't take revenge for his master. You won't be so lucky next time. Jiang Qin's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he were to face Shangguan Hongyan again, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Right now, the only ones that could deal with them in the Central Region Divine Land were the Martial Pellet Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda. But hearing De Huang's words, Jiang Qin's expression turned grave. There was no doubt about the Luo god clan's strength, but what about the other primordial clans? Probably wouldn't be that bad, right? Although the so-called sects on the Central Region Divine Land weren't weak, they were still far from being comparable to some of the secluded large clans. Therefore Jiang Qin could not let his guard down. The Caltrip Mountain, which was known as one of the places of death, was a terrifying place. The expert who claimed to be the patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan had reached the late Divine Emperor realm. The Caltrip Mountain was definitely not just a place belonging to the Fire Spirit clan. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and few people knew about it. It was almost impossible for those who were weak or below the Divine Emperor realm to get out. That was why it was called the Land of Death. Looks like this God Luo's scripture is truly a precious item that even the Luo god clan treasures it. It's truly not simple to be known as one of the 3 great ancient books. However, it shouldn't be easy for the Luo god clan to find me. I'll just deal with it when it comes. He's not the only enemy I have now. I'm afraid that everyone in the central region knows that I, Jiang Qin, possess the inheritance of the craftsman god. Anyone who has the intention will probably come and interfere. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. There's a very powerful woman in the Luo god clan. She's Goddess Luo's elder sister. I can't underestimate her. I'm not her opponent. De Huang sighed as if he was lamenting his own inferiority. There weren't many people who could make him bow down to them. When they entered the divine tomb, they probably didn't just want the inheritance of the craftsman god. They probably wanted the god Luo's scripture more. Jiang Qin said. That's most likely the case. I hope that Goddess Luo's elder sister won't come looking for me so soon. De Huang also had a lingering fear. He didn't seem to want to meet Goddess Luo's elder sister. What about Goddess Luo? Why didn't she come out with you? She's under house arrest. If I want to be with Goddess Luo, I can only bring a piece of the god Luo's scripture back to the Luo god clan. De Huang's expression turned gloomy. He was speechless. Use my god Luo's scripture. I know what you mean, little Qinzi. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'll use my own methods to get my woman back. De Huang's eyes were extremely sharp. He didn't wait for Jiang Qin to finish his words and waved his hand. Jiang Qin knew that with De Huang's character he would definitely not be courteous with him. Unless he really wanted him to kill his way back to the Luo god clan and get his beloved woman back. 3 days later, Xian finally walked out from the cave. His aura was fluctuating and his face was glowing. His eyes were shining like stars. Damn monkey, you didn't disappoint, Master Dog. De Huang laughed. Xian glared at Big Yellow with his sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. He looked at Big Yellow with a soaring battle intent. Come fight with me. Xian held the peerless divine staff tightly and pointed it at De Huang with a bright smile. Master Dog isn't afraid of you. The 2 of them quickly flew up to the sky. The spear light and the staff shadow overlapped, shaking the mountain. Their aura soared to the heavens and the light in the sky dimmed. Jiang Qin felt an itch in his heart as he watched the 2 of them engage in a battle of life and death. He flew up to the peak of the void and joined in the battle. Count me in 2. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword. The limitless sword became more and more terrifying. His sword intent continued to rise. The 21st sword had reached the great accomplishment level. At this moment, even an ordinary late divine emperor might not be able to withstand the limitless sword in Jiang Qin's hand. I'm coming. Han Yan's eyes flashed. He also joined the 3 of them. The battle of the 4 heavenly kings began a fierce confrontation. In the end, the 3 of them attacked Jiang Qin. Even Jiang Qin felt the pressure when facing 3 enemies at the same time. However, the 21st sword had completely transcended the sword intent. He could do whatever he wanted and was unstoppable. Jiang Qin could still walk leisurely in the face of the 3 enemies' siege. Little Qinzi, eat my staff. Xian roared. His eyes were filled with fire. The battle saint technique fought against Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin's 21st sword was too terrifying after reaching the great accomplishment level. Whether it was the battle saint technique, the giant demon devouring sky, or even De Huang's spear light of troubled times, none of them could shake Jiang Qin. Did you 3 not eat? Jiang Qin laughed. Suddenly the 3 of them attacked with all their might. However, in the face of the limitless sword in Jiang Qin's hand, the 3 of them were in a dilemma. They could not break through the defense nor could they attack. During the battle, Jiang Qin's strength had reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the late divine emperor realm. Moreover, the power of his Dao accumulation had also improved a lot during the battle of the mountain and sea sect. He could even use the 3rd seal of the expandable heaven seal. After the battle, Jiang Qin's strength was on par with the 3 of them. Just now they were still talking cheerfully and full of fighting spirit. However, at this moment Xian's mind was filled with scenes that gave him a splitting headache. Xian's eyes were ferocious. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Chapter 3646. After a long time, Xian finally recovered. His face was extremely ugly and the sorrow in the depths of his eyes could be seen in his words. What's going on? Jiang Qin looked at Xian solemnly. My father is here, it's just that I don't know where he is. The Million-Li Caltrip Mountain is simply too big, and this place seems to be an ancient battlefield. It's just that after millions and millions of years, there shouldn't be any traces left behind. Long Shan said disappointedly. You're saying that the Caltrip Mountain is an ancient battlefield? De Huang asked in surprise. Long Shan nodded. However, the memory fragments in his mind were incomplete and had been obtained in the divine tomb. Is my father really an incomparably powerful god? Draconic Shan kept asking himself, but those scattered memories couldn't provide him with much information. The only thing that allowed him to obtain the inheritance was the peerless staff in his hand. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes and used the great divination art. His divine soul left his body and spread throughout the entire Caltrip Mountain. Suddenly Jiang Chen frowned. Yu'er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, 90,000 miles northwest of the Caltrip Mountain. Their words made Long Shan, De Huang and the others frown. They didn't know what they were talking about. I don't know. I only feel that there's an abnormally terrifying spiritual energy magnetic field there. It seems to be the most terrifying place within a radius of 100,000 miles. Yu'er said in a low voice. That place should be an ancient battlefield. I also feel an extremely terrifying danger. It's not without reason that the Caltrip Mountain is known as one of the top 10 death traps. Jiang Chen was also very solemn. No matter what, let's go take a look first. Long Shan's gaze was resolute. He knew that his father and the memory fragments were definitely in the Caltrip Mountain. However, he didn't know where. Jiang Chen and Yu'er were both pointing to the northwest. To Long Shan, this was definitely an unknown challenge. Once the group was ready, they headed straight for the place Jiang Chen and Yu'er had told them about 45,000 miles northwest of Mount Caltrip. The Caltrip Mountain was a vast expanse of mountains with towering peaks. From time to time, it would be a world of ice and snow, and from time to time, there would be the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Thousands of li away, the other side of the mountain was verdant and lush, while the other side of the mountain was rainy. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the northwest region of Mount Caltrip, they didn't find any ancient ruins of a battlefield. In front of them was a vast mountain range, deep valleys, murmuring water, wild beasts and lush greenery. It was like a paradise, but there were no ancient ruins like what they were looking for. How can this be? Was also confused. She looked at the scene in shock. There wasn't a single ancient battlefield in front of her. However, she was sure that she had used the great divination art to find this place. It was the same for Jiang Chen. Could it be that you're mistaken? Little Chenzi. De Huang said in a low voice while wagging his tail. No, if I was mistaken it would be pardonable. However, Yu'er and I confirmed at almost the same time that this was the place where they felt the densest spiritual energy. But now the spiritual energy here seems to have dissipated. It was just 3 days ago. Jiang Chen said with absolute certainty. His brows were tightly furrowed. He also didn't know why such a scene would appear. Long Shan was a little disappointed. However, he couldn't blame anyone because he didn't know what would happen to this world. Even the ancient battlefield from hundreds of millions of years ago didn't exist anymore, right? Perhaps they were wrong from the start. There shouldn't be some kind of formation covering this place, right? Ling Yun said doubtfully. Her words reminded Jiang Chen. However, he still couldn't find any signs of a formation. I'll go take a look. Jiang Chen said. His figure was like the wind, passing through dozens of tall mountains in an instant. When Jiang Chen returned after a short while, the expression on his face was quite grave. You've guessed correctly. There is indeed a formation here. However, this formation is too terrifying. Even I am powerless to do anything about it. I can sense that this formation is currently in a cracked state. Countless amounts of spiritual qi seem to have already surged into the formation. However, I am unable to find the entrance at all. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Everyone else had a helpless expression on their faces and didn't know what to do. This is a spirit formation from the ancient era. Inside the spirit formation there's a world of its own. Space and time are no different from the outside. It can be said to be another space that's forcefully opened up within this space. It's a spirit formation that's formed using a supreme technique. Without the strength of a heavenly king or above, it's absolutely impossible to create it. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice set off a huge wave in Jiang Chen's heart. This is a barrier created by a heavenly king realm expert? Jiang Chen had never heard of it before. In that case, the space here should be overlapping with this mountain? Jiang Chen asked. It should be so. Moreover, this barrier has already broken. However, it's extremely difficult to find the entrance. It is very possible that there is a terrifying ancient era's battlefield inside. Your guess is correct. However, it is practically impossible to find the edge of this spirit formation space. The ancestral dragon emperor's continuous attacks made Jiang Chen smile bitterly. However, he would not admit defeat so easily. According to what the ancestral dragon emperor said, his idea should be correct. What he needed to do now was to find the entrance of the barrier. Only then would he be able to find the exit of the ancient battlefield. There seems to be a lot of demonic aura surging out from there. Han Yen pointed at the Line Sky Canyon 1,000 miles away and said in a deep voice. Only he could sense traces of devil chi coming from that direction. Even Jiang Chen couldn't sense it. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen gave Han Yen a glance. The two of them took the lead and rushed towards the Line Sky Canyon that was thousands of miles away. Only when they were within a mile of the canyon did Jiang Chen feel that the rising devil chi seemed to be leaking out from this place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as if they were extremely shocked. It's all thanks to you, Yen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to find the entrance of the barrier. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up and looked towards the end of the canyon. Let's not waste any more time. What are we waiting for? Long Shisan couldn't wait any longer. The demonic aura here is very strange. I feel that the barrier you mentioned is extremely dangerous. Chapter 3647. Everyone be careful. Yen, the two of us will take the lead. Han Yen nodded his head. The two of them pushed the demonic aura away and started to move deeper into the canyon. However, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the terrifying demonic aura. It was like a poison that could devour one's soul. Everyone felt dizzy and couldn't even move a single step. Other than him and Han Yen, everyone felt that the demonic aura seemed to be able to devour their soul, making it extremely difficult for them to move. Han Yen was fine, probably because his resistance to the demonic aura wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. As for himself, Jiang Chen felt that his soul power seemed to be able to push the clouds away. The benefits of an Emperor Realm soul was finally revealed. The pitch-black canyon in front of them was like a clear mirror in Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen enveloped everyone's body under his soul. Everyone felt an unprecedented carefree feeling. This damned place almost made this Lord Dog faint. De Huang said angrily. Fortunately, they had Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul to protect them. Yeah, this damned place doesn't seem to be a good place. Long Shisan also said. He felt extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment Long Shisan's perception became clearer and clearer. After pushing aside the demonic miasma, they finally arrived at the end of the ravine. Countless amounts of demonic miasma were leaking out in an unending stream, and countless amounts of spiritual energy were pouring into the ravine. The crack that was over 100 feet wide was the entrance to the spirit formation space. Found it. Jiang Chen said with a deep voice. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He took a deep breath and pushed the demonic aura away. They passed through the crack and entered the spirit formation space. At that instant, everyone was stunned as they looked at the scene in front of them. The world within the spirit formation space was simply another world. A world that was already in ruins. Countless mountain peaks had collapsed, countless ancient trees had withered, and countless white bones were scattered across the land. Divine armaments were broken and the ancient city was in ruins. Even the atmosphere was filled with an extremely stifling feeling. The surroundings were filled with mountains and rocks. It was a desolate scene that made people worry. There wasn't a single trace of life in this land. It was like a purgatory of death. There were countless wandering souls and bones. This place was destined to be a bloody battlefield. It's here. Long Shisan's eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze across. The memory fragments in his mind recorded this desolate land and the ancient city. The demonic aura in the spirit formation space was extremely terrifying. It was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the entrance. Long Shisan's words strengthened Jiang Chen and Yuer's thoughts. This was the place that they were looking for. The most eye-catching thing in their eyes was the ancient city that stood on the waist of the mountain. Everything within 100 miles of the ancient city was in ruins. However, there was a strange ancient civilization that made Jiang Qin feel an ancient aura. This is the ancient battlefield? Long Ing-er said curiously. Her heart was filled with sorrow. The bones that could be seen everywhere indicated the tragedy and sorrow of this place. It was unknown how many people had died in this ancient land. In the ancient city, there were 3 mountain peaks that were like stone monuments. They stood tall in the center of the ancient city. Their might was unstoppable and undefeatable. Those bones have all stood up? Ling Yun exclaimed. She looked at Jiang Qin and the thousands of bones in the surroundings. All of them were holding on to broken weapons and slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone felt their hearts palpitating. This spirit formation space that was filled with demonic aura was really strange. The ancient city that was in ruins was like an abyss that attracted people to see what was inside. At this moment, the countless bones in the surroundings were holding onto weapons. This was the most terrifying thing. Because Jiang Qin and the others did not know how terrifying these bones were. Were they weak? Or were they living from death? These skeletons are not to be trifled with. They must have been triggered by our anger. Han Yan's voice entered everyone's ears. It was incomparably stern. Rise and spread. More and more bones are holding onto weapons. Seems like these guys are coming to attack us. Jiang Qin said coldly. Indeed, at the beginning there were hundreds of them. In the end there were thousands and thousands of them. More and more bones were coming towards them. It made Jiang Qin and the others feel like they were facing a great enemy. Get ready to fight. We have no other choice. Xian held on to his peerless divine staff. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Anyone who dares to stop him from finding his father would become a dead soul under his staff. Kill. Xian roared furiously and took the initiative to attack. He swept his cudgel horizontally and crushed more than a dozen white bones into smithereens. Jiang Qin, De Huang and the others also rose up. Fortunately, these bones were not strong. They were only at the Hierarch realm or Divine King realm. However, their numbers were huge. Tens of thousands of bones covered the sky. Jiang Qin took the lead and charged into the enemy's formation. Countless bones were crushed by the heavenly dragon sword and turned into ashes. Ling Yun, Long Ing-er and the others were not to be outdone. After all, this was not a real army of divine emperors. They could still defend themselves. However, what Jiang Qin didn't expect was that some of these skeletons could reform their bodies and charge towards him again. Although they were just a pile of bones, they could still reform their bodies after being smashed by Jiang Qin. This was the scariest part. This might be an endless army of skeletons. They are from the undead tribe. I know where this is. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a solemn tone. What the hell is the undead tribe? Jiang Qin was infuriated. The army of bones was endless. Although they could charge in and out continuously, they would eventually die of exhaustion if they did not stop. Just like what the ancestral dragon emperor said, they were from the undead tribe. Could it be that they were immortal? The surroundings were densely packed. Within 100 miles, it was an army of white skeletons. Gradually, even Lan Lingji, Yu Er and the others began to show signs of exhaustion. If they were the undying undead nether race, it would be a vicious cycle. They would surely be exhausted to death. They are the strongest combat strength of the demon race in the ancient times. Their bodies are immortal and their bones are indestructible. The undead tribe has an indestructible battle soul and can live forever. Now you can only use the great soul-forming light to absorb their indestructible battle souls to destroy them. The ancestral dragon emperor said anxiously. Everyone's face turned ugly. In this battle, the white skeleton army had caused them great suffering. At this moment, Han Yan seemed to have the help of a god. Demonic chi swept across the battlefield. Only the white skeleton army that was destroyed by him did not recover. Chapter 3648. Yan, this guy is so terrifying. De Huang looked solemn and he was shocked. He did not expect that Han Yan, who was usually quiet, would be able to kill so many enemies and kill so many of them. The demonic chi in his body can kill the enemies and turn them into ashes. It's their nemesis. But in the end it's still too difficult. If he relies on himself, it seems that this endless army of white bones will never be destroyed. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he held the great soul-forming light in his hand. In an instant, Countless fighting souls wailed and howled as they were sucked into the great soul-forming light by Zhou Xian. Following that, waves after waves of the enemies were killed and disappeared. The great soul-forming light was terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of fighting souls were sucked into the great soul-forming light. However, the consumption of Zhou Qian's divine origin qi was extremely great. Zhou Qian could feel that the divine origin qi in his body was being sucked out continuously. However, the number of fighting souls in the great soul-forming light was increasing day by day. The surrounding army of the enemies seemed to have some gaps and they were not as many as before. Zhou Qian's great soul-forming light is the best. Ha! De Huang laughed and said excitedly. At this moment Zhou Qian was fighting against thousands of enemies alone. He was like a god of war, protecting everyone behind him. However, even so, Zhou Qian's consumption was quite great. The great soul-forming light had never absorbed so many souls before. Moreover, these souls were quite terrifying and powerful. They were at least at the Divine King realm. After half a day, the entire army of skeletons was sucked into Zhou Qian's great soul-forming light. Everyone was shocked. The great soul-forming light was too terrifying. Even Han Yan nodded his head. Although his demonic qi was the nemesis of the army of skeletons, it paled in comparison to Zhou Qian's. After Zhou Qian had killed all the skeletons and their souls were absorbed into the great soul-forming light, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Zhou Qian was sweating profusely and he did not even have 10% of his original strength left. It was quite tragic. These damn fellows. They are so hard to deal with. Undead clan, I will send all of you to hell. Zhou Qian said while gritting his teeth. Long Inger and Ling Yun stood on the left and right of Zhou Qian, helping him to wipe the sweat off his face. Yu Er silently looked at the scene, feeling a little lonely. Compared to them, she and her big brother still had a different feeling. There's someone. De Huang's ears twitched as he looked at the dilapidated ancient city 10 miles away. He squinted his eyes and said, "Are you sure it's a living person?" Long Shisan looked at De Huang in astonishment. "It's absolutely true. When have I, Lord Dog, ever made a mistake?" Big Yellow uttered proudly and wagged its tail proudly. It was very proud of itself. "It seems like we're not the only ones who came in," Zhou Qian said with a smile. Everyone walked towards the dilapidated ancient city. If there were people in the ancient city, they would have already discovered their existence. Therefore there was no need for Zhou Qian to hide anymore. Their enemies were in the dark and they were in the light. Even if there was a conspiracy, they could only accept it. There's not only the Fire Spirit clan in this Caltrip mountain. Could it be that there are other existences in this boundary space? Long Shisan furrowed his brows. However, they had the advantage in numbers. They were not afraid of danger and directly walked towards the dilapidated ancient city. Just when Zhou Qian and the others arrived at the entrance of the ancient city, a deafening roar resounded from the ancient city. "This isn't a place that you should come to. Leave immediately. Otherwise you'll be killed without mercy." Facing that threatening voice, Long Shisan, De Huang and the others became even more furious. "Fuck your brother. There aren't many people who dare to speak to this Lord Dog like that. I'm definitely going to take a look today." Deliberately mystifying things. Seems like there are some people with ulterior motives. Long Shisan was not afraid in the slightest. His group did not have any intention of stopping. "Who are you? Why are you giving orders here? Do you really think that we're scared?" Zhou Qian said with a smile. With their current strength, even if they were to challenge the mountain and sea sect again, Zhou Qian would not be afraid, let alone in this corner of the Caltrip mountain. Although this place was very strange, they would definitely not be frightened by a mere warning. "You don't know what's good for you. If you dare to take another step, you'll all die." At that moment, a man covered in brown stone slowly rose from the ancient city. He stood in front of Zhou Qian and the others with his hands clasped behind his back. He was extremely tall, like a stone man. His face was wrinkled and he was no different from a human. "Who are you?" Zhou Qian said coldly. "You lowly humans, why aren't you getting lost? What are you waiting for? If I met you in the Caltrip mountain, you would have been mercilessly killed by me." The stone-skinned man said coldly. "You guys should be similar to the Fire Spirit clan, right?" Long Shisan said coldly. "You know the Fire Spirit clan?" The stone-skinned man looked at Long Shisan in surprise. "The Fire Spirit clan's patriarch Hor Ao has been killed by us. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise the next one to die will be you. Long Xian snorted coldly. You guys actually killed Huo of the Fire Spirit clan? The stone-skinned man obviously did not believe it, and his face was filled with shock. These guys were all mid-divine emperor realm. How could they be Huo's opponent? Moreover, the Fire Spirit clan was full of experts. It was impossible for them to be a match for the Fire Spirit clan. You're talking nonsense. Don't try to deceive me. If you take another step forward, you'll die. The stone-skinned man was also a peak mid-divine emperor. This Caltrip mountain was their territory. How could he be afraid of Xianxia and the others? You're courting death. Without a second thought, Xian flew up to the sky and clashed with the stone-skinned man. The peerless staff struck the stone-skinned man down from the sky in less than 3 moves, making the stone-skinned man feel terrified. You, who are you guys? You better tell me who you are first. Otherwise you won't be able to keep your life. Hee. Xianxia looked at the stone-skinned man coldly. The stone-skinned man trembled and gritted his teeth. He looked at Long Xian, but in the end he still could not resist the peerless stick. I'm from the Earth Spirit clan. You better let me go. Our patriarch and the experts of the other 2 clans are here. The numerous experts of the Bamboo clan and the Flying Ant clan, please don't make a mistake. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll face a bloody calamity. The stone-skinned man said fiercely. Xianxia and the others were startled. It seemed like there were experts from the other 3 clans behind this stone-skinned man. They must not be here for sightseeing. What are you guys looking for? Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he looked at the stone-skinned man. His killing intent surged, causing the stone-skinned man to swallow his saliva. He felt bitter and did not dare to look at Xianxia. Chapter 3649. Can't say? Master Dog, let's see if you can say it. Get out of my way. De Huang shouted angrily and asked everyone to leave. He then raised his butt and slammed it on the stone-skinned man's face. Blurg. At that moment the stone-skinned man's face was deathly pale, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. This group of people didn't play by the rules at all. You could have just beaten me up, but now you're using bullshit to interrogate me? He was simply speechless. I'll say it. The stone-skinned man gritted his teeth and said. De Huang's fart was too terrifying. It had already penetrated into his bones and made him feel that his entire body was filled with a foul stench. He even felt that he would rather die than live. Ling Yun and the rest of the girls blushed. They did not expect the handsome De Huang to have such a crazy side. It was really impressive. De Huang, your fart is so powerful. This guy feels that he has reached the peak of his life. Long Xian said with a laugh and gave De Huang a thumbs up. He could not help but praise. Why aren't you saying it? De Huang slapped the stone-skinned man's face. We're looking for a bead. As for what it is, I have no idea. However, every 9,000 years, there would be a crack in the spirit formation in this ancient city. The people from our 4 great clans would definitely come here to search for that unknown bead. However, even after countless years, we were unable to find the exact location of that bead. Legend has it that as long as we can find that bead, we will be able to become an Emperor Realm expert and become invincible. Even if we can't find it, we can still obtain some broken weapons and reforge them into great weapons. Hence, every 9,000 years we will come here. The stone-skinned man said in a low voice as he trembled. He looked at his own body in disgust. It was so smelly that he could not help himself. Bead? What kind of bead could be so powerful? Xianxia frowned. They had been searching for it for many years, but they still couldn't find it. The 4 great tribes had been in Jishan Mountain for many years, so they must know the situation here like the back of their hands. If they still couldn't find it, then this bead must be something precious. That's right. It is said that this bead is something that even the ancient gods couldn't let go of. The stone-skinned man nodded heavily and said everything he knew. He was afraid that the damn dog would fart again and stink him to death. This time Xianxia and the others were shocked once again. How powerful was this thing that even the ancient gods couldn't let go of? It was no wonder that the 4 great clans had secluded themselves in Caltrip Mountain. Even if they were not as powerful as the 8 extreme sect and the Mountain and Sea sect, they would still be able to occupy a place in the divine realm. Their prestige and reputation would spread throughout the divine realm. In fact, if the 4 great clans joined forces, even the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 extreme sect might not be able to compete with them. However, the reason why they had secluded themselves was because of this strange space. They might have been searching for the legendary bead for countless years. Over time, they had secluded themselves in Caltrip Mountain and no one was able to enter. Gradually, they killed all those who entered as they were afraid that news would spread. Naturally, this place became a land of death in the eyes of the world. Let's go and see what kind of demons and ghosts are here. I don't believe that anyone can stop Master Dog's path, De Huang said arrogantly. He held his head high and made a solemn vow. Long Shisan and the others could not wait any longer. Han Yan's expression was extremely solemn. The aura here is extremely unusual. The demon chi is extremely dense. We have to be careful, Han Yan said in a low voice. He glanced at Jiang Qin and the others as a reminder. Jiang Qin also knew about the strangeness of this place. This place was a battlefield during the ancient times. The army of skeletons had already explained everything. If they did not have the great Yu soul-forming light, they would most likely lose their lives. This place was full of dangers and they could not afford to lower their guard. What about him? Lan Lingji glanced at the stone-skinned man and said, I'll send you to reincarnate. Long Shisan held the peerless divine staff in his hand and struck the stone-skinned man to death. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were cold. Being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. If they were weak, the stone-skinned man would have killed them easily. This was how cruel the world was. The strong preyed on the weak. No one could change this. Jiang Qin and the others quickly entered the ruins of the ancient city. The surrounding walls were dilapidated. The green bricks and stone tiles were shattered. Everywhere was stained with the traces of time. For thousands of years this place was deserted. Apart from the people of the 4 major clans who came here to search for the so-called lost jewel revered by the gods, no one else could set foot in this place. The surrounding was terrifyingly silent. There were no living creatures in this barren ancient city ruins. There was also no trace of life. There was only an oppressive monstrous demonic aura. Under the protection of Jiang Qin they were able to survive. Otherwise, this monstrous demonic aura would have made it difficult for them to move. Who is it? How dare you set foot in our territory? On the square in the center of the ancient city ruins, a middle-aged woman with a cold face and spots all over her body said in a deep voice. Her voice was hoarse but incomparably sharp. More than 20 people around her pricked up their ears. Their expressions were solemn as they looked towards the entrance of the ancient city in the east. General Fei Yi, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. The middle-aged woman looked towards the void. A man from the Ant-Men clan with 6 wings on his back was looking around cautiously. Right. The man from the Flying Ant clan, who was called General Fei Yi, turned into a stream of light and flew to the top of the void. After a while, General Fei Yi returned with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, Human experts have entered the ruins of the ancient city. Elder Zabul of the Earth Spirit clan is dead. General Fei Yi's words made the people of the Earth Spirit clan in the distant ruins turn their heads. What? Elder Zabul is dead? An old man with stone-like skin like Elder Zabul shouted in a low voice. His domineering aura was overflowing. He was full of anger. His eyes were like arrows, filled with murderous intent. It seems that someone wants to invade our territory, the middle-aged woman said with a cold smile. Our Flying Ant clan's people have discovered them. However, there are only a few of them. Their strength is not even comparable to Elder Zabul of the Earth Spirit clan. We thought that Elder Zabul would be enough to deal with those reckless people. However, we didn't expect that these people would be so crazy. Chapter 3650. Flying Ant General, your people are to blame for this matter. You are the main culprit for Elder Zabul's death. Why didn't you tell us about this so that we can nip it in the bud? The old man from the Earth Spirit clan shouted angrily. Jashiba, don't use your ignorance to challenge my bottom line. You people from the Earth Spirit clan are not capable. Who can you blame? Do you really think we are afraid of you? The Flying Ant General shouted in a deep voice, confronting the patriarch of the Earth Spirit clan, Jashiba. Enough. Our enemies are still on their way. Could it be that the 2 of you still want to fight at this time? Outsiders are not allowed to step into the Caltrip Mountain. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed. The middle-aged woman said in a deep voice. As the patriarch of the Bamboo clan, she was the calmest person. They are just a few mid-divine emperor realm fellas. You don't need to make a fuss. Our Earth Spirit clan can deal with them ourselves. General Flying Ant, we will settle our scores in the future. I definitely won't let Elder Zabul's death go just like that. Humph. Jashiba said in a deep voice. He snorted coldly and turned around, leading more than 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts to chase after the enemies. What a lunatic. Xiaohong, compared to you, he is a retard. The Flying Ant General frowned and said disdainfully. I can take that as a compliment. The people of the Earth Spirit clan are always hot-tempered. It's not your first time meeting them. Xiaohong said coldly. If it wasn't for the agreement between the 4 clans, I would never let him go. The people of the Earth Spirit clan are a joke to me. Humph. The Flying Ant General said. I hope they can return in triumph. I wonder what's wrong with the Fire Spirit clan. They didn't come to the treasure hunt in the ancient city, which happens once every 9,000 years. I have a whole new level of respect for them. The Flying Ant General said with a smile. The Fire Spirit clan is inferior to the Earth Spirit clan. Those fellas are even more arrogant. Xiaohong shook her head. I don't want to see those fellas for the rest of my life. The Flying Ant General said through clenched teeth. The people of the Fire Spirit race were born to restrain them. Xiaohong sneered. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her body was covered with dense stripes. Compared to a zebra, she seemed to be more graceful and harmonious. However, only the people of the 4 great clans knew that her skin was not smooth as jade, but shiny and soft fur. Human head, beast body. At the edge of the ancient city, Jashiba had already brought over 20 of his clansmen and started to approach Jiang Chen's group. I finally found you brats. Were you the ones who killed Elder Zabul? Zaxiba took the lead. As the tribe leader, he naturally had to lead the group. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Jiang Chen and the others who were not far away. Zabul was his younger brother. Otherwise, he would not have been so furious and even challenged the entire Flying Ant clan. It was enough to prove their deep brotherhood. The Earth Spirit clan had turned out in full force. They had 4 late Divine Emperor experts and the rest were mid and early Divine Emperor experts. They could easily slaughter Jiang Chen's group. Of course, this was only in Zaxiba's opinion. Jiang Chen and the others saw Zaxiba and the others who were covered in stone skin. They also knew that the person they killed was Zabul. Monstrous geniuses of the Earth Spirit clan, are you finally willing to come out? I've just killed one. I haven't had enough yet. Long Shirshan carried the unparalleled divine staff and said with a domineering face. The people of the Earth Spirit clan glared at him, especially Zaxiba, who locked his eyes on Long Shirshan. You killed my brother? Jashiba said each and every word. Killing him is not a big deal. Killing all of you is not a small deal either. Long Shirshan did not put the people of the Earth Spirit clan in his eyes at all. Good. You're really reckless. These damned humans must all die. Zaxiba waved his hand. More than 20 Divine Emperor experts swarmed towards him at this moment. Those who kill will always be killed. Jiang Chen took out his sword and dashed towards the experts of the Earth Spirit clan with Long Shirshan. I haven't had such a good time in a long time. I'm going to show my prowess now. De Huang roared and his fart shook the sky. In an instant, 4 or 5 early Divine Emperor experts of the Earth Spirit clan became pale. They were already heavily injured before they could even attack. Zaxiba's face turned pale. He faced Long Shirshan and Jiang Chen. He was fighting against 2 people at the same time. Let's attack quickly. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shirshan. Everyone dared not to be negligent and attacked with all their strength. At this moment, there might be some unknown danger in the ancient ruins. So they must end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Yun and Long Ying led a group of ladies. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and as swift as dragons. They were exceptionally ferocious. In addition to Han Yen and De Huang's attack, Zaxiba did not expect these mid-divine emperor experts to be this terrifying. They even defeated the experts of the Earth Spirit clan. The one who suffered the most was Zaxiba himself. Because Jiang Chen and Long Shirshan, no matter who it was, they were able to kill him. Now that the 2 of them joined hands, Zaxiba did not even have the chance to breathe. The limitless sword was filled with killing intent. Zaxiba's face turned pale. In less than 10 moves he was heavily injured. The sword shadows were blurred and the attacks were unceasing. Zaxiba could not fight against them with just 2 fists. In the blink of an eye he was defeated. He did not even have the chance to fight back. You're courting death. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia coldly. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step was an immortal. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. There was no battle intent in his eyes. There was only endless fear and desolation. From the unparalleled divine staff's strike landed. Xianxia was forced to flee in a sorry state. The strike almost completely shattered his body. His meridians were broken, his blood coagulated, and his breathing became hurried. Xianxia wanted to escape, but Jiang Chen's sword had already flown over. Like a flying immortal, the sword pierced through his chest. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword. The sword light crisscrossed and the sword shadows clashed. Xianxia's body was also pierced through. He staggered and fell backwards. No. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen and Xian with incomparable fear. These two fellows were like demons, bringing him great fear. No, don't kill me, don't. Xianxia followed suit and retreated backwards. He finally knew why his younger brother would die in their hands. This was simply a massacre. The experts of his clan had already died. These fellows were too crazy. What kind of scoundrel dares to cause trouble in my Thistle Mountain? Chapter 3651. Xiaxiba's face was filled with joy. He knew that he was saved. The Flying Ant General and Xiaohong had finally come to save him. Even though they had a grudge against each other, the 4 major families still relied on each other. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be interdependent. They would never abandon him. At this moment, Xiaxiba was incomparably excited. He could finally be at ease now that he was on the brink of death. However, his clansmen had already been killed by the fierce battle behind Jiang Chen. I've known for a long time that you're going to ruin things. Sure enough, you're still too weak to withstand a single blow. The Flying Ant General said with a smile. Xiaxiba's smile stopped abruptly. He stared at the Flying Ant General fiercely. His heart was filled with anger. However, at this moment he had no choice but to submit to the Flying Ant General. After all, the Flying Ant General was here to save him. I didn't expect you humans to be so powerful. You've stirred up such a big wave. If I don't get rid of you, I'm afraid it'll be impossible to have a trace of peace in this ancient city. Xiaohong stood with her hands clasped. The mottled lines on her body seemed to be filled with confusion. This thing looks like a zebra. Ah. De Huang said with a loud laugh. Xiaohong's expression became extremely ugly. The clansmen behind her were also incomparably angry and eager to give it a try. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment the 3 clans had arrived. It seemed that they had to teach them a lesson first. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you speak such arrogant words? Today I'll tear you into pieces. Xiaohong gritted her teeth. She hated it when people said that she looked like a zebra. For so many years, no one had ever said such words to her. De Huang was the first one. You guys, do you really think that this is your home? You don't know what's good for you. Is this ancient ruins your backyard? You want to kill people the moment you come. After so many years in this place of death, I'm afraid that you've killed countless people. De Huang said in a deep voice. At this time even he felt sad for those who died. This group of selfish bastards. The so-called 4 great clans were just 4 demon clans that spread lies to deceive the public. They couldn't be considered as a true great clan. This time they would definitely wipe out all these executioners. Looks like the members of the fire spirit race were probably killed by you, right? The Flying Ant General said in a deep voice. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Jiang Chen. He could tell with a single glance that he was the center of the group because he was the calmest and the most unruffled. The real bastards are you all. None of you should live in this world. None of you should take even half a step into the Caltrip Mountain. That's because you all are the absolute overlords here. Everyone must die. It seems that you all still do not realize how much you all deserve to die. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. This group of people really deserved to die. After all, the number of people they had killed in the past millions of years should be uncountable. The weak have no right to speak. Xiaohong said coldly. I like what you said. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With a turn of his hand he slashed Xiaxiba's throat, killing the excited Xiaxiba who was silently watching the show. Everyone held their breath for a moment. They did not expect Jiang Chen to be so decisive. The people of the Earth Spirit clan were all killed under Han Yan's lead. Not a single one was left alive. Xiao Hong and the Flying Ant General's face became gloomier. They looked at each other. They had no other choice now. The Earth Spirit race and the Fire Spirit race had all fallen. They could only fight with their lives. Do it! Xiao Hong bellowed. More than 50 Divine Monarch Realm experts descended once again, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with an astonishing might. It's time to show the real skills. De Huang chuckled. He held the golden spear tightly in his hand. He was extremely eager to fight. Just like Long Shan, he was filled with battle intent. Do your best. There won't be many chances like this. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Facing Xiao Hong and the Flying Ant General, more than 50 Divine Emperor Realm experts, Jiang Qin and the Flying Ant General were quite shocked. After all, the members of the Fire Spirit race and the Earth Spirit race had all died in their hands. Therefore, the Flying Ant General and Xiao Hong could not let their guard down. Learning from the mistakes of their predecessors, they would certainly raise their spirits and fight against Jiang Qin and the others. If they lost, they would only end up like Xiaxiba dying here. Even if it was their race, they would probably vanish into thin air and be completely annihilated. Xiao Hong and the Flying Ant General went up to them. Jiang Qin needed to recover, so he did not fight again. However, Long Shan and De Huang were enough to deal with them. Long Shan and De Huang looked at each other. De Huang said confidently, "Why don't we make a bet? Let's see who can kill this trash first." "You think I'm afraid of you? Come on." Long Shan fought bravely. The faces of Xiao Hong and the Flying Ant General became more and more gloomy. They were treated as live targets. Who could stay calm in such a situation? The Flying Ant General flapped his wings and approached Long Shan. The two of them fought in an instant. Long Shan was unstoppable. Although the Flying Ant General was also a late Divine Emperor, he was only in the minor heavenly connecting realm. He could not fight back against Long Shan at all. De Huang swept across unhurriedly. His spear was like a running dragon, locking onto Xiao Hong with irresistible force. Han Yen led the others to unleash the monstrous devil shadow again. After all, there were so many Divine Emperor experts. It was impossible for him to act leisurely. Ling Yun's strength was comparable to the patriarch of the Fire Spirit race. Lan Lingji was not to be underestimated either. Ling Yun was one of the strongest geniuses of the Mountain and Sea sect, only slightly inferior to Chu Junsong. Long Inge was the monstrous genius of the Dragon Clan. As the new leader of the Hellion clan, possessed the great divination art. However, Jiang Qin, Long Shan, De Huang and Han Yen were too dazzling, which made them look ordinary. Jiang Qin did not expect these people to be able to suppress more than 50 divine emperors. Han Yen clenched his fists tightly and each of his strikes was ruthless. Many of them were knocked down. His devil chi rose and the devil shadow appeared once again, resonating with the heavens and earth above the ancient ruins. Who said that women are inferior to men? I've really underestimated them. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and said while touching his nose. Chapter 3652. Let's consider it a draw. Even though I'm sure you're no match for me. Long Shan said calmly. Bullshit, you think I'm no match for you? Damn monkey. De Huang said disdainfully. He angrily went to look for Jiang Chen. At that instant the people of the Flying Ant clan and the Bamboo clan were utterly dumbfounded. Their chiefs were dead and their army was utterly defeated. They were all killed by Han Yan's demonic shadow. The ancient city remnant fell silent once again. Pitch-black clouds loomed above the ancient city, causing them to feel a great pressure. These people deserve to die, yet they dare to call themselves experts? Pui, I think it's better to not use the name Deathly Extremity in the future. De Huang said disdainfully. Wait, why did all of them turn into demonic chi? Jiang Chen wore a stern expression as he looked at Han Yen. Han Yen shook his head too. I feel that there's danger in this ancient city, said Han Yen. The pressure in his heart grew heavier and heavier. Compared to when he had first entered the spirit formation space, the pressure was even more frightening. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go, said Jiang Chen. He took the lead and headed deeper into the ancient city remnant. However, to their surprise, the people of the four great clans had all turned into demonic chi that flew into the sky and were shrouded by the black clouds. Beneath the ground, the rubble of the walls began to break apart. Streams of demonic chi turned into tornadoes that soared into the sky like bamboo shoots after the rain. Demonic chi tornadoes surged out of the ground, turning the sky into a demonic chi tornadoes. This ancient city remnant is indeed strange, Jiang Chen murmured. However, it was already too late for them to escape. The 13 demonic chi tornadoes had completely surrounded them. There's a familiar aura, murmured Han Yan. Apart from Jiang Chen and the others, he was the only one who was extremely excited about the terrifying demonic shadows. Long Xian wore a stern expression as he stared at the demonic shadows in silence. He held the exceptional godly staff in his hand and prepared himself for battle. What a fucking bluff. De Huang mumbled. At this moment he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. The demonic aura above the ancient ruins was devoured by the tornado, turning into 13 demonic figures floating in the air. Could they be from the undead Nether tribe? Jiang Chen asked the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice was solemn. If my guess is correct, they should be the ghost domain's 13 demons. They are the top experts of the undead tribe, second only to that person. Protecting the undead tribe is their lifelong wish. Ghost realm 13 demons? The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up coldly as his eyes lit up. This ancient city was getting more and more interesting. I can't. We can only run, Big Yellow said in a hoarse voice. This time he finally felt a sense of danger. These 13 peerless devil shadows seemed to have reached the half-step sovereign realm. Even Jiang Chen showed a solemn expression that he had never seen before. The pressure brought by these 13 devil shadows was just too great. The gigantic demonic figure in the sky had caused everyone's heart to sink to the bottom. They had just ended the lives of the 4 great clans, and their lives had also been greatly threatened. Do you really think you can run away? Long Xian said sternly. The 13 demonic shadows seemed to have shrouded them and sealed their path of retreat. At this moment it would be difficult for them to run away. You guys leave. I'll hold them off, said Han Yan. Han Yan said in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably solemn. That was because everyone knew that they couldn't win this battle. If they were to force it, they might not be able to bear the price. No, I can't let you stay here alone. Who do you think we are? Han Yan, although you're loyal, I'm not a coward. Big Yellow rejected Han Yan right away, and it was determined to stay behind with him. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yan and nodded his head silently. He absolutely couldn't leave Han Yan alone to fight against the 13 demonic shadows. To Han Yan, that would be the end of death. Han Yan was extremely solemn as he looked at the 13 demonic shadows that had yet to take form. If you guys don't leave now, it'll be too late. I have a demon god in my body. At this moment I can fully unleash it. Let's see who's stronger, him or the 13 demonic shadows. This is what I've been worrying about. When the 13 demonic shadows and the demon god in my body are both injured, it'll be the time for me to reap the benefits. Don't worry, I don't want to die so early. Trust me, little Chenzi. Han Yan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and nodded his head silently. Jiang Chen pondered again and again. However, he couldn't refuse Han Yan's resolute gaze. As for whether he could defeat the 13 demonic shadows, it would depend on how terrifying the demon god in his body was. Alright. Take care of yourself, Ayan. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. De Huang and Long Xian didn't want to leave either. They wanted to fight side by side with him. However, this was a critical moment. They had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Otherwise, they would be completely annihilated. The demon god in Han Yan's body might be their only way to turn the situation around. If Jiang Chen and the others continued to stay, they would only be a burden to Han Yan. The strength of the 13 demonic shadows had already reached the half-step martial emperor realm. Furthermore, they could still continue to grow stronger. This was something that no one could imagine. Jiang Chen led everyone to escape from the encirclement, leaving Han Yan alone. At that moment, Jiang Chen waved his hand, feeling uneasy. However, for the sake of the overall situation, he had to do so. They had no idea how dangerous it was in the ancient battlefield and how many unknown existences there were. All they could do was to stay vigilant at all times. Jiang Chen asked Ling Yun to bring everyone to leave first. As for Jiang Chen and the other two, they guarded the periphery and observed silently. If there was any movement or if Han Yan's life was in danger, they would definitely not stand by and watch. Han Yan's countenance turned solemn. The monstrous devilish qi in the surroundings gradually condensed. The 13 devilish shadows had already completed their transformation. 1,300 zhang tall devilish shadows appeared in front of Han Yen, causing him to feel suffocated. At this moment he knew that he had to undo the seal in his body, to let the devil god have a taste of these devilish shadows, to see which of them was stronger. However, Jiang Qin didn't expect that the demonic shadows blocked everything. He didn't know Han Yan's situation at all. Even his Emperor Realm's spirit couldn't see through the demonic shadows to check Han Yan's situation. At this moment, everyone was on tenterhooks. It was a matter of life and death. Chapter 3653. The demonic shadows continued to revolve and rise into the sky. The 13 demonic shadows turned into 13 gigantic demonic giants. Jiang Qin, De Huang and Long Shisan silently watched this scene. They were unable to detect what was happening within the 13 demonic shadows. However, their hearts were tightly clenched together. Will Han Yen be all right? De Huang curled his lips and said. Shut your crow's mouth. He also cultivates demonic aura. These 13 demonic shadows shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Shisan said in a low voice. Before his voice faded, the 13 demonic figures turned into a towering demonic pillar that pierced through the 9 heavens. What's going on? Jiang Qin knitted his brows tightly. The demonic pillar was dazzling and shrouded in black fog. After 10 breaths, the demonic pillar finally dissipated. There was nothing left in front of them. However, Han Yen had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin's heart sank to the bottom. Ah Yen! Jiang Qin roared in anger. However, the scene in front of him had already turned into ruins. The terrifying aura was still lingering in the surroundings. The scene in front of them had already changed drastically. In broad daylight, Han Yen had disappeared without a trace. The 13 demonic shadows had also disappeared together with him. What exactly was going on? Jiang Qin had no idea. His face was pale and his heart was filled with anger and guilt. He couldn't absolve himself from the blame for this matter. Han Yen had put himself in danger in order to save them. The demonic god in Ah Yan's body couldn't compete with the 13 demonic shadows? In just 10 breaths, everything in front of them had disappeared. Jiang Qin and the others didn't even have time to react. What exactly was going on? Isn't this too strong? Is the undead race really so terrifying? De Huang murmured in a low voice. However, he didn't say anything else. After all, Han Yan's disappearance was directly related to them. De Huang and Long Shisan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The bitterness at the corner of their mouths was unparalleled. While Jiang Qin was silently grieving, there was another huge change in the sky. 13 black figures appeared in the sky, holding divine weapons in their hands. Demonic aura rose from their bodies. The 13 black figures were ferocious and their auras fluctuated. All of them were in the half-martial emperor realm. Their strength was so terrifying that Jiang Qin and the others couldn't even catch up to them. Malevolent fangs, bloodthirsty eyes, and hideous physiques were all displayed vividly on these people. Their appearances were extremely terrifying. If an inexperienced child were to see them, they would definitely be frightened to the point of crying. Each and every one of them carried a sense of vengeance. This vengeance allowed their wills to remain unaffected. Even after millions and millions of years had passed, they still existed. Although their strength had suffered some damage, they weren't truly extinct. The demonic aura dispersed once again. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the 13 demonic shadows in front of him. As for Han Yen, he had already disappeared without a trace. Who are you guys? Where is Ah Yen? Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he wasn't a match for them, but he couldn't retreat anymore. He couldn't allow Han Yen to die like this. The underworld river ancient city doesn't allow outsiders to act rashly. Those who trespass will be killed without mercy. The leading man with 2 horns said coldly. His cold eyes and body gave off an oppressive feeling. Jiang Chen could feel that their soul strength wasn't any weaker than his. These guys were too terrifying. 13 half-step Emperor Realm experts. Even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms, we still won't be able to defeat them. De Huang sighed. He was extremely nervous. These guys made him feel that he had nothing to live for. Their strength was completely different. They only have their wills and souls, they don't have their bodies anymore. They're not as terrifying as you think. They're definitely not a match for a true half-step Emperor Realm expert. The 13 demons of the Ghost Realm are the strongest guards of the underworld river ancient city. They were able to survive until now and pledge their lives to protect the extinct underworld river ancient city. Although it's only 10 breaths of time, their strength isn't as strong as before. It's as if they had experienced a great battle. If it was before, you wouldn't be a match for them. But now they're probably not as strong as they used to be. The ancestral dragon emperor's words made Zhou Xian confident again. These guys weren't as terrifying as he had imagined. Ah Yen. I'll definitely avenge you. I definitely will. Zhou Xian clenched his fists. His face was gloomy and his veins were bulging. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it in all directions. Kill them. Zhou Xian went straight into the camp of the 13 demons. Xian and De Huang were slightly shocked. They thought that Zhou Xian had gone mad. They didn't expect him to really fight against the 13 demons. What are you waiting for? De Huang said. He and Xian quickly joined the battle. Although they knew that they couldn't win, they were brothers. Even if they were to die, they would die together. These guys' strength should be less than 10%. They're not as terrifying as we thought. Zhou Xian said to Xian and De Huang. The two of them were relieved and their worries were gone. The real battle of life and death was about to begin. The 13 devils let out a long howl. They didn't want to be outdone. As the guardians of the ancient river Styx, they would never let Zhou Xian step into the ancient river Styx. Since Zhou Xian had stepped into the ancient river Styx, there was only one ending for him. Death. Han Yan's death had infuriated Zhou Xian and the others. Facing these 13 devils, they only had one thought in their mind, and that was to kill all of them. Let them fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Zhou Xian fought against 5 demons. After using the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength had improved tremendously. He was now comparable to a late divine emperor. Zhou Xian was fearless and murderous as he faced the demons that were no longer at the half-step sovereign realm. Terrifying waves of qi kept rising. The 21st sword slashed down. The demons swore to defend the ancient river Styx and fought against Zhou Xian. On the other side, Xian and De Huang were not to be outdone. The two of them fought against the 8 demons. Their murderous aura was surging. Their battle against the 13 demons was getting more and more intense. If I knew that you bastards are no longer at the half-step sovereign realm, I wouldn't be afraid of you. So it's just a bluff. De Huang gritted his teeth and said. Golden light and spear light shot out with irresistible force. Chapter 3654. As the last defenders of the ancient city, they were immortal and the last symbol of the undead race. However, in the end, everyone from the undead race had died except for them. No one had expected that the Netherworld River ancient city, which had once been glorious in ancient times, would disappear just like that. The only people left were the 13 demons of the ghost domain, who had guarded the final glory. The heavenly dragon's sword roared and the 21st sword was unstoppable. In the face of the 13 devils of the ghost region, the 3 of them used all their means, but it seemed that it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Although the swords in their hands continued to slash and disperse the devil qi, it condensed again. It was truly immortal. Damn it! Zhou Xian was furious and his face was extremely ugly. The 13 devils of the ghost realm were quite difficult to deal with. Although they were not as terrifying as the half-step emperor realm, it was an indisputable fact that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Zhou Xian and the 13 devils of the ghost realm could be said to be evenly matched. After fighting for a long time, they could not complete the final redemption. With the anger of Han Yan's death, Zhou Xian used all his killing moves. Holding the devil-suppressing monument in his hand, Zhou Xian began to crazily crush them. As soon as the devil-suppressing monument appeared, the 13 devils of the ghost domain were all stunned and retreated. However, the devil-suppressing monument obviously couldn't make them surrender. Zhou Xian's strength was still too weak. Although the devil-suppressing monument was powerful, it couldn't suppress all of them to death. The 13 devils of the ghost realm retreated and finally disappeared without a trace. In an instant, they turned into a mass of demon qi and disappeared from the ancient city ruins. Zhou Xian and the others' facial expression became ugly. After the 13 devils of the ghost domain retreated, their situation became more and more worrying. Whether Han Yan was dead or not was a very painful thing for Zhou Xian. He shouldn't have left Han Yan here alone, causing him to disappear in the midst of the battle with the 13 devils of the ghost domain and disappear without a trace. These guys come and go like ghosts. Where did they go? Big Yellow was extremely curious and it was burning with rage. It initially wanted to avenge Han Yen by killing all of them, but in the end the situation turned out to be like this, where even its enemy had disappeared without a trace. What should we do now? Long Xian also furrowed his brows. He wanted to find his father, but he had come to such a ghastly place. The Netherworld River Ancient City was the main camp of the undead Nether race. There was an endless army of skeletons and the 13 demons of the ghost domain that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Kid, you're improving at a godly speed. It's only been a few years, but you've already reached such a level. You're not simple. A strange laughter sounded in the void. Jiang Qin and the other two looked on coldly, but found that there was no one around. How many years has it been? We meet again. A cold-faced young man suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. What's wrong? Jiang Qin, don't you remember me? If it wasn't for your heavenly dragon sword, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape from the alchemist's spiritual spring. The cold-faced young man was dressed in green. His eyes were cold and his bloodthirsty smile made Jiang Qin frown as he stared at him. You're a redbone horse ape? Jiang Chen's heart sank. How did this guy's strength become so terrifying? It completely enveloped the three of them. This terrifying pressure was comparable to that of the Fae they had met in the Mountain and Sea sect. Although Jiang Qin couldn't determine who was stronger or weaker, the moment this guy appeared, Jiang Qin knew that they were in a dangerous situation. Half-step Emperor realm. He was a genuine quasi-martial emperor. He was not someone that the ghost domain's 13 devils, who only had their souls and wills left, could compare to. Jiang Qin had never imagined that the redbone horse ape would be able to escape and improve his strength so terrifyingly. It was likely that his strength was only suppressed back then. His strength in the past was definitely not as low as it was now. The appearance of the redbone horse ape made Long Xian feel extremely pressured. This guy belonged to the same race as him. One was a redbone horse ape, while the other was a battle saint ape. When they looked at each other, the redbone horse ape's eyes shone even more brilliantly. Jiang Qin had experienced the terror of the redbone horse ape. Now that this guy had made a comeback and appeared in the underworld river ancient city of the undead nether race, it was likely that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. Why are you here? Jiang Qin looked at the redbone horse ape coldly. Of course there's something good. Otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Don't you know that we, the 4 chaotic world monkeys, have a great sense of smell, and that's how we find treasures? No matter what treasure it is, it can't escape from the palm of my hand. Especially him. The redbone horse ape pointed at Long Xian and smiled. After turning into a cold-faced young man, Jiang Qin felt that this redbone horse ape didn't suit him at all. Long Xian looked at the redbone horse ape with disdain. The battle intent of both sides was incomparably strong. The spiritual stone monkey is also one of the 4 chaotic world monkeys. You have jumped out of the 3 realms and are not part of the 5 elements. I was originally a king, but unfortunately you let me out. Being able to meet you guys is also my good fortune. As long as I devour the spiritual stone monkey, I will definitely soar to the 9 heavens. At that time even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to do anything to me. I will be able to soar freely in the vast ocean and soar freely in the sky. That feeling will definitely be wonderful. The 4 chaotic world monkeys shouldn't be in the same era. This is the true fortune. Just by devouring you, my talent and strength will rise to the peak. The redbone horse ape looked at Long Xian with excitement. Even Long Xian was shocked. His battle saint ape bloodline was very terrifying, but in the eyes of this redbone horse ape he was actually one of the 4 chaotic world monkeys, the spiritual stone monkey. No wonder he was born from a rock. Long Xian glanced at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also very shocked. However, since the redbone horse ape said it, it definitely wouldn't be wrong. He didn't expect Long Xian to be like the redbone horse ape, one of the 4 chaotic world monkeys that had jumped out of the 3 realms and were not part of the 5 elements. That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. In other words, if I devour you, will I also soar to the top? Long Xian's expression was cold. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the redbone horse ape. Little guy, your courage is commendable. However, none of you will be able to escape from my hands. The redbone horse ape laughed wildly. A half-step emperor expert indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Even Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Today can be said to be a double blessing. I didn't think that you would actually be one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. The spiritual stone monkey. It really is quite surprising. However, if we kill him and you devour this damnable red-bone horse-ape, perhaps your strength will be incomparable to before. Chapter 3655. You're right, damned monkey. Even I'm a little envious of you. De Huang said seriously. The 4 chaotic world monkeys were existences that existed in his memories. They were existences that were beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. They were terrifying beasts that even the giant beast of the mountains and seas, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were ranked behind them. You want to devour me? Ah, what a fool's dream. Brat, at the moment when you turn into ashes, perhaps you will understand that this world is just this cruel. Lung Leng, the red-bone horse-ape, said. He took a step forward and the aura of a half-step emperor instantly locked onto the 3 of them. Jiang Qin and the others had a solemn expression on their faces. They knew that this battle was going to be a life-and-death battle. The Ghost 13 devils didn't manage to fight to the end, so they wouldn't dare to take this red-bone horse-ape lightly. Long Xian was also extremely excited. Just like what the red-bone horse-ape had said, if they devoured each other, their strength would soar. The 4 chaotic world monkeys were monstrous existences. If they fused together, even the red-bone horse-ape wouldn't be able to estimate how powerful they would be after devouring each other. You won't know who will have the last laugh until the very last moment. Jiang Qin and Lung Ling smiled. At this moment, the 3 brothers were finally going to set sail again. However, they didn't dare to be careless at this moment. They could only find Long Xian's father as soon as possible. After all, his memories stopped at this place. After finding him, Jiang Qin naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. However, this red-bone horse-ape had caught Jiang Qin by surprise. However, now that the 3 of them were here, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of the red-bone horse-ape at all. So what if it was a half-step emperor? They wouldn't give up even if they died. Moreover, Long Xian was very interested in the red-bone horse-ape. He was even a little excited. The red-bone horse-ape and Long Xian both wanted to devour each other. If that happened, Long Xian's strength would instantly soar and surpass Jiang Qin and De Huang. As the eldest brother, Jiang Qin was duty-bound. The red-bone horse-ape must die. Reckless fool. To me, both of you are delicacies. A myriad chi body and a spiritual stone monkey. If I can devour both of you, it will only be a matter of time before I regain my emperor realm's strength. The red-bone horse-ape's eyes were blazing as he looked at the 3 of them. You're useless, but you can be an appetizer. Ah. When the red-bone horse-ape looked at De Huang, it clearly lacked interest. This made De Huang extremely dissatisfied. It seemed like he couldn't compare to Jiang Qin and Long Xian. How could this be? Damned stinky monkey. He's even more repulsive than Long Xian. Kill him, I want to eat his brain. De Huang shouted angrily and said while gritting his teeth. You overestimate yourselves. Go to hell. The red-bone horse-ape waved his hand and a great battle was about to begin. Be careful, this guy's strength is terrifying. Jiang Qin said in a low voice, reminding De Huang and Long Xian. Jiang Qin was already afraid of the red-bone horse-ape. This time he also felt a lot of pressure. Half-step emperor realm was still a bit strenuous for them. However, for Long Xian, Jiang Qin had to risk it. The red-bone horse-ape was an invincible nourishment for Long Xian. Long Xian and De Huang didn't dare to be negligent. The 3 of them joined forces and fought against the red-bone horse-ape. The red-bone horse-ape roared furiously. Its body changed and became 1,000 zhang tall. It stood on top of the ancient ruins and was as tall as the 3 tall mountains. Don't hold back. Kill it first. Jiang Qin said. The red-bone horse-ape was one of the chaotic world monkeys. It was outside of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. It was easier said than done to kill it. Jiang Qin also changed his body and became 1,000 zhang tall. He fought against the red-bone horse-ape with his back to the wall. Now there were only 2 options for them. One was to kill the red-bone horse-ape and the other was to be killed. Escaping was not Jiang Qin's character. Even if they wanted to escape, the red-bone horse-ape would never let them go. Back in the West Pole Divine region, the red-bone horse-ape had been eyeing Jiang Qin, wanting to devour him and obtain the myriad chi. But in the end, after the illusion of the Great Lightning Toon Temple in the West Pole Divine region was destroyed, the red-bone horse-ape and the Great Lightning Toon Temple had vanished. The redbone horseape thought that Xianxia was already dead. Seeing Xianxia again today, the redbone horseape was very excited. Moreover, Xian, the spiritual stone monkey, was here. It was a match made in heaven. To the redbone horseape, today was the best day to celebrate after he jumped out of the alchemist's spring. Both of them had been devoured and the Emperor realm was just in front of him. After using the dragon transformation art and ancient soaring dragon technique, Xianxia's strength reached the heavens. His punches were unleashed one after another. Facing the redbone horseape's huge body, Xianxia did not show any weakness. The redbone horseape's aura surged, displaying the might of a half-step Emperor realm expert. His fist collided with Xianxia's, shaking the entire ancient ruins. Countless city walls collapsed and countless pieces of rubble were crushed into powder. Wielding the divine spear, Big Yellow stood at the peak of the 9 heavens. The spear light pierced through the redbone horseape's body. Deep gashes appeared on its body, but the redbone horseape's body seemed to be made of metal and didn't feel any pain. Xian held the peerless divine staff in his hand and the battle saint technique was ruthless. The three of them fought the redbone horseape with their golden eyes, fiery eyes. The redbone horseape didn't dare to be careless. After all, the three of them were somewhat troublesome to deal with, especially Xianxia. He was able to escape from the illusory realm of the Great Lightning Tune Monastery of the West Pole Divine Region. This proved that he wasn't simple. The scene in the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave was still fresh in the redbone horseape's memory. Xianxia carried everyone with his strength and his aura wasn't any weaker than today. The spear light and staff shadows kept falling. The redbone horseape furrowed his brows. Although the strength of his body was undeniable, he could only avoid the two's attacks. Xianxia formed a seal with his hand and the heavenly howling seal burst out. It instantly engulfed the sky. The redbone horseape's eyes were finally filled with astonishment. He clearly knew how terrifying the heavenly howling seal was. No one knew more about Dao accumulation than him. Although he didn't have much Dao accumulation in the past, the redbone horseape was well aware of how terrifying a Dao accumulation expert was. Xianxia hadn't reached the Emperor realm yet, but he was able to use the Dao accumulation cultivation technique. The redbone horseape's expression turned grave. This battle didn't seem to be 100% certain. Chapter 3656. The firmament seal in Xianxia's hand was unstoppable. It was extremely terrifying. The energy of Dao essence was like a tsunami, surging violently. Big Yellow and Dragon Xian were shocked. Xianxia's energy of Dao essence was so powerful that even the redbone horseape didn't dare to face it head-on. It was worth retreating. Brat, I didn't expect you to be able to control the Dao energy to such a terrifying degree. I've really underestimated you. The redbone horseape's expression was solemn and his heart was solemn. The strength of Dao essence wasn't something that ordinary people could sense. Even the redbone horseape himself didn't have the ability to unleash the Dao essence. How could this puny Xianxia have such a technique? Celestial eye light. The redbone horseape's eyes flickered and a divine light was emitted. It opened its celestial eye and a divine light appeared. It was like the shadow of a sword tearing through the sky. Firmament seal. The second seal was unleashed. Xianxia didn't retreat but advanced instead. He completely unleashed the Dao energy. The redbone horseape's expression was solemn as if it was facing a great enemy. It was seriously injured by the firmament seal in Xianxia's hand. Its 1,000 body smashed through countless city walls as it retreated. The wind blew and the clouds churned. Xian and De Huang took advantage of the situation to pursue the redbone horseape. They didn't give the redbone horseape any chance to retaliate. The battle saint technique attacked layer after layer, causing the redbone horseape to be exhausted. Golden fiery eyes. Xian used the golden fiery eyes and interweaved with the redbone horseape's celestial eye light. 2 dazzling lights instantly erupted. Xian took 2 steps back with a solemn expression. However, the redbone horseape didn't gain the upper hand. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was far inferior to the redbone horseape's, he wouldn't have been defeated by this attack. With the golden spear in hand, De Huang was matchless. Together with Xian, he became 2 great battle maniacs. They fought silently against the redbone horseape as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Their battle intent soared to the clouds. Xianxia's open heaven seal completely defeated the redbone horseape, causing it to lose its initial dominant position. Facing the three brothers' frenzied attacks, the Redbone Horseape was powerless. A half-step sovereign realm expert was not weak, but the Redbone Horseape knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's heaven-devouring seal was. A puny divine emperor should be easy to defeat in his eyes. However, who would have thought that the power of Dao in Jiang Chen's hand could already be transformed into a supreme divine art? The Redbone Horseape was in disbelief. The power of Dao was terrifying and long-lasting. The power of the heaven-devouring seal was also astonishing. Now that the power of Dao in Jiang Chen's body had increased by several folds, the heaven-devouring seal was also much easier to use. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that the power of the heaven-devouring seal was a lot stronger than before. It should be closely related to the growth of the power of Dao in his body. A half-step sovereign realm expert was only Esu. The three of them brought with them a heaven-shaking force as they pressed down. The Redbone Horseape's heavy punches were capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. His physical body was tough and indestructible. Therefore, although he was worried about the attacks of the three, he did not retreat. After all, this was only the beginning. The Redbone Horseape roared like thunder, drawing the wind and rain. He streaked across the void, causing the void above the ancient city ruins to be filled with demonic aura. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. A half-step sovereign realm expert was truly terrifying. The Redbone Horseape was also incomparably furious. He waved his fists to meet the attack. His 1,000-feet body shook the heaven and earth with every step. Zhou Xian and De Huang were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. 21 swords attracted a rain of swords from all directions, wreaking havoc in the vast sky. Countless swords rained down on the body of the Redbone Horseape. At that moment, the Redbone Horseape's face was grim. He didn't dare to be careless. The power of the three of them made it difficult for him to move an inch. However, the Redbone Horseape wasn't easy to deal with. The terror of a half-step sovereign realm expert pressured Jiang Chen and the other two greatly. In a short period of time, the battle once again fell into a stalemate. Fists collided with metal. The four of them began a hardy battle. The Redbone Horseape was indeed worthy of being one of the four primordial chaotic world monkeys. His terrifying defense and battle strength were something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. The three of them had exhausted all their means to fight the Redbone Horseape to a draw. Jiang Chen once again took out the sky-expelling seal. At that moment, the Redbone Horseape had already sensed it and quickly retreated. Jiang Chen didn't plan to give it any chance. The sky-expelling seal and the 21 swords rapidly closed in. An invisible handprint that covered the sky calmly descended. Damn it! Dao accumulation energy, it's the Dao accumulation energy again. The Redbone Horseape's face was hideous. Facing the continuous Dao accumulation energy, he was in great pain. This guy didn't even have the strength of an emperor. How could the Dao accumulation energy in his body be so abundant? However, before the Redbone Horseape could recover from his shock, the terrifying handprint had already descended from the sky, greatly reducing his strength. Bastard! The Redbone Horseape cursed and fled in a sorry state. He turned around and rolled away, crushing a large portion of the ancient ruins. The Redbone Horseape felt that both his body and soul had suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other two pursued the Redbone Horseape. This time, the Redbone Horseape was heavily injured by Jiang Chen's sky-expelling seal. He had already lost the initiative and was completely suppressed by the three. The spear was like a dragon, followed by the shadow of the cudgel. Whether it was Big Yellow or Zhou Xian, both of them had caused great damage to the Redbone Horseape. Even though the Redbone Horseape had a body that could cover the sun and sky, it still had its weakness. Furthermore, supporting such a huge body was extremely taxing on the Redbone Horseape. Limitless Sword, 21 swords. Jiang Chen gained the upper hand by showing off his strength. His sword slashed through the Redbone Horseape's throat, causing its expression to change. A sword mark appeared on its chest and neck, forcing the Redbone Horseape to retreat in an awkward manner. It instantly lost its ability to fight. The three of them charged towards the Redbone Horseape and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Redbone Horseape couldn't defend himself at all. "I'll beat you to death." De Huang's expression was solemn. He was drenched in sweat. The divine origin qi in his body was nearly exhausted. The battle with the red-bone horse ape made him realize how difficult it was for the three of them to fight against a half-step Emperor realm expert. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's Dao accumulation was extremely terrifying, which allowed him to suppress the red-bone horse ape. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the red-bone horse ape. Let's see if you can survive this. Long Xian gnashed his teeth. You still want to devour me? I'll devour you until not even your bones are left. The three of them wore solemn expressions. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the red-bone horse ape was finally unable to withstand the combined attacks of the three of them. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding air froze. The three of them looked at each other and let out a long sigh of relief. The red-bone horse ape was finally dead. The red-bone horse ape had reverted to the size of a human and was on the verge of death. However, for safety's sake, Jiang Chen still suppressed him under the Zulong Tower. You will die a horrible death. Let me go. You bastards! The red-bone horse ape will not accept this. Chapter 3657. Jiang Chen threw the red-bone horse ape to Long Xian after sealing it. Long Xian's eyes flickered with excitement. To him, this was a great fortune, more terrifying than the 10 complete nourishing pills. Find a chance to devour this guy, now is not the time yet. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he looked at Long Xian. Leave him here and you can leave. A cold female voice appeared behind Jiang Chen and the others, causing their expressions to freeze, as if they were facing a great enemy. Who? Big Yellow suddenly turned around and saw a woman in snow-white clothes standing behind the three of them. She had an indifferent expression on her face and her eyes were ice cold. However, she was like a divine weapon that caused people to feel fear at first sight. Another half-step Emperor realm expert. Long Xian said in a deep voice, his face was solemn. He thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect such an outcome, as if they were being targeted again. The woman in snow-white clothes looked fresh and refined, her beauty was indescribable. The sword in her hand was as cold as her face, causing people to shiver. Long Xian and De Huang wore solemn expressions, not daring to show the slightest negligence. They had just experienced a great battle, and now that they had to face this half-step martial Emperor realm woman again, it was going to be a huge pressure for them. They might even lose here. Looks like this goddamn place is really not a place for humans. De Huang said with lingering fear in his heart. The white-robed woman in front of him was too strong, giving off the feeling that she was a killing machine. She was so beautiful that it made people sigh, so beautiful that no one dared to look at her. Her icy eyes were filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was gradually focused on the figure of that woman. Her appearance caused Jiang Chen to feel a sense of danger. That was because the person he was looking at was incomparably familiar. However, the gaze she used to look at him was filled with coldness and bloodlust. Her gaze was no longer clear. Her aura had become like an unsheathed sharp sword. It was impossible to retract it. Once a sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be stained with blood. I never thought that we would meet again here. However, you are no longer you. Jiang Chen spoke in a low voice. His expression was indifferent, but he felt slightly sad in his heart. He didn't expect that when they met again, everything would be the same, but the people would be different. Long Xian and De Huang wore a solemn expression as they stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This half-step great emperor female is so powerful, how did you know her? Little Chenzi, you really are merciful. Who was this woman? Could it be my sister-in-law again? De Huang said with a smile. The previous crisis seemed to have been swept away. Everyone is so familiar with each other. I thought it was some terrifying enemy. De Huang heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Why was little Chenzi so popular? So many beautiful women are rushing forward for him, but why isn't anyone interested in this handsome side of Lord Dog? I don't know you. The snow-robed woman said coldly. She seemed to be filled with hostility towards Jiang Chen and the other two. Long Xian frowned. De Huang's body trembled. What the fuck? Could it be that little Chenzi didn't care about her after he slept with her, and she came here to seek revenge? Little Chen, what have you done to make me angry? Did you impregnate me and now you're trying to run away? That woman said she doesn't know you. De Huang looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fuck you, you stupid dog. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss, you have to take revenge. We don't know him. We just met by chance. De Huang said to the snow-robed woman with a smile. He directly sold out Jiang Qin. Long Shisan frowned and looked at Jiang Qin. I don't know you either, right? Jiang Qin frowned and was speechless. However, the snow-robed woman didn't move at all. He just stared at the three of them. She's not the same as before. I can't feel her aura. She's just a bag of skin. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. She must be under someone's control. Jiang Qin stared at her meticulously. This snow-robed woman was Yuki Chihian, who was kidnapped by Yenluo Inifa in the West Pole Divine Land. De Huang and Long Shisan looked at each other. They knew that Jiang Qin wasn't joking. There was only murderous intent in this woman's eyes. It seemed that she really didn't know Jiang Qin. It seems that I've missed you, little Qinzi. She really doesn't know you. But whether you impregnated her or not, I'm not sure. De Huang said with a serious face. Jiang Qin wanted to slap him. No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak. Jiang Qin frowned. The Yuki Chihian in front of him was no longer the Yuki Chihian from before. Moreover, her strength was too terrifying. Half-step Emperor realm. Even Jiang Qin couldn't catch up to her. This kind of strength was enough to sweep through the central region Divine Land. How strong was Yenluo Inifa? As the eldest disciple of the Buddhism sect, Yenluo Inifa was probably an expert at the same level as the 8 divisional stupa. Jiang Qin didn't dare to take her lightly. Now that Yuki Chihian's strength had reached such a terrifying level, it was most likely related to Yenluo Inifa. Where is Yenluo Inifa? Is he here? Jiang Qin looked at Yuki Chihian and said in a low voice. Master doesn't need to do anything to kill you. I alone am enough. Yuki Chihian looked at Jiang Qin and the others and said coldly. Long Shisan and De Huang both sighed. It was said that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. They didn't expect that the meeting of old lovers would be even more terrifying. They were afraid that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to leave this place unscathed. Jiang Qin knew that it was impossible to escape now. He could only brace himself and fight. If he lost to Yuki Chihian and died in his hands, he didn't know how Ling Yun, Ying Er and the others would look at him. We swear to defend you with our lives and advance and retreat together. At this moment, Ling Yun, Long Ying Er, Yu Er, Lan Lingji and Bai Yun appeared behind Jiang Qin and the others. No matter what, they had to contribute their strength. They couldn't let their man bear everything, especially at this moment of life and death. In the hearts of you men, we are all weak and need to be protected. However, in the hearts of us women, since we have already decided on you, then no matter how much suffering we have to endure, as long as we can be together with you, what difference is there between life and death? Ling Yun said insistently, looking at Jiang Qin affectionately. The other women also did the same. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan looked at each other and smiled, feeling incomparably gratified. Bai Yun and Lan Lingji threw themselves into Long Shisan's arms. Ling Yun and Long Ying Er also hugged Jiang Qin tightly. The future may be even more difficult than now. We don't even know if we can get out of here alive. Yu Er, don't you want to hug Big Brother? Jiang Qin looked at Yu Er, who seemed to be in a dilemma, and said in a low voice. At this moment, Ling Yun and Long Ying Er also looked at Yu Er encouragingly. Yu Er burst into tears and ran into Jiang Qin's arms. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Don't leave me so easily in the future. Jiang Qin's words made Yu Er's body tremble. She nodded her head heavily and tears flowed down her cheeks. Pour me a single dog. Damn it, should I find a few more girls other than Goddess Luo? Chapter 3658. Lovers with bitter fates, I shall fulfill your wish. Therefore all of you must die. Yuki Chihian said coldly. At this moment, the sword in her hand became incomparably sharp, pointing straight at Jiang Qin and the others. Then let's fight. Since we are strangers now, who cares about time? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with sorrow. At this moment, if he did not act, then all of them would be killed by Yuki Chihian. The current Yuki Chihian's shadow was still there, but her heart was no longer there. Her soul had also become someone else's puppet. In such a short period of time, Yuki Chihian's talent and Nanluo Inifa's strength had made Jiang Qin feel a trace of fear. Even though Jiang Qin and the other two's strength had been greatly reduced, they had no other choice. In addition to Ling Yun, Long Ying Er and the others, Jiang Qin could only give it his all in this battle. After all, those were half-step sovereigns. Yuki Chihian did not say anything. To her, Jiang Qin and the others were strangers. Her master's order was to kill without mercy. Yuki Chihian's strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. It felt like a lifetime had passed since they met again. However, at this moment there was no turning back. Yuki Chihian's sword slashed horizontally. Thousands of miles of ice and frost were formed. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified. Cold air pervaded the air. White frost fell from the sky like layers of sword shadows, making it hard for Jiang Qin and the others to defend. 1 against 8, Yuki Chihian's aura did not diminish. She rushed forward, not giving Jiang Qin and the others a chance to turn the situation around. The limitless sword clashed with Yuki Chihian. Jiang Qin's figure was like a hook, vowing not to retreat. Ling Yun, Long Ying'er and the others followed closely behind. After all, their strength was not to be underestimated. Xue Qianying was no longer as calm as before after the 8 of them unleashed their full strength. However, her sword was filled with the frost chi of the 9 regions, causing Jiang Qin and the others to not dare to take it head-on. Jiang Qin and the others had lost more than half of their strength in the battle against the red-bone horse-ape. Fighting against Yuki Chihian now was like forcing a duck onto a perch. However, they did not have a choice. Xue Qianying was like a goddess that descended from the heavens, invincible and unstoppable. Jiang Qin took the lead and unleashed the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to unleash boundless sword chi. The limitless sword was getting more and more terrifying. However, it was still difficult for Xue Qianying, who was at the half-step emperor realm, to defend herself. Because the divine origin chi in Jiang Qin's body was not as powerful as before. Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he could not hold back anymore. Otherwise, his brother and woman's lives would be in danger. If he unleashed the fusion of 5 heavenly lightning at this moment, Xue Qianying would most probably not be able to withstand it. However, once he unleashed it, there would be no turning back anymore. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. 5 Lightning Edict. Jiang Qin held the 5 heavenly lightning edict in his hand. 5 heavenly lightnings poured down from the sky. At this moment, Xue Qianying's expression became solemn, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She did not dare to be careless. She could only avoid the attack of the 5 heavenly lightnings. The mightiness of the 5 heavenly lightnings was extraordinary. Although Jiang Qin did not fuse the 5 lightning bolts, the 5 lightning edict was extremely terrifying. It was one of the life-divine weapons of the Thunder God, a true ancient great weapon. The 5 lightning bolts wreaked havoc, instantly illuminating the entire ancient ruins. At that moment, even the 3 mountains in the ancient ruins seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Countless rocks fell from the top of the mountain as if it would collapse at any time. Snow shadow perplexing steps. Sword drawing style. Yuki Chihian brazenly faced it. She pulled out her sword and resisted the lightning bolts. The overlapping of the sword light and the lightning bolts made Yuki Chihian feel extremely strenuous. As De Huang and Long Shisan arrived one after another, Yuki Chihian also appeared a little sluggish. Her snow-white shadow was like a sword, crisscrossing, but in the end she was still defeated by Jiang Qin's 5 lightning edict. The 5 lightning edict was really too powerful, causing Yuki Chihian to retreat step by step, unable to contend against Jiang Qin. In the end, the 5 lightning bolts pierced through her body, slanting downwards. Yuki Chihian spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Finally, she was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. Yuki Chihian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but she still couldn't escape the pursuit of the 5 lightning edict. The lightning bolts rolled, descending to the mortal world. Yuki Chihian was completely forced to retreat by Jiang Qin's 5 lightning edict. Her face was pale, and she also faced the life and death pursuit of De Huang and Long Shisan. For a moment, she was surrounded by danger. However, Yuki Chihian was ultimately not an ordinary person. With a sweep of her sword, she directly forced everyone to retreat. Thousands of miles of frost fell endlessly. In an instant she turned around, the sword shadow slaughtered, and 3,000 miles of ice and snow filled the air. Let's end this. Jiang Qin brandished the 5 lightning edict, rushing over. Facing Jiang Qin's final attack, Yuki Chihian felt as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils constricted and she used her sword to block the attack. However, it was already like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. She was suppressed and knelt on the ground on one knee. The merciless lightning descended tyrannically, finally piercing through Yuki Chihian's body. This caused Yuki Chihian's expression to turn incomparably ugly. She staggered back, unable to stand firmly. Jiang Chen's gaze met. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. At that moment he was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Leave. Jiang Chen didn't have the courage to kill Yuki Xian. Even though he came with boundless killing intent, he still couldn't do it. Yuki Xian's eyes shone. She wanted to fight again, but she couldn't lift the sword in her hand. Let's just treat this as our grudge. Jiang Chen waved his sword and cut off the front of his robe. At that moment his heart was as calm as still water, as cold as ice, just like Yuki Xian. Yuki Xian silently looked at Jiang Chen. She frowned, but she didn't really understand. Ling Yun knew that Jiang Chen wasn't feeling well at this moment. It was impossible for him to kill this crazy woman Yuki Xian with his own hands. Now that he had cut off his relationship with her, it could also be considered as settling one of his worries. It ba. It's really touching. It's really interesting. Jiang Chen, we meet again. Behind Yuki Xian, an incomparably terrifying figure in black quietly appeared. Under the black robe, there was a trace of a sinister smile, causing Jiang Chen's expression to turn ugly. Na yen luo ayinifa. It's really... Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. This ancient ruins was quite strange. It was impossible for Yuki Xian to come here alone. Even if her strength had reached the half-step emperor realm, this Na yen luo ayinifa in front of her made her feel even more irresistible. That's right. It was the feeling that the Prajna Buddha gave him in the past. Jiang Chen didn't know how to deal with it. It was just like the mountain sea giant beast Fei. None of them were existences that he could fight now. That Na yen luo ayinifa stood there silently, like an immovable king, making people unable to resist. Today, could it be that I really have to disappear here? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This battle had already filled him with apprehension. That Na yen luo ayinifa's strength was beyond his imagination. Even so, he would never give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Long Shisan and De Huang were also speechless. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was too terrifying. No one had discovered his existence. Even at this moment they didn't know how strong this guy was. Originally, I came here to look for the firmament lost pearl. I didn't expect to meet you here. Wait till I dig out the myriad chi cauldron in your body and devour your myriad chi. Chapter 3659. This time it's a pleasant surprise. The myriad chi cauldron and the 4 chaotic monkeys. Haha, it seems that the heavens want to revitalize our Buddhist sect. Yen luo ayinifa said with a smile. His eyebrows were filled with confidence. Jiang Chen and the others were now his puppets. As long as he exerted a little bit of force, they would die without a burial place. None of them could escape from his palm. Buddhist sect? Do you think you're qualified to mention Buddhist sect? Jiang Chen sneered. This bastard was too shameless. In the illusory realm of the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the West Pole Divine Region, he was the one who betrayed the Buddha sect, but he still said that he did it for the sake of reviving the Buddha sect. The undercurrent of the West Pole Divine Region was surging, and the Buddha sect was already riddled with holes. Currently, the 10 great temples in the West Pole Divine Region considered themselves as the Orthodox Buddha sect, but none of them were qualified to inherit the Orthodox Buddha sect. Tyrant almost died in the hands of this bastard, and Jiang Chen hated him to the core. Unfortunately, Yen luo ayinifa's strength was too abnormal, and Jiang Chen had no idea how to defeat him. It was the same in the past and it was the same now. This is not up to you to decide. The rules of this world are decided by the strong. If I say so, then no one can refute me, because those who refute me are destined to die. Yen luo ayinifa said calmly. Jiang Chen's words were harmless to him. It was just the doubt of a weakling, and he had no sense of existence. Moreover, the Buddhist sect had completely collapsed. If he raised his arm and called for help, he would be the most authoritative and powerful leader, because he was the eldest disciple of Vairocana. This identity was something that no one could refuse, not even the people of the West Pole. What should we do now? We are no match for this guy at all. Even we couldn't muster any strength to resist. This fellow is too abnormal. De Huang curled his lips and said. He was never a person who would give up easily, but when this self-proclaimed disciple of the Buddhist sect, Nayan Luo Ayinifa, surrounded them, no one could move an inch and there was no chance to resist at all. Jiang Chen was also very distressed. Although Yuki Xian had been defeated by them, it could not make up for the fact that they were in a difficult situation. Xian had fallen, and there were countless people who were more powerful than Xian Nanluo. She was the ultimate devil king. We can only go all out. Even if we die, we have to fight him to the end. We have no other choice. Jiang Chen said in an extremely solemn tone. His tone was rather cautious, solemn, and even tragic because at this moment, even he did not have the slightest confidence. Jiang Chen knew that at this moment, it was likely to be the moment of life and death for all of them. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The best choice for all of you is to silently wait for death. Nanluo's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. Jiang Chen and the others no longer stood a chance in his hands. Kill! Jiang Chen roared. De Huang, Xian and the others did not retreat at all. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death and they could not hide behind Jiang Chen. If they were to live, they would live together. If they were to die, they would die together. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Nanluo's face was cold. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen, Xian, and the others were directly sent flying. Even Ling Yun and the others did not have the slightest chance. One palm to break all laws. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also powerless to reverse the situation. All of you go to hell. Nanluo narrowed his eyes, and a giant palm descended from the sky, tearing the void. Open heaven seal. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, using the power of Dao accumulation and the desolate qi to sweep the rivers, lakes and seas, causing the 9 provinces to tremble. One seal and one palm, one expanding and one relaxing. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and resisted the palm. Everyone had no strength to fight back except for Jiang Chen, who was making the last struggle. Not bad, your power of Dao accumulation is so solid. I have really underestimated you. Nanluo's expression changed and he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Jiang Chen actually resisted his attack with his supreme power of Dao accumulation, but it was a pity that Nanluo only used half of his strength. Again. The giant palm had already rolled over with a destructive power. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was very clear that he could not withstand this palm. Jiang Chen retreat. Ling Yun and the others' beautiful eyes flickered and tears welled up in their eyes, but Jiang Chen persisted. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, he would not give up. Facing the second palm, Jiang Chen knew that he was no match for it, but he had no way out. Boom! With a loud bang, Jiang Chen was almost submerged by the giant palm. Xian and De Huang's faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Tears of blood welled up in their eyes. Jiang Chen was doing this for everyone, but he had used all his strength and there was no room for him to fight back. Jiang Chen's body was constantly torn apart and his face was pale. He knew that he was the closest to death this time, because his hands could not withstand Nanluo's palm. All of you go to hell. You bunch of lowly humans will never know what true power is. Nanluo exerted a tremendous force in his palm, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. Jiang Chen's body had already sunk into the ground, but he was still standing there with great difficulty. Ling Yun and the others covered their mouths, and their faces were flushed with tears. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not get close to Jiang Chen, and their bodies were completely under Nanluo's control. Xian and De Huang's eyes were also blood-red. From Saint Origin World to the 9 regions Immortal World, and now to the Divine World, they could feel Jiang Chen's powerlessness and their own powerlessness. They felt that their lives were about to end. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Big Yellow gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, but Jiang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. If it wasn't for his Dao accumulation that was able to resist the giant palm of Nanluo, they would have already fallen to the ground. Xian clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with guilt. If it wasn't for him, perhaps they would not have to face this life and death situation. They were completely powerless and this would be their death. From despair to suffocation, each and every one of them was already prepared to die. Chapter 3660. The black demonic shadow appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others like a burning demonic flame. Its huge palm landed directly on Jiang Chen's shoulder, helping Jiang Chen to push Nanluo back. In an instant, everyone looked at the demonic figure in the battle robe, their eyes filled with hope. Who is this person? What a familiar feeling. Are we going to be saved? Zhou Xian and the others looked at each other in dismay, and finally, their gazes fell on the black figure. Under the black robe, the sound of the black robe fluttering caused everyone's breathing to become heavy, because the feeling that the figure brought to them was too terrifying. Although it didn't have the supreme pressure of Yen Luo Ainafa, it was as powerful as a peerless dragon that descended from the sky. Its battle intent was high and its might shook all directions. Him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. His heart was filled with surprise. Who? You dare to block my way? I think you must be tired of living. Yen Luo Ainafa shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were like torches, flowing with brilliance, wreaking havoc in the sky. If you dare to touch Jiangchen, I will destroy your soul. That demonic shadow's deep and resounding voice caused everyone to be filled with doubt. That fellow was simply too terrifying. This person really makes me feel inferior. De Huang murmured, his eyebrows full of shock and shame. Yes, his strength. Has he reached the Emperor realm? Long Shisan also nodded. The two of them had always been arrogant, but at this moment, they had to admit that the black demonic shadow in the battle robe made them excited. It's not easy for the two of you to compliment others like this. The black demonic shadow slowly turned around. At that moment, Long Shisan and De Huang were both in disbelief. What the hell? This is impossible. Han Yen, how did you become so terrifying? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Big Yellow rubbed his eyes and stared fixedly at the demonic figure. Lan Lingji and the others also revealed a look of disbelief. However, that figure was indeed Han Yen. You? Long Shisan was also dumbfounded. Han Yan's strength was definitely that of a true supreme king. Although Long Shisan was unwilling, he had to admit that this guy had completely surpassed his understanding. This guy was simply a super monster. Long Shisan used to think that the most abnormal person was Jiang Chen, but now he suddenly changed his mind. If one were to ask who was the most abnormal person in the world, it would definitely be Han Yen. All of their faces were filled with wild joy. All of them had thought that Han Yen was already dead. However, they had never expected that he would actually be resurrected. To be exact, he was not dead. Not only did he not die, his strength had even soared to a height that made them sigh with emotion. They felt that they were unable to catch up to him. You're a goddamn monster. Long Shisan gritted his teeth and said, but he knew that even if all of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Han Yen. Wasn't his transformation too terrifying? How did he do it? Jiang Chen stared at Han Yen silently with a guilty conscience. Everyone had their own encounter. The transformation of Han Yan's strength was like reaching the sky in a single bound, which filled all of them with envy, but at the same time they were happy for him. The stronger Han Yen was, the stronger they would be. Jiang Chen had to admit that the current Han Yen was more terrifying than all of them. At this moment, if it wasn't for Han Yen, perhaps all of them would have died a graveless death. You little brat, you're really a troublemaker. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He was overjoyed. They had finally dodged a calamity. Han Yan's current strength was on par with Yen Luo Aina's Dharma idol. Leave everything to me. Han Yen nodded at Jiang Chen. At this time it was time for him to do something for Jiang Chen and the others. Although he didn't know why Han Yan's strength was so strong, it was definitely good news for Jiang Chen. Scram now or die. Han Yen looked at Yen Luo Aina, causing the latter's face to become more and more unsightly. Who do you think you are? How dare you give me orders here? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Yen Luo Aina pointed at Han Yen and said disdainfully. Because this is my home, Han Yen said in a deep voice. Han Yen said in a deep voice. Not only Yen Luo Ainafa, even Jiang Chen and the others were dumbfounded. This was Han Yan's home? How was this possible? What was going on? What's going on? This is Yan's home? De Huang was completely dumbfounded. This guy's identity was getting more and more mysterious. Was this Netherworld River ancient city his home? In an instant, 13 demonic figures descended from the sky and knelt in front of Han Yen. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally realized that the 13 demonic figures might not have done anything bad to Han Yen. Instead, Han Yen might have received some kind of inheritance in this Netherworld River ancient city. Otherwise, how could his strength have advanced by leaps and bounds? The 13 demons of the ghost domain were the true generals of the undead tribe. Their status was second only to the boss of the Netherworld River ancient city. They were rather terrifying. At this moment Han Yan's identity was clear. He was likely to be the last inheritor of the entire undead tribe. His identity must be quite terrifying. Greetings, young master. The 13 demonic figures spoke mechanically. They were filled with a feeling of submission towards Han Yan. Even if their physical bodies were to die and only their wills and spirits were left to them, the royal authority was still a symbol of their respect. It was still a status that they could not surpass. At this moment, Yan Luo Aina looked at Han Yan coldly. His original disdain had turned into a solemn one. He knew about the Netherworld River ancient city and had heard of the 13 demons of the ghost domain. He did not expect that someone would appear at the last moment. Even the 13 demons of the ghost domain were so submissive. This could only mean that he was the inheritor of the undead tribe, the last royal family of the undead tribe. Yan Luo Ainafa's heart trembled slightly. This guy's strength was not any weaker than his. If he were to fight to the death with him now, it would definitely be detrimental to him. Moreover, he had not found the firmament lost pearl yet, and the Netherworld River ancient city had become more and more uneasy. Even with his strength he could not dominate this place. I'll let you off today. We'll meet again in the future. Jiangchen, you can't escape from my palm. With that, Yan Luo Ainafa turned around and left, fleeing far away. Chapter 3661. The departure of Yan Luo Ainafa caused Jiangchen and the rest to heave a long sigh of relief. If Han Yan had not sensed it in time, they would have been completely finished. That fellow was too strong, even more terrifying than the half-step Emperor realm Yuki Chihian. No one had expected that Han Yan's strength would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching such a level. Moreover, he was the last inheritor of the undead race. This identity was the most unbelievable, and it made De Huang and Long Shan envious. Han Yan could be said to have reached the heavens in a single step. In the future the two of them would be suppressed by Han Yan. The heavens are really unfair. Han Yan, you brat, you're really lucky. De Huang curled his lips and said with a smile. Han Yan did not get angry and he looked at De Huang calmly. You're so lucky, but I've never seen you get lucky. De Huang was speechless and instantly everyone burst into laughter. De Huang also had a helpless look on his face and he sighed. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. Han Yan was usually quiet, but his words were always shocking. After a round of laughter, everyone gradually calmed down. At the moment of life and death, Han Yan had become their savior. However, there was no need to mention the deep brotherhood between them. Of course, Jiangchen wouldn't talk about it too much. Perhaps this was their fortune. Ah Yan, are you really the last inheritor of the undead race? Then why is the undead race like this? Jiangchen looked at Han Yan with a solemn expression and asked in a low voice. I am indeed the only inheritor of the undead race, and the undead race was a force that accompanied the heavens during the immemorial era. In other words, they are incompatible with everyone. However, as the demon god, the king of the undead race, and also the nine nether god, my father, he led the undead race to fight against the enemy. I didn't know who they were. When the ghost domain 13 devils passed the last inheritance of the underworld river ancient city to me, their strength had been completely exhausted. Now they weren't even in the half-step emperor realm. Moreover, they had already lost their consciousness. All that was left was their soul from the immemorial era and their obsession to protect it for their entire lives. They are already dead in name, and as the last inheritor of the undead race, I don't even know where I should go. He had finally found his home. He had finally found his father. However, he didn't feel a shred of warmth. He didn't feel any sense of existence. The underworld river ancient city no longer existed. All that was left was a pile of broken walls. The undead race had also been wiped out. They had almost been wiped out. Who in the world did not die? Only the years passed slowly and endlessly. Jiangchen knew that Han Yan seemed to have lost his backbone, and he did not know what he should do next. He was the only one left of the undead race, and the nine nether god had already fallen. Now the ancient netherworld city was full of holes. Who should he find for revenge? No one can say for sure what happened in the primordial era. We should still live in the present. You are the last inheritor of the undead race, so you cannot be blinded by hatred. Only by passing on the torch can you continue to exist. Your strength is destined to not be mediocre, and you are destined to complete your mission. Regardless of whether it is the undead race or yourself, you have to understand what you should do. Jiang Chen's words touched Han Yan deeply. Indeed, he could not be blinded by hatred. Who could say for sure what happened during the immemorial era? It was impossible to judge who was right and who was wrong. Therefore all Han Yen could do now was to gradually calm his mind. That's right. Who knows what exactly happened countless years ago? Why must you blame yourself and be at a loss here? De Huang said with a smile. He seemed to be full of sympathy and envy for Han Yan's past. Although Han Yen had obtained the inheritance of the undead race, he was already their last hope. Han Yen did not feel gratified or excited because his strength had skyrocketed. Instead, he felt sorrow and desolation as he looked at the deathly silent city. As the undead race, they have an underworld god who killed countless people. Perhaps this is a good thing for the undead race. Han Yan's heart stirred. The undead race was a race of the 9 nether god. The deathly silent ancient netherworld city must have been destroyed by their enemies. I only know that they were killed during the immemorial era. As for the rest, I do not know. Han Yen took a step forward. In his heart he wished that he could see his father. He wished that his father could give him a warning so that he could forge ahead. However, to him all of this was sorrowful, lonely and helpless. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by the sound of mountains collapsing and the ground cracking, Jiang Qin and the others looked at the 3 mountains in the ancient city. At that moment the stone walls of the mountains started to fall off continuously. The void thousands of feet around them started to turn cold and austere. The 3 mountains were the same. As the stone walls fell, 3 figures that were comparable to mountains appeared in the void. Jiang Qin and the others couldn't help but gasp. Those unparalleled giants seemed to be restless and full of vitality. Those 3 unparalleled giants were simply too shocking. No one had expected that the 3 mountains were actually 3 giants. Furthermore, their auras were fluctuating. It was as if they had become very lively at this moment. Each of them possessed supreme divine might. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. His face was solemn. Han Yen, who was beside him, started to tremble. It's him, Han Yen murmured. His heart was filled with bitterness and doubt. If that person was his father, then who were the other 2? Han Yen didn't know how to face them. Could it be that those 3 unparalleled giants were still alive? No one knew. However, their supreme auras had already spread out, causing the entire ancient ruins to become extremely stifling. They finally appeared. 3 great figures from the immemorial era. Now it seems like they're just SOs of Yen Luo Inafa laughed as he stood in the depths of the void. To him those 3 were old acquaintances from the immemorial era. However, he was shocked to see all 3 of them here. These 3 people made him even more curious. He narrowed his eyes. Now he finally knew why the undead race was destroyed. Chapter 3662. Jiang Qin and the others were filled with respect and apprehension towards these 3 incomparably powerful experts. Because they were too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't even breathe. They're only left with a trace of soul force, yet they were able to survive for billions of years. Moreover, their aura is still so terrifying. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. It was just a trace of soul energy, but it was enough to make them feel the pressure of their lives. It was enough to show how terrifying and powerful these 3 experts were in the past. Who are they? Little Qinzi, should we leave or not? The aura of these 3 experts won't devour us, right? Long Shan glanced at Jiang Qin and said. But when he looked at the 3 experts, his gaze was filled with complicated emotions. It's hard to say. We might die if we stay here. But I don't want to leave just like that. What do you think? This is an ancient secret. The terrifying strength of these 3 venerables is enough to destroy the heavens. Even though they're only left with a trace of their soul, they're still not to be underestimated. Jiang Qin's eyes were blazing. He wasn't willing to leave just like that. The battle between the 3 experts might be a great inspiration to them. Jiang Qin didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, it was impossible to say that he wasn't envious of Han Yen. Jiang Qin was never one to give up easily. He wasn't willing to be weaker than anyone. He must not be a burden to Han Yen. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with desire. He wanted to become stronger. Otherwise, it would be extremely strenuous for him in this divine world that was filled with Emperor Realm experts. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. 9 nether countless years have passed. You're still not willing to admit defeat. There's no place for you to stay in this world anymore. Do you think that you can still rise to the heavens and fight against the heavens? An old man with a long beard said in a deep voice. His expression was cold as he looked at the man who was holding the hammer of Xianxia. The man's hair stood up in anger and his eyes were as cold as frost. His thousands of zhang tall body was awe-inspiring and domineering. Xuan, do you think that I, 9 underworlds, would be afraid of you? Haha, in this world there is no one who can make me, the 9 underworlds, lower my head. But just you? Hehe, I really don't take you seriously. As the ancestor of humanity, you want to personally destroy the ancient civilization that you built. How ironic. The god of the underworld held the Xianxia hammer in his hand and wore a purple gold crown on his head. The underworld was like a gust of wind that blew across the entire ancient ruins, stirring up dust everywhere. Don't you understand why I am like this? The heavens and earth are heartless and all living things are like straw dogs. The heavens are no longer the heavens of the past, and the earth is no longer the earth of the past. The king you served has long since changed. Do you still want to fight to the death? Xianxia said coldly, looking straight at the Hades god. Zhou Xian and the others took a deep cold breath. The gray-clothed old man was one of the ancestors of humanity, Xianxia. He was on the same level as Fuxi ancestral god and Xianong ancestral god. He was not to be underestimated. This old man is actually the ancestor of Xianxia. Unbelievable. Zhou Qian's heart was pounding. This ancestor of Yuchao clan was only a remnant soul, yet he was able to fight against the Hades god. He was a great man who was unafraid of death. However, Zhou Qian could easily see that this Hades god was probably Han Yan's father. In other words, this Hades god had committed a great sin. He was the ruler of the undead clan and he was attacked by ancestor Xianxia and the others. Haha, I, 9 underworlds, know what it means to be faithful to the death. I know what I should do. Who can stop me in this world? No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Even if I know I will die, I will not regret it. The great Tao of heaven and earth is the orthodox. Who are you? You want to fight against the heavens? You don't know what's good for you. The Hades god stared at Xianxia. He seemed to be mocking Xianxia. 9 Nether, don't be too arrogant. It is not up to you to issue orders in this world. Arrogant fellow, the undying Nether tribe is destined to be destroyed in your hands. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, but you are still acting as if you don't know what's good for you. I really hate you. A golden-haired, muscular middle-aged man stood majestically. This man was very familiar to Zhou Qian, but he could not remember where he had seen him. Did he really know him? Guiling, do you really think you can fight against me? It's fine if Xianxia doesn't know what's good for him, but a despicable guy like you wants to be my enemy? My undead clan controls the cycle of life and death. No one can make me bow down to them. Who do you think you are? The Hades god stared at the golden-haired Guy Ling and said disdainfully. He was indifferent to these 2 primordial era superpowerhouses. He did not hold back at all even though he was fighting 1 against 2. What a reckless fellow. The entire undying Nether tribe has already been completely wiped out. You are the only one left. Soon your soul will also be completely extinguished. At that time, let's see if you will still be able to smile. Guy Ling stood with his arms around his chest. His aura was imposing and he was not inferior to Xianxia, the founder of the primordial era. My undying Nether race will never go extinct. The Hades god lowered his head and looked at Han Yan. At that moment Han Yan's body trembled. He exchanged glances with the supreme Hades god with a stern expression. Fey father? Han Yan muttered in a low voice. However, the Hades god's eyes were wide open. He laughed maniacally and looked at Han Yan with hope in his eyes. As long as my undead clan is still alive, we will definitely fight you to the end. As the only successor of the undead clan, there is no need for me to continue living. To me, being able to slaughter millions of your undead race with my own hands is already an achievement that I will not be able to rest until I die. For the sake of the world, I, Xianxia, am willing to become a demon. Xianxia also looked at Han Yan. Han Yan's body trembled and he instinctively retreated. The 3 unparalleled experts in front of him were too terrifying. Zhou Qian narrowed his eyes. Until now he still did not know who was on the side of justice. Was it Xianxia? Or was it the Hades god? It gave him a headache. Xianxia was the ancestral god of humans and the founder of the primordial era. Guy Ling was also full of righteousness. The Hades god and the undead clan were ultimately the demon clan. Chapter 3663. The terrifying aura of the Hades underworld god began to reverberate in the sky above the ancient ruins. It was only the power of a remnant soul, but it was able to drive its 10,000 zhang tall body to fight fiercely with a heavy hammer in its hand. Arrogant and conceited bastard. The undying Nether clan's death by your hands can be considered to be a worthy death. The reason for that is because you simply do not know how foolish you are. You have made the people of the world your enemy. You are simply courting death. Xianxia sighed and glanced at Gai Ling. He knew that they had no choice but to perish together with the god of the underworld. That was all they could do for the remaining power of the god of the underworld. Even if I die, I will kill every single member of the undead tribe. No one can escape from the palm of my hand. Xianxia's face turned cold. The three of them were on the verge of a great battle. Xianxia and Gai Ling combined their powers and almost overturned the entire undead tribe. Even the underworld god of the ninth underworld could not compare to them. At this moment they also released their last bit of radiance to completely crush the undead tribe. They would not leave any regrets. For the sake of millions of lives, for the sake of the great responsibility of the world, I, Gai Ling, am willing to die. Ah, Nine Nether, since you are so determined today, let us perish together. Of course, your only successor, the undead Nether tribe, will become history. Gai Ling was full of confidence. This was their last bit of radiance and they could not afford to lose it. All lives in the world. Billions of lives? Could it be that it would only be fair if the world was ruled by you? Shouldn't there be a new beginning in every era and every reincarnation? Time is silent, but I believe that you will not win in the end. Billions of years have passed and another era has passed. How many of you still exist in this world? How many of you can laugh proudly in this life? Xianxia, Yutao, Fushi, Tanong, Yua Stone, or you, the spiritual stone monkey who has jumped out of the three realms and is not part of the five elements? That's why you have to die. A new era is a new beginning. Death is your only ending. The nine netherworld god pointed at Gai Ling and Xianxia as he spoke. In an instant the three of them intertwined. A black, a gray, and a purple light intertwined with one another, causing the ancient city to tremble and the heavens and earth to tremble. The faces of Zhou Xian and the others turned incredibly solemn and pale. Zhou Xian couldn't even see how the three of them were fighting. It was a battle between the soul and the fleshly body. It was an all-out attack from the most powerful experts in the world. In that moment the stars in the sky dimmed. Spiritual stone monkey? Is Gai Ling Long Shisan's father? Zhou Xian took a deep breath. Although he didn't want to believe it, the look in Long Shisan's eyes gradually became complicated. Zhou Xian also gradually recalled the statue they saw in the divine tomb. The familiarity in his heart started from then. It's him. Is it really him? The look in Long Shisan's eyes was complicated and he was uneasy. He couldn't believe it, but the excitement in his heart was overflowing. Spiritual stone monkey. How many spiritual stone monkeys were there in the world? All of this forced Long Shisan to believe it. Because when he saw Gai Ling, the unquestionable sense of intimacy was something that Long Shisan had never revealed. It wasn't until the nine netherworld gods said that Gai Ling was a spiritual stone monkey that Long Shisan's face turned pale and he felt uneasy. If it was really him, then his father and Han Yan's father would fight to the death. What did they count for? Their brotherhood had completely crumbled at this moment. This was a life and death battle, not a child's play, nor was it a joke. Zhou Xian was also very worried. If Gai Ling was really Long Shisan's father, then how would Long Shisan and Han Yan face it? These two fellows, could it be that their fathers are mortal enemies? De Huang curled his lips and said calmly, but Zhou Xian glared at him. What he was afraid of came. Under the interweaving of the three rays of light, the nine netherworld god was finally kicked out of the battle. Both Xianxia and Gai Ling wanted to kill the nine netherworld god. Their only hope of survival was to make the undead tribe disappear from this world. Nine netherworld, your life will end at this moment. A devil can't become an angel. Xianxia's palm covered the sky and slammed down towards the nine underworld's god. His palm covered the sky and covered the sun. The nine underworld's gods staggered backwards and swore to fight to the death. Even if Xianxia exhausted all his strength, he would fight the nine underworld's god to the end. The two huge light figures collided. The nine netherworld god and Xianxia's strength were comparable. If Gai Ling didn't make a move, the nine netherworld god would definitely not be in danger unless Xianxia perished together with him. Gai Ling, what are you waiting for? Xianxia roared and Gai Ling charged towards the 9 netherworld god. However, at that moment Han Yan's face became extremely ugly. He knew that his father had encountered the most dangerous moment. Even though he was an executioner who killed people like flies, even though the blood on his body might be indistinguishable from tens of thousands of people, even though he was an out-and-out demon, he was still his father. The 13 demonic silhouettes flew past him out of instinct to protect their master. However, the 13 demonic silhouettes were instantly crushed by Xianxia's pressure and turned into ashes. The 9 netherworld god was furious, but it was useless. With the addition of Gai Ling, he felt that his body was incessantly burning and the last of his spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. Jiang Qin, Zhou and the others were even more shocked. With a wave of his hand, the 13 demonic figures that they found difficult to deal with were instantly melted. This wasn't a power that they could contend against. Han Yan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he endured the most painful torture. No matter how many people he killed, no matter how many people he harmed, he was still his father. Han Yan roared. However, in the eyes of Xianxia and Gai Ling, their father was a super demon who had destroyed billions of lives. What should he do? Should he sacrifice his family or risk his life to save his father? In the end, Han Yan chose to fight to the death to save his father. With the inheritance of the 13 demons of the ghost domain and the bloodline power of the undead Nether clan, Han Yan still fought with Xianxia and Gai Ling. Emotions won over reason in the end. However, at this moment the 9 netherworld god found it difficult to move forward. Xianxia and Gai Ling had consumed a lot of their spiritual energy. They were completely nullifying each other's spiritual energy and would definitely be destroyed at the last moment. The 9 netherworld god's expression was indifferent as he looked down at Han Yan. Han Yan flew over and wanted to join the battle. However, he was forced back by the 9 netherworld god's attack. The 9 netherworld god smiled. It was the warmest smile in his life. At that moment he was no longer the 9 netherworld god but a kind father. Chapter 3664. The 9th underworld god's face was filled with indignation. His fighting spirit was unparalleled. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he refused to take a step back. This was a kind of faith, a kind of obsession, a kind of pride that permeated his bones. Han Yan's expression was solemn, but he couldn't help at all. His strength was simply not enough to change the situation of the battle. Father, father. Han Yan's face was filled with grief as he roared. He ran forward with all his might. However, at that moment, under the restraint of the 9th underworld god, he couldn't rush forward at all. No matter how much he roared in his heart, his eyes were bloodshot. A blazing light fell on the 3 mountains. It was a mountain that none of them could cross. Go to hell. This is your only ending. Your child will also die with you, Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia said faintly. No one from the undead tribe could leave this place. They had spent all their energy, time, years, and even their lives to completely eradicate the undead tribe. They wanted them to never be able to reincarnate, and they wanted this tribe to fall into despair. Otherwise, once the undead tribe rose from the ashes, they would become their greatest enemy. Child, remember, I'm not wrong. In order to protect the glory of the undead tribe, father will die 9 times without regret. From today onwards, the inheritance of the undead tribe will be inherited by you. The 9th underworld god said in a deep voice. A black seed was shot out from his palms and entered Han Yan's body. Han Yan's body shook. His body seemed to be enveloped by thousands of demonic auras. He couldn't help but float in the air. His entire body seemed to be immersed in a sea of demonic auras. Father, don't. Han Yan said through gritted teeth. His face was filled with struggle and his expression was cold. He wasn't willing to accept this strand of demonic aura. He knew that it was the last strand of his father's soul. The demonic root is deep. It seems like you plan to leave your hope on your son. It's a pity that all of you have to die. It's time to end the undead tribe. Xianxia's words infuriated the 9th underworld god. However, he had no other choice. With his last wisp of soul essence, he could only plant his demon seed in Han Yan's body. He hoped that Han Yan would become stronger and help him protect the undying underworld race and his mission. Inside Han Yan's body, a black seed shrouded in demonic qi was planted in his dantian. It kept taking root, growing and changing the aura of his body. The deep-rooted demonic root was the inheritance of the undead underworld tribe. It was also the strongest sky demon Dao in the world. Even if you want me dead, don't think you'll get away with it. The ninth nether underworld god smiled coldly, his eyes extremely cold. The ninth nether underworld god was not afraid of Xianxia and Guiling at all. The battle between the three shook the entire underworld river ancient city. The sky became more and more resplendent. However, the ninth nether underworld god's strength was inferior to Xianxia's and Guiling's. Now that he had planted his last wisp of soul essence in Han Yan's body, the difference in strength between the two was huge. Although the ninth nether underworld god wanted to drag them to death, he ultimately failed to complete his mission. As he watched the ninth nether underworld god's silhouette weaken and his aura weaken, Han Yan's eyes were like lightning. Although he was unable to move, one could imagine the rage and ruthlessness in his eyes. For Xianxia, he had seen the end of the Lord of the Underworld River, the ninth heaven demon god. He had also witnessed the rise of a new generation of experts. Han Yan was becoming stronger and stronger. His demonic root was growing stronger and stronger. One day he would become a true expert and become the new Lord of the Underworld River. He would ensure the continuation of the undead underworld tribe. The ninth nether underworld god's silhouette gradually disappeared. Han Yan's fist also relaxed at that moment. His face was pale and he did not say a word as he stared at Xianxia and Guiling. Xianxia also felt sad for Han Yan. It was difficult for anyone to accept that his father had turned into nothingness and disappeared from the world. One could imagine the pain and sorrow he felt. Han Yan had always been without any relatives. Therefore he had been fearless and worried. However, he had just found out that his father had inherited the inheritance of the undead underworld tribe. His father had disappeared and he was the only one left in the entire undead underworld tribe. Xianxia could empathize with the heartache and heartbreak of gaining and losing. At the same time, Xianxia and Guiling's gazes fell on Han Yan. Since the ninth nether underworld god was dead, his child would definitely not be able to survive. In fact, the survival of any member of the undead underworld tribe would be a great threat to them. Xianxia and Guiling had sacrificed everything in order to nip the danger in the bud. Both of them were seriously injured and their auras were unstable. They were also facing the danger of dying. They had also sacrificed their lives for their own cause. In order to pursue balance and justice, they had no regrets. Not a single member of the undead underworld tribe can be left alive. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Han Yan. Murderous intent surged. Guiling's face was also solemn. He looked at Han Yan with a stern expression. He moved his palm towards Han Yan and struck out. Wind and lightning surged. Go to hell. The undead underworld tribe shouldn't be living in this world. Guiling soared into the sky and slashed at Han Yan. At this moment, Han Yan was suffering from the deep pain of the demonic root and was unable to fight. However, at this moment, Xian broke free and stood in front of Han Yan. He looked at Guiling with a complicated expression. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first. Xian and Guiling's eyes met. Guiling's body trembled as he stared at Xian. Previously, he had been focused on the battle with the ninth nether underworld god and had not noticed Xian's existence. However, at this moment, Xian's appearance caused a stir in his heart. You are... Guiling's expression gradually became solemn as he took a deep breath. I am also a spiritual stone monkey. My name is Xian. Xian looked at Guiling with a complicated expression. He did not know how he should face his father because he could also feel the psychological changes in Guiling. The expression in his eyes changed from the initial complicated expression to the final one of pain and torture. Child, is it really you? Chapter 3665. The four chaotic monkeys weren't supposed to live in the same era, especially since they were from the same ancient divine beast. The eyes of Xian and Guiling turned rather complicated. Blood was thicker than water when father and son met. The spiritual stone monkey was the only one in the heavens and earth. It's me. The one I'm looking for is also you. Xian nodded silently. Even though he had a heart of steel and a heart of stone, he couldn't resist the sorrow of blood being thicker than water. Pai child. Guiling murmured to himself. His smile gradually widened and the kindness in his eyes was even more evident. Ha ha ha. My child is still alive in this world. Ha. Guiling laughed wildly. His every move was exactly the same as Xian's. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and Long San. Their fates were so similar, yet so different at the same time. The warmth between father and son, the gratitude and grudges between them were also very heart-wrenching. Father. Long San knelt on the ground with a plop. At that moment, Gai Ling's eyes were filled with splendor. He hugged his child tightly. In his eyes, all the gratitude and grudges couldn't compare to the word father. Not far away, Lan Lingji and Bai Yun were also happy for Long San. After all, it was a scene that they longed for, to be reunited with their son. Suiren also felt gratified and happy for Gai Ling. He patted Gai Ling's shoulder and nodded silently. However, the remnants of the undead Nether tribe had to die. In that case, he would be the executioner. From this moment onwards, the undead Nether tribe shall vanish from the heavens and earth. Suiren condensed a light in his palm. A light shadow broke through the sky and descended to the peak of the firmament, slashing down to the mortal world. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. His expression was grave as he charged out without the slightest hesitation. He couldn't just watch as Han Yen was killed by Suirenshi. That was because Han Yen was his brother. No matter how many mistakes the undead race had committed, Han Yen was innocent. Divine Golden Bell. God's sealing restriction. Jiang Chen held the bell of the Eastern Emperor in his hand and withstood the force of thousands of kilograms. Suirenshi's palm landed on the bell of the Eastern Emperor, instantly destroying everything in its path. Jiang Chen was also forced back and his face was pale. After all, that was the primogenitor of humanity of the ancient times, one of the 5 great universe-enlightened ancestral gods. A starving camel was still larger than a horse, and even if only a trace of his incomplete soul remained, it wasn't something that Jiang Chen could go against. Eastern Emperor Bell? And who are you? How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid of death? All the people of the undead race deserve to die. What happened here has nothing to do with you. Seeing that you are friends with Gai Ling's son, I can spare your lives. Go. Suirenshi frowned and looked at Jiang Chen with Lung's eyes. Jiang Chen shook his head. He's my brother. If we die together. If we live together. Han Yen has nothing to do with the undead race. We have been supporting each other all the way from the Saint Origin world. Even if he is a member of the undead race, what has he done for the undead race? He doesn't even know about the so-called Battle of Gods in the immemorial era. Is this also wrong? As the primogenitor of humanity of the ancient times and one of the 5 great universe-enlightened ancestral gods, are you really going to kill people without distinguishing right from wrong? Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he confronted Suirenshi. His expression was stern and he wasn't afraid at all. Suirenshi also looked at Jiang Chen silently. His courage and bearing were indeed extraordinary. Are you really not afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid, but if I'm afraid I won't be able to watch my brother die in front of me. Jiang Chen can't do that. As one of the 5 great universe-enlightened ancestral gods, are you really that kind of person who kills innocents? Are you really doing this for the sake of the world? If the people in the world knew that you killed the innocent, would they still worship you? I only know that one must have a clear conscience. Ask yourself honestly. You have killed so many people. You didn't even spare the last trace of the bloodline of the undead race. You didn't even spare those who had nothing to do with you. Are you really able to smile at the world? You are indeed great, but in my eyes, you are just an executioner who kills people without blinking an eye. What's the difference between you and those fiendish demons? Jiang Chen pressed forward without the slightest bit of fear, because he was already prepared to die. He definitely couldn't watch Han Yen die in front of him. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls, but Suirenshi was furious. However, Suirenshi wasn't a ruthless person. Although Jiang Chen's words seemed extremely arrogant, they weren't completely unreasonable. Did he really have a clear conscience after killing so many people? Suirenshi knew that he couldn't let everyone down. As one of the 5 great universe-enlightened ancestral gods, what he had to do was uphold justice and save the world. However, it seemed like he still had a long way to go. Even though he had given his all this time and wasn't able to change the world, the people behind him would also spare no effort to fight for the sake of the world. Suirenshi knew that he didn't have much time left. Although the last trace of the underworld god's survival had been destroyed by the 2 of them, their time had also come to an end. This was their mission and the pursuit of their entire lives. Suirenshi's heart had always been for the common people of the world. Even though he might have let down the undead race, they were their enemies. His slaughter was a righteous act. Xianxia felt that he had a clear conscience. He didn't want to leave any hope for the undead race to revive. This was what he had to do. At this moment, Jiang Chen's words had shocked him greatly. However, for the sake of the majority of people and for the undead race to become a speck of dust in the long river of history, he had to kill the last inheritors of the undead race to prevent future troubles. He had to destroy the hope of the undead race forever. As long as one person was left alive, the undead race might make a comeback. For the sake of the majority of people, Xianxia could only choose to kill him. At this moment, his killing intent was already irreversible. Get out of my way. Xianxia wanted to push Jiang Chen away. In the end, he didn't have any intention of killing Jiang Chen. After all, they weren't members of the undead race. Although Xianxia was extremely ruthless towards the undead race, he couldn't do it to ordinary humans. As one of the 5 great universe enlightened ancestral gods, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire this. However, Xianxia was doing it for the sake of the world, while Luo Yunyang was doing it for the sake of brotherhood. Chapter 3666. Jiang Chen once again activated the demon-suppressing steel, the myriad chi cauldron, the cold river stone and the Eastern Emperor bell. Each of the peerless divine tools rose up to the sky. Jiang Chen's strength seemed to be able to uproot a mountain. Even Xianxia showed a hint of astonishment. He recognized these 4 divine weapons and he knew very well how terrifying they were. The owners of these divine weapons even had a close relationship with Xianxia. You're the descendant of the Xianxia cauldron? Xianxia's face turned serious again. This time Jiang Chen was still pushed back by Xianxia. His hands were trembling and his blood was boiling. Blood spurted out from his mouth, but Jiang Chen still did not fall. Jiang Chen, Ling Yun and the others had bitter expressions. But for Han Yan, they did not know how to persuade Jiang Chen. Han Yan's eyes were filled with tears. He was fusing with the demonic root and his life was hanging by a thread. But Jiang Chen was willing to risk his life for him. This made Han Yan feel guilty and touched. Brothers like this, what more could he ask for? You fool. De Huang was also at the end of his rope. He could not fight anymore. Otherwise he would not have retreated. Brothers should be like this, supporting each other, relying on each other. Life and death would reveal one's true feelings. The Xianxia cauldron is actually in your hands. Do you know where Xianxia is? Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen shook his head. He did not know anything about Xianxia. He only knew from Fuxi that his myriad chi cauldron was one of the 10 legendary divine weapons. The Xianxia cauldron was comparable to the Eastern Emperor bell. In that case, I have given you 2 chances. I hope you will not make a mistake again. This time I will not let you stop me from killing the descendant of the undead clan. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. After all, he did not have much time left. Ancestor Xian fought for the common people of the world. I, Jiang Chen, will fight for my brothers. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and held his saber horizontally. He had a clear conscience. All right, then go to hell. Xian had already done his best. Since he had nothing to do with Xianxia, there was no need for him to care about their friendship. Xianxia's palms slammed down, causing the heavens to tremble. Jiang Chen seemed as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment he was already struggling at death's door, and the moment of life and death was at this moment. Brother Xian, show mercy. A loud roar reverberated through the void. The silhouette of a dragon broke through the void. The ancestral dragon emperor's 1,000 zhang tall body stood in front of Jiang Chen to protect him. At this moment the ancestral dragon emperor took a few steps back with a pale expression. He turned back into his human form and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Brother ancestral dragon. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He never expected to meet the dragon clan leader, the ancestral dragon emperor. Why are you here? Xianxia asked in surprise. In the immemorial war, many deities were injured or killed. Countless deities fell. Only 1 in 10,000 managed to escape. It's a miracle that I survived. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I would have died a long time ago. Brother Xian, Han Yan and Jiang Chen really don't know the slightest bit about the undead nether race. Please be merciful. The ancestral dragon emperor said solemnly. Jiang Chen never expected the ancestral dragon emperor and Xianxia to be friends. Looks like there's still a chance to turn the situation around. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. You should understand this. Brother Gai Ling and I sacrificed ourselves to make the undead clan fall. It's for the sake of justice. Do you know why the immemorial war broke out? Do you know why we died? Do you still want to play dumb? I didn't kill him but he died because of me. If I let the last member of the undead clan go, do you think I'll be able to face the people of the world? Xianxia sighed and looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. He wanted to kill Han Yan not because he wanted to but because he had no choice. He didn't want to fight for himself, he wanted to let more people live. The undead clan has fallen. He's just a kid and he has nothing to do with the undead clan. Do you really want to kill him? The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. He was filled with emotions but Xianxia's killing intent did not subside. I don't want to kill either. But as the ancestor of humanity I need to fight for the people of the world. I need to be responsible for the people and fight for our immortality. I don't have much time left. Brother Ancestral Dragon, don't stop me. Xianxia seemed like he didn't want to let Han Yan go. He was the last tumor of the undead clan. To Xianxia, only by getting rid of this tumor could he solve the problem once and for all. How could I not understand? Why did I die back then? Why did I lose? I will never forget that for the rest of my life. That is my eternal pain. That battle was a battle for the entire world. However, the losses we suffered in the end were disastrous. There are not many of us left in this world. But Han Yan is innocent. Brother Xian, you weren't like this back then. Although it's important to kill them all, it's not the only choice. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. He wanted to persuade the Ancestral Dragon Emperor to let Han Yan go. It's the same as letting Xianxia go. Otherwise, Xianxia would definitely stand on the same side as Han Yan and fight to the death. Impossible. The reason for that is because he is, in the end, a member of the Undying clan. Xianxia murmured. Have you forgotten how terrifying that battle was? If it weren't for the 4 great demon tribes we would have won. You know how terrifying the undead tribe is. If it weren't for that person who severely injured the undead tribe and the underworld god, it would have been impossible for Gai Ling and me to eradicate them completely, even though we weren't afraid of the undead tribe. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't want the tragedy to happen again. He didn't want more people to follow the same mistakes. Let go. That person used to be with Xianxia. But we don't know where he is now. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a solemn expression that he had never seen before. What? Xianxia shivered. He didn't expect Xianxia to have such a deep relationship with that person. That person was an important person in the immemorial war. He thought that he was dead. But from the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words, Xianxia knew that he was still alive. Chapter 3667. When Xian looked at Xianxia again, his eyes were filled with shock and emotion. He actually had a connection with that person. It seems like he's not an ordinary person. The demon suppressing steel, Shenong cauldron, Cold River stone, Eastern Emperor bell, any one of these treasured weapons were life weapons of ancient experts. Their terror was self-evident. The Eastern Emperor Tai was the most ancient ruler of the heavens and earth in the divine court. Shenong was one of the 5 ancestral gods. The ice and fire destructive god resided in the northern region, and the owner of the demon suppressing steel was a hero of his generation. This fellow actually had so many treasured weapons in his hands. From this, it could be foreseen that his future achievements would definitely be limitless. As one of the primogenitors of the human race, Xian didn't have the intention to kill Xianxia in the first place. One of the reasons why he held back time and time again was because his strength and talent couldn't be underestimated. Xian was clearer than anyone else that Xianxia had a peerless divine weapon. This was an extremely important matter to the future of the Great War of the Heavens and Earth. However, the thing that moved Xian the most was that person. If he really killed Xianxia, that person wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? Looking at Han Yan again, Xian could only sigh. Helplessness filled his heart. It seemed like it was impossible for him to kill Han Yan now. I hope you remember your words. With Brother Ancestral Dragon protecting you, there's nothing else I can say. For the sake of the world, you should understand how terrifying the undead race is. I hope you can remember that your brother is from the undead race. That's the mark of his life. If there really comes a day when he slays the world with his sword, will you kill him for justice? Xian stared at Xianxia as he spoke in a low voice. I will. Xianxia heavily nodded. These were words from the bottom of his heart as well as his promise to Xian. Jiang Chen stared at Han Yan and Han Yan also stared at him. Jiang Chen was extremely clear of Han Yan's temperament. Han Yan was merely the last inheritor of the undead race, but he had no connection with the undead race at all. Alright, I like it. Ah. Xianxia took a meaningful look at Jiang Chen and nodded, looking quite gratified. Han Yan looked at Xianxia silently. However, at that moment he knew that he was far from being Xianxia's opponent. Even if he completely merged with the demonic seed and accepted the inheritance, he might not be able to kill Xianxia. However, Han Yan's eyes were filled with hatred. His father had died in the hands of Xianxia and Gai Ling. This was something that could not be changed. Brother Ancestral Dragon, there is not much time left before the tribulation of heaven and earth. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. You can still stand up again, but Brother Gai Ling and I don't have Shijian anymore. Xianxia said and exchanged glances with the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. His heart was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Could it be that both of you have? Although the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was reluctant to say that, the truth spoke louder than words. In the war that happened hundreds of millions of years ago, almost all the Archean experts had fallen. Those who survived were merely struggling at death's door. Even the primogenitor of the human race and the spiritual stone monkey, who were not part of the 3 realms and 5 elements, could not escape from the clutches of this world. That's right. We're only left with this last bit of fear and we've reached the most crucial moment. Unfortunately, I can't wait any longer. It's been hundreds of millions of years and another epoch is about to arrive. Those who are alive are all working hard, and those who are dead are not willing to become slaves for eternity. This is all we can do. At that moment when he looked at Gai Ling, his body had already become illusory. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Child, I don't have much time left. Gai Ling looked at Long Xian and said gently. No, it's impossible. Long Xian trembled. It was obvious that he could not accept this fact. He had just reunited with his father, but the result was not satisfactory. He had never thought that things would be this bad. His father was a great figure who saved the world in the ancient times, but he had become so lonely in this life. Even his soul could not exist in this world. Don't be agitated, child. Listen to me, the peerless godly staff is already in your hands. The only thing I can leave you is the battling heavenly spirits. Remember, this is the ultimate killing move of the battling saint technique. We cannot comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. As the 4 chaotic monkeys, we are beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. We are already extremely heaven-defying existences, so we cannot comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. However, we can evolve our fighting techniques to the extreme. When your battling heavenly spirits reaches its most terrifying level, the great way of heaven and earth can also be defeated by your staff. Not being able to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth is not necessarily a bad thing, because you can focus all your attention on the battling saint technique and let your fighting techniques reach an unparalleled realm. Gai Ling's expression was grim. He slapped the top of Long Xian's head with one hand. At that moment, Long Xian's face was filled with pain and despair, but he could not say a word. Remember, you are fighting for the world and for your own freedom. I, Gai Ling, will fight for my freedom. My child must be a man of indomitable spirit. Gai Ling said solemnly. At that moment, Long Xian's eyes were filled with grief and sorrow. He had been searching for his father for countless years, but the moment he met him, it was an eternal farewell. To anyone it was indescribable sorrow and despair. It was the same for Long Xian. Battling heavenly spirits, fighting fiercely in all directions. One thought is eternal and the heavens and earth alone. This battling heavenly spirits is also a supreme fighting technique that is beyond the 3 realms and does not belong to the 5 elements. It can break through all techniques and cut through the flow of time. The battle is here, the heart is here, and I am here. Gai Ling's words were eloquent and sonorous. At that moment, Long Xian, who had never cried, could not help but burst into tears. What he had been searching for all his life had become a thing of the past. Battling heavenly spirits was the only thing his father had left him. No matter how reluctant he was, no matter how helpless he was, he could not stop his father from leaving him. Long Xian's heart felt like it was being pierced by a knife. Jiang Chen saw it in his heart, but he understood Long Xian better than anyone else. Both of them had a tough life. Both Han Yan and Long Xian had lost their father at that moment. Moreover, their father was their mortal enemy. It was tantamount to perishing together. It was inevitable that the two of them would harbor a grudge. Father. Chapter 3668. Ling had passed away and his soul had returned to the earth. Xueren looked indifferent as he did not have much time left. Brother Ancestral Dragon, I'm counting on you guys. I've been too tired for the past billions of years. Finally, I can have a good rest. Xueren heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xianxia. Suddenly, he turned his hand and a green pearl appeared in his hand. A terrifying green halo spread across the sky. Xianxia felt suffocated. His expression was solemn as he stared at the green pearl in Xueren's hand. This should be the spiritual pearl that the four major families and Yen Luo Ienafa were looking for. This pearl is... The Ancestral Dragon Emperor asked in a low voice. It's the Firmament Pearl. Xianxia said solemnly. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. However, Xianxia's words were definitely not baseless. The Firmament Pearl, it's the Firmament Pearl, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. He felt sad and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. I'll leave this celestial lost pearl in your care for now. When you meet that person in the future, help me hand it over to him. For the sake of all the living beings in the world, only by handing this celestial lost pearl to him can the situation of this world be changed. Xueren thanks you again, young friend. Xueren looked at Xianxia with a hopeful face. Xianxia sighed. There was no enmity between him and Xueren. Moreover, Xueren was doing this for the sake of the people of the world. Although the two of them had fought several times and Xianxia's life was hanging by a thread, Xianxia did not hate Xueren at all. He was grateful that Xueren was willing to let Han Yen go. That person should be the man in the ice, right? Xianxia looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor nodded. Xianxia took the Firmament Lost Pearl and said in a deep voice, "All right, if I meet him one day I'll pass it to him. Thank you. I should go now. There's no place for me in this world. It's tiring to live for so long. Farewell, brother Ancestral Dragon." Xianxia smiled. He was extremely calm and carefree. Like Ling, they had long known that they could not escape death, so their hearts were as calm as still water. For the sake of the world, this was the only thing they could do. A peerless expert, one of the 5 great ancestral gods of the human civilization, has fallen just like that. How sad, how lamentable. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed silently. He was able to survive because of Xianxia. But 100 years later, the great tribulation of the heavens and earth would arrive. He wondered what it would be like. It would be a great challenge to anyone. Holding the Firmament Pearl in his hand, Xianxia could feel his heart pounding. The terrifying spiritual pearl was like a huge mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. A surge of great Tao energy came from the Firmament Pearl and entered Xianxia's body. The indescribable great Tao of the heavens and earth made him feel extremely tired. Xianxia was surprised and happy. His heaven-reaching Tao accumulation seemed to have grown and stabilized. The Firmament Pearl seemed to contain an incomparable great Tao of the heavens and earth, benefiting Xianxia a lot. It had only been a moment, but it had already given him such a great feeling. It was truly shocking. Such a terrifying Firmament Pearl. Xianxia knew that the Firmament Pearl was not simple. Otherwise, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would not be so shocked and Xueren would not be so secretive about it. Guard this Firmament Pearl well. Don't give it to anyone. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor and Xianxia looked at each other and said solemnly. Xianxia naturally knew how precious the Firmament Pearl was. For the sake of the world, he had to protect it well. If he were to meet the Frozen Man again, he could give it to him. Ah, the heavens will not disappoint those who wait. I've been waiting for this moment. No one can compete with me for the Firmament Pearl. Kid, hand over the Firmament Pearl and I'll let you live. Yen Luo Ienafa returned. At that moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow. This guy actually dared to make a comeback. You're such a haunting guy. Xianxia said coldly. Firmament Pearl, I finally found you. Yen Luo Ienafa could not hide the excitement in his heart. His eyes were even blurred as he stared at the Firmament Pearl in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia took the Firmament Pearl with a flip of his palm. Yen Luo Ienafa's expression became more and more serious as he stared at Xianxia. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. So what if you're the inheritor of the undead clan? In the eyes of Yen Luo Ienafa, they are nothing but trash. Even the god of the underworld might not be able to trap me. Not to mention you guys who don't know what's good for you. Yen Luo Inifa shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were like arrows as he stared at Jiang Chen. That will depend on whether or not you can get past me. Han Yen slowly stood up. The devil root was deeply planted and the fusion was completed. At this moment he had become a true half-step sovereign realm expert. His dreadful cultivation realm and mightiness made Jiang Chen feel inferior. Han Yan's dreadfulness could be seen from the fact that he had crossed a realm and reached the half-step sovereign realm. This time his harvest was unparalleled. This might be the last time we fight side by side. Han Yan looked at Long Shisan with a complicated expression and said quietly. All right. Long Shisan nodded his head. He looked serious and calm. Jiang Chen could feel the estrangement between the two of them. Their father died in the battle and they didn't even know who they should seek revenge from. All of these had made the two of them miserable, one more miserable than the other. Whether it was Han Yan or Long Shisan, Jiang Chen could feel the pain in their hearts. However, as an outsider he didn't know how to comfort Han Yan and Long Shisan. It was also extremely important to him whether they could let go of their pain or not. Jiang Chen was very clear that both of them must have had complicated feelings in their hearts. Even if they didn't fight against each other, these two brothers must be filled with endless sorrow. This was the most tragic thing for their fathers. Perhaps they didn't hate each other, but they couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Cut the crap. Jiang Chen, I only ask you one question. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yen Luo Inifa shouted in a deep voice. His voice was deafening and shook the heavens and earth. Leave this guy to me, little Chenzi. My hands are itching, Han Yan said lightly. Han Yan said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen could feel the surging anger in Han Yan's body, and it would explode at any time. Chapter 3669. If you don't hand over the heavenly pearl, all of you will die. Half-step Emperor Realm experts are still not my match. Yen Luo Inifa faintly said as he shot a glance at Han Yan. Back then he hadn't acted against Han Yan because the devil chi around him was too terrifying. Furthermore, he had guessed that Han Yan was from the undead underworld race. Who would have thought that Han Yan was indeed an inheritor of the undead underworld race? How confident are you? Jiang Chen looked at Han Yan and asked in a low voice. To Han Yan, this battle was extremely cruel. His father had just passed away and he had to go through a battle of life and death. Even though he was the last inheritor of the undead underworld race, he still didn't know if he could defeat Yen Luo Inifa. As the eldest disciple of the Buddhist sect, Yen Luo Inifa's strength was unquestionable. 30 to 40%. Han Yan said in a low voice. He didn't have absolute confidence because Yen Luo Inifa's strength was extremely strenuous. At this moment, killing Yen Luo Inifa was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Let me try and see if I can use the battle heavenly dipper. If I can, then my strength should be enough to give him a headache. Long Shisan said. Both of them didn't look at each other, but Jiang Chen was very clear that this battle would decide their life and death. It would decide the fate of the undead underworld race. Therefore at this moment neither of them could stay out of it. I should be able to lend them a hand. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said to Jiang Chen. If they died, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor wouldn't be able to survive. When the nest is overturned, how could there be an egg left unscathed? He understood this logic. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He could only fight to the death against Yen Luo Inifa. No matter what the result would be, they had tried their best. This way they would have a clear conscience. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yen Luo Inifa's expression was cold as he spoke in a deep voice. He stepped into the air and approached Jiang Chen and the others. Although his strength had not reached the true Emperor realm, he had surpassed the half-step Emperor realm and reached the illusionary Emperor realm. In other words, he was only a step away from becoming a true Emperor expert. That was because Yen Luo Inifa's strength had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Today, if he wanted to return to his peak, he had to find the treasure in his heart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to return to his peak. The heavenly lost pearl was the best treasure in his heart. As long as he could obtain the heavenly lost pearl, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the true pinnacle. He might even be more terrifying than before. Very few people knew how terrifying the lost pearl of the heavens was, but Yen Luo Inifa was one of them. As the eldest disciple of the Gautama Buddha, Yen Luo Inifa had been under the tutelage of the Gautama Buddha for 100,000 years. After listening to the teachings of the Gautama Buddha for countless years, he had a profound understanding of the Gautama Buddha and was familiar with most of the divine objects and gods in the world. The heavenly pearl was of the utmost importance. Devil rises 10 feet. Han Yen soared up and broke the blue sky with one hand. At that moment he turned into a 1,000 feet tall devil shadow and descended once again. A half-step emperor realm expert as strong as a dragon. This was something that Jiang Chen had never expected. If a half-step emperor realm expert like Han Yen was so strong, then Yen Luo Einalpha should be even more terrifying. You don't know what's good for you. Yen Luo Einalpha sneered. He held the 9-inch curved blade in his hand and released a blade light that changed the color of the sky. Under the blade light, the devil shadow tried to break through Yen Luo Einalpha's attack, but it was extremely difficult. Namo Amitba. Yen Luo Einalpha chanted. For Han Yen, the Gautama Buddha sect's art was the greatest counter to him. Han Yan's devil shadow that blotted out the sky was completely suppressed by Yen Luo Einalpha. There was no room for him to turn the situation around. Birth of the 9 Dragons. The ancestral dragon emperor held the Zulong Tower in his hand and descended from the sky. The aura of the 9 dragons swept across the sky, causing Yen Luo Einalpha's expression to change. Even the ancestral dragon emperor is here. What a gathering of heroes. But those guys are already dead, what are you still alive for? Huh. Yen Luo Einalpha shook his head and laughed. The blade light changed again and changed its trajectory in the sky. 9 dragons appeared, causing Yen Luo to not dare to be careless. He moved his blade and cut through the void, causing the Zulong Tower to be pushed back. The ancestral dragon emperor's expression also became solemn. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to turn the situation around. Only after Jiang Chen broke through to the emperor realm would he be able to reconstruct his golden body. At that time he would be able to return to his peak. But now the only thing they could do was to break through the attack of Yen Luo Aina first. Otherwise, none of them would be able to survive. Battle Heavenly Dipper, Heavenward Art. Long Xian held the unparalleled divine staff and attacked crazily. However, he still couldn't match up to Yen Luo Einalpha's attack. Compared to Gai Ling, your battle Heavenly Dipper is just a pile of shit. You better die so that you don't embarrass your father. Yen Luo Einalpha held the blade with both of his hands. The blade shadows were blurred and it tore through the void. 3rd seal, Admiring Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with his hands and cast out a seal. It was a seal that he had spent his entire life to form. The 3rd seal of the Yen Tian seal fell from the sky. Jiang Chen had unleashed all of his skills as this was his last hope. Yen Luo Einalpha's expression turned serious as he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's Yen Tian seal was. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The Admiring Heaven seal had gathered all of Jiang Chen's Dao essence and drained the essence of his Dao essence. Jiang Chen's body was on the verge of collapsing. This seal was forcefully casted by him. Even he himself did not know if it would work. Although it was not fully developed yet, he had no other choice. A hand seal descended from the heavens as a giant palm smashed down on the ancient city ruins. The Yen Luo dual blade shadow blocked the attack, but it was shattered into pieces. An incomparably clear cracking sound rang out, and even the blade shadow in his hand was completely shattered. Under the ground, above the ancient city, there was an incomparably huge handprint. What a great Yen Tian seal. What a great Dao essence. Yen Luo Einalpha clenched his teeth and used all his strength to block the attack. However, his strength was almost depleted. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He staggered backwards, his body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't believe that he was pushed back by a mid-divine emperor expert and suffered such a serious injury. That palm strike was so powerful that it could overturn the heavens. If Jiang Chen was a little stronger, perhaps he would have been killed by that palm strike and his life would have been hanging by a thread. Although you're strong, you didn't kill me. You're all going to die. Yen Luo Einalpha said coldly. Everyone knew that this guy was finally going to kill them. However, at this moment the world changed. Before Yen Luo Einalpha could finish his words, a bottomless abyss appeared behind Jiang Chen and the others. It was right under his palm in front of the ancient city. 6 5-colored rainbow tunnels appeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Ancestral Dragon Emperor and Yen Luo Einalpha's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 3670. The gates of hell, 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhou Xian and the others looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation silently. It was like a hexagonal frame. Every vortex was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. The colors of the rainbow were rolling and rotating like a nebula. At the center of the deep purple vortex, it looked like a gate leading to hell. Because no one knew what was in the depths of the gate. Legend has it that the Hades god has the ability to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. So it's true. The ancestral dragon emperor said in shock. The 6 paths of reincarnation were divided into heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. The 6 paths of reincarnation was the symbol of life and death. It was the beginning and end of everything in the world. However, after the world calamity, the 6 paths of reincarnation had disappeared from the world. The divine palace had fallen, the Buddhism sect had disappeared, and the hell was nowhere to be found. The 6 paths of reincarnation is the symbol of controlling life and death. Everyone who dies will be reincarnated or disappear from the world. The true 6 paths of reincarnation is not something that the 9 nether god of hell can control. It is controlled by the Buddhist sect. Although the 9 nether god of hell is strong, he is nothing compared to the Buddhist sect. Yanluo Inifa said coldly. Even the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't deny it because what he said was true. The Buddhism sect was comparable to the divine palace in the past. Even the ancient great emperor Eastern Emperor Tai, as the ruler of the divine palace, couldn't be compared to the Buddhism sect. The Buddhism sect and the divine palace had their own way of doing things. However, the Buddhism sect managed to persevere until the end. Although the Buddhism sect might not be better than the divine palace, it's still terrifying and powerful. Unfortunately, it's impossible for any of you to escape into the 6 paths of reincarnation, because all of you will die. None of you have the qualifications to reincarnate. From the day the heavenly Daoist collapsed and the great calamity of the world began, the 6 paths of reincarnation in this world no longer existed. Yanluo Inifa looked coldly at Zhou Xian and the others and sneered. Their lives were all in his hands. The 6 paths of reincarnation was not something they could enter. Is there really only death in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Zhou Xian looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with a burning gaze. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed and nodded. The 6 paths of reincarnation was once controlled by the Buddhist sect. It was the beginning of the cycle of reincarnation. Now that the world has changed and the Buddhist sect has been destroyed, no one knows where the end of the 6 paths of reincarnation is. Once we enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, we don't know what will happen to us. Maybe it will be another world, maybe we will have to start from the beginning, or maybe it will be the entrance to hell. The ancestral dragon emperor was not sure what kind of ending the 6 paths of reincarnation would bring to them. As for now, they had no way out. Although Yanluo Inifa was heavily injured by them, they had all lost their ability to fight. They were at death's door and would definitely be killed by Yanluo Inifa. It's impossible for you to leave. The end of the 6 paths of reincarnation is the beginning of life. It's the end of the world. Jump down if you can. Let's see if you can survive. Yanluo Inifa sneered. Zhou Xian and the others were in a dilemma. They didn't know what to do. Looks like we have no other choice. Zhou Xian sighed. The ancestral dragon emperor was at his wits' end. Now that they were forced into a desperate situation by Yanluo Inifa, it was impossible for them to escape. There was no way they could escape now, they had no way out. Rumble. A deafening voice sounded out as a golden statue appeared in the middle of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Its palms were placed together and its eyes were closed as it sat cross-legged. It was calm and composed, and its majesty could shake the heavens and earth. This is impossible, Yanluo Inifa said with a pale face. He looked at the golden statue. The golden holy shadow was thousands of zhang tall. It filled the void and shone upon the entire ancient city. The ancestral dragon emperor took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ba. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Yanluo, don't be stubborn. The golden statue said faintly. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away, making people feel comfortable and peaceful. A calm and serene aura filled the air between the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xian and the others were shocked. Could this golden statue be the leader of the Buddha sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas? Aren't you dead? Why are you still here? This is impossible. Yanluo Inafa shook his head and said in disbelief. His eyes were filled with fear because it was impossible for him to appear here. The Buddha ancestor had already died. Moreover, the death of the Buddha ancestor would not leave any hope of reincarnation. Others might still have a glimmer of hope, but the Buddha ancestor was dead. The golden statue in front of him and the holy shadow made Yanluo Inafa feel suffocated. The pressure was too strong and too terrifying. Amitabha, Yanluo, you originally had no evil in your heart, but you were swallowed by the devil shadow and changed your appearance. You were originally the disciple I was most proud of, but you became a Buddha in vain. It really makes me feel bitter. I have already been disillusioned and reborn. I am me, but I am not me. Buddha is in the human heart. The Buddha ancestor said faintly. Yanluo Inafa still shook his head. He was stubborn. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. He looked at the Buddha ancestor fearlessly. You are a big liar. Who are you? You are not the Buddha ancestor at all. Yanluo Inafa shouted desperately. He slashed down with his blade, but he could not get close to the golden shadow of the Buddha ancestor. In the end, Yanluo Inafa fell to the ground with a dejected face. The Buddha ancestor is the Tao. The Tao is derived from the heavenly dipper and the Dharma is reincarnation. Today I will give you a good fortune. The 6 paths of reincarnation is eternal. As for whether you can break through the reincarnation, it depends on your own luck. The Buddha ancestor stretched out his hand and Zhou Xian and the others fell into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Damn it! My lost pearl of the heavens. Yanluo Inafa flew forward wanting to stop Gautama Buddha. However, Gautama Buddha's means were earth-shattering. Even Yanluo Inafa couldn't fathom Gautama Buddha at all. He thought that Gautama Buddha was fake, but he was able to block all of his attacks. It seemed like he was wrong. This holy light shadow was really Gautama Buddha. Chapter 3671. Little Chinzi. Husband. Zhou Xian. Brother Xian. At that moment, the figures of Zhou Xian and the others were sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation by the gentle Buddha light that was filled with the sound of the great Tao. However, what surprised Zhou Xian and the others was that they were all sent to different paths of reincarnation. Long Xian was sent into the path of Azura. Long Xian was gradually submerged in the red path of reincarnation and disappeared into the depths of the purple path of reincarnation. Zhou Xian could no longer see the shadow of Long Xian. De Huang was sent into the path of animal. At that moment, De Huang couldn't believe it. His body trembled and he cursed, "Old Buddha, I refuse to accept this. Old Buddha, I refuse to accept this. Why did you send me to the path of an animal? In my next life I'm going to be a handsome dog." De Huang's voice gradually faded away. His figure had also gradually submerged into the path of reincarnation and he had stepped into the hell path. Zhou Xian, I don't want to be separated from you. Ling Yun and the others burst into tears. All of their women had fallen into the path of hungry ghost. Ling Yun, Longying or Lan Lingji and Bai Yun were the same. Zhou Xian clenched his fists tightly. Although his eyes were filled with reluctance and worry, he couldn't continue and was powerless to do anything. At this moment, Zhou Qian's face was gloomy. At this moment he was stuck between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. Half of his body was in the human Tao while the other half was in the heavenly Tao. Even he was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. If you don't enter the heavenly Tao, you won't be able to enter the human Tao. Which Tao should you enter? Buddha murmured while looking at Zhou Xian. The holy light shadow had also gradually dissipated. I understand now. You're not Buddha at all. You're just the last benevolent thought of Shakyamuni. Yanluo Inafa's face turned pale and he shouted in a deep voice. If I don't enter the hell, who will? There is nothing in the world and people are just worrying about nothing. One day you will understand. Yanluo. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. At that moment the voice of the Buddha ancestor gradually faded away. Yanluo Inafa roared, his voice shaking the heavens. His eyes were incomparably red. Bullshit. You bastard, even if you die, you won't let me go, my lost pearl of the firmament. My heavenly lost pearl. As long as I can obtain the firmament pearl, won't I be able to roam freely in this world? Sakyamuni, I hate you. When the Buddha's figure dissipated, he understood that it was only the last good thought of Shakyamuni. He had already perished and it was impossible for him to be reborn. Therefore it was his last good thought that had messed up all of his plans. The dominator of samsara in 6 realms is Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva died a long time ago. The god of the underworld can't control the 6 realms of samsara. So, who can really control the 6 realms of samsara? The last goodwill of Sakyamuni? Just what kind of existence was he? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. At that moment he finally escaped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that the 6 paths of reincarnation he was in was not the heavenly Tao, nor was it the human Tao. But he had indeed entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Chen felt that he was in chaos. He didn't know if he had entered the heavenly Tao or the human Tao, but he couldn't find any exit. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. He realized that he could see Long Shan De Huang and the others. All of them were in the 6 paths of reincarnation, constantly rotating. But no matter how he shouted, they couldn't hear a single sound. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, Jiang Chen took a closer look and realized that he wasn't in any of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In other words, he was like an outsider outside of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Long Shan De Huang, Han Yen, Ling Yun, and the others were still in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the endless 6 paths of reincarnation. Gradually, a ray of light appeared in the midst of the endless 6 paths of reincarnation, wrapping everyone within it and disappearing without a trace. Jiang Chen, however, was still in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Chen went into a meditative state. He could feel that his strength was constantly growing, but what shocked him the most was that his Tao accumulation had also improved tremendously. The 6 paths of reincarnation was filled with the unknown, like a nebula in the chaos. Jiang Chen had no idea where he was and where exactly he was. But at this moment his Tao of heavenly domination truly felt a change. From a small stream at the beginning, it seemed to have turned into a small stream. The leap in quality was something that Jiang Chen had never experienced before. Jiang Chen did not know how long he had been here, but the dragon marks in his body kept growing. 6. 1,000,006. 2,000,006. 3,000,000. Until the 7. 4,000,000 dragon marks, then it gradually stopped. At this moment Jiang Chen's strength had finally reached the late Divine Emperor realm. It could be said that he had soared to the sky. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to comprehend the Tao in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After this battle his strength had undoubtedly improved tremendously, and his Tao accumulation was exceptionally terrifying. When Jiang Chen opened the 94th floor of the Zulong Tower, he found the 4th seal of the Yen Tian seal, the Shen Tian seal. Such a terrifying seal. Jiang Chen was shocked. With his current Tao accumulation, it seemed like he could not cast the 4th seal at all. Even the 3rd seal, the Envy Heaven seal, was quite difficult to cast. If he wanted to cast the 4th seal, the Shen Tian seal, his Tao accumulation would need to reach a higher level. This seal is indeed impressive. It's a great fortune for you to be able to obtain this set of Yen Tian seal. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said sincerely. He was extremely pleased that Jiang Chen had made a breakthrough in his strength. The current Jiang Chen, with the help of the Yen Tian seal, had at least mastered the first 3 seals. No one below the Emperor realm could be his opponent anymore. If he were to encounter Yen Luo Yennefer again, Jiang Chen would definitely not be afraid. Now that his strength had increased, his Tao accumulation had also increased. The power of the Yen Tian seal would definitely be more terrifying. Even the current Yu is still unable to cast the true power of the Yen Tian seal. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words made Jiang Chen even more surprised. He could not help but ask, could it be that you don't know about the Zulong Tower? This Yen Tian seal is not something that you could create, right? Jiang Chen's words made the ancestral Dragon Emperor silent for a moment. The ancestral Dragon Emperor knew that although the current Jiang Chen could not defeat a true Emperor realm expert, he was already powerful enough. At least he was invincible below the Emperor realm. Chapter 3672. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as the ancestral Dragon Emperor's words filled him with more imagination. Although the Zulong Tower is my natal divine weapon, I did not refine it. The terror of the Zulong Tower is much more terrifying than you and I can imagine. However, the Zulong Tower is now incomplete, just like the Eastern Emperor Bell. Otherwise, any of the divine weapons would be enough to make an Emperor realm expert fearful. In the Primordial War, almost all the divine weapons were damaged to some extent. The predecessor of the Zulong Tower was the Clear Sky Tower, one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons, just like the Eastern Emperor Bell. Just like the myriad Qi cauldron in your hand, it was originally the Shin-Nong cauldron of the Shin-Nong clan's ancestor. It is also the only one among the 10 great ancient divine weapons that still possesses the power of the ancient times. It's a pity that you're still unable to fully control it. The reason why it's an Emperor Realm divine weapon is because you're unable to control it. When you truly become an Emperor Realm expert, you'll discover a whole new world, and the true terror of the 10 great ancient divine weapons will be revealed. After the ancestral dragon emperor finished speaking, Jiang Qin became solemn. It seems like I have 3 divine weapons in my hand, but I don't know what to do with them. This shouldn't be considered a waste, right? Jiang Qin couldn't help but touch his nose and said. He had 3 divine weapons in his hand, but he couldn't use them. He felt a little aggrieved. It's not your fault. The reason why the Shin-Nong cauldron is the only one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons that hasn't been destroyed is because the myriad Qi in the Shin-Nong cauldron can repair divine weapons. Only when your strength reaches the Emperor Realm can you repair the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda, which is also known as the Clear Sky Pagoda. Once the 3 great divine weapons are restored, even an Emperor Realm Master can't do anything to you. So, the most important thing for you now is to become an Emperor Realm expert. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor had high hopes for Jiang Qin. After experiencing countless life and death situations, they managed to reach where they are today from the Saint Origin world. Now they're just a step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. At that time he'll be able to break free from this soul form and reconstruct his golden body. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor had waited for this day for a very long time. He even felt that there was no hope for this day to come. However, Jiang Qin had given him hope step by step. This day shouldn't be too late for them. But the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was more concerned about the great tribulation of the heavens and earth 100 years later. If Jiang Qin's strength could not reach a certain realm, then the great tribulation of the heavens and earth would be the time for their reincarnation. Break through to the Emperor Realm, repair the other 2 divine weapons and control the other 3 divine weapons. By then I will be considered as a true expert. Jiang Qin was full of confidence. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not expect that he would not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. As for why, Jiang Qin had no idea as well. At this moment, Long Shisan, De Huang and the others had already disappeared into the other Tao of reincarnation. But he was still in the 6 paths of chaos. At this moment, Jiang Qin had experienced countless years and too many things from the past. Memories reappeared in his mind. Along the way he had experienced countless battles. It was as if he had experienced reincarnation after reincarnation. Time seemed to have no effect in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not know what was underneath the 6 paths of reincarnation. Where would they go after going through the 6 paths of reincarnation? Jiang Qin could only take it one step at a time, moving forward step by step. In the midst of the chaos, brilliance flowed and the nebula spread out. It was like the most dazzling halo between the heavens and earth, vividly displayed here. After a long time, Jiang Qin walked past a dark mountain range. He stood at the peak of the mountain range. At this moment he saw countless tombstones and dark qi. He saw a hunchbacked tomb keeper. This is the divine tomb? Jiang Qin's expression changed. The end of the 6 paths of reincarnation, could it be the divine tomb? Jiang Qin couldn't believe it. The hunchbacked tomb keeper turned around and looked at him deeply. Jiang Qin was sure that the tomb keeper was looking at him with a complicated expression. The tomb keeper sighed and shook his head. When he turned around again, the scene of the divine tomb in front of Jiang Qin disappeared without a trace. Everything in front of him turned into chaos again. The divine tomb does exist and the tomb keeper is looking at me. Jiang Qin could feel it. Why did I not see it? The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words shocked Jiang Qin. He did not see it. Was he hallucinating? Jiang Qin was sure that it was not. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not see anything. This made Jiang Qin even more confused. The white chaos in front of him had turned into a sea of sand. Jiang Qin could no longer see the 6 paths of reincarnation around him. The rainbow-colored reincarnation whirlpool had disappeared, leaving behind an endless sea of sand. The sun appeared in the sky. When Jiang Qin raised his head again, he found himself in a sea of sand. He could not tell if it was an illusion or reality. Were they still in the 6 paths of reincarnation? We're out. The ancestral dragon emperor said in shock. The sun, the rain, the desert and the eagle in the sky. They were out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was no one around. Xianxia was confused and worried. The 6 paths of reincarnation actually sent him to a sea of sand that he had no idea where he was. Where were Ling Yun and Long Ying? Where were Long Shisan and De Huang? Han Yan went to the Hell Dao. Did he enter hell? Xianxia had no idea what the end of the 6 paths of reincarnation was. However, he guessed that the end was different for everyone. Shakyamuni's last good thought sent them into the 6 paths of reincarnation. But he did not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. None of them seemed to have anything to do with him. Even Long Shisan, who was not part of the 5 elements, could not escape from the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, Xianxia was like an outsider. How were they doing? Were they safe? Xianxia had no idea. This was what he was worried about the most. The 6 paths of reincarnation, what kind of existence is it? Why is it the last good thought of Shakyamuni? Xianxia had too many questions in his heart. However, even the ancestral dragon emperor could not explain it to him. What is the last good thought of Shakyamuni? Even I don't know. I only know that the destruction of the Buddhism sect caused the entire God world to be in chaos. It was also at that time that the great calamity of the heavens and earth happened. As for the secrets of the Buddhism sect, I'm afraid only the true experts of the Buddhism sect, or even that Yen Luo Ayinafa. Chapter 3673. The secrets of the Buddhist sect were not important to Xianxia right now. What was important was where he was and when he would be able to find them. That was the most important thing. The grudge between Long Shisan and Han Yan would not be resolved in a short period of time. Han Yan killed his father and they were absolutely irreconcilable. Even Xianxia did not know how to persuade or explain. After all, both Long Shisan's father, Gai Ling, and Han Yan's father, the god of the underworld, were both influential figures in the ancient world. However, they belonged to different factions. This battle of life and death had passed through billions of years, yet their fates were intertwined. Even Xianxia was filled with emotions. As for De Huang, that fellow would not die so easily. After entering the animal path, who knows if he would still turn into an animal? This was what Xianxia was most concerned about. The remaining ones were Ling Yun and the rest. The 6 paths of reincarnation were nowhere to be found, and Xianxia was also filled with doubts. He did not know what to do in the desert. He had no idea where he was. This was like a race with no end in sight. Xianxia cared about everyone, but he did not know where he was. Xianxia could only take one step at a time. The surroundings were filled with yellow sand. The wind whistled, and from time to time a few thousand-year-old ancient trees, poplars, and desert pines could be seen taking root in the yellow sand. Countless gusts of wind howled, wrapping around the blazing sun in the sky. A dry aura pervaded the entire desert. The sun at the edge of the sky was always shining on this place. The sunlight was resplendent and the sun was scorching hot. Almost 4/5 of the day was spent with the sun shining brightly. Xianxia stepped on the sky and flew for a full 3 days. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he finally saw an oasis in the desert. It was a vast expanse of green, connecting with the yellow sand and the boundless sea of sand, forming a bright belt of light. There were many ancient trees that were dozens of feet tall, covering the sun and the sky. In the forest there was a small stream that flowed downstream, flowing between the sea of sand and the forest, flowing towards a faraway place. Xianxia washed his face in the stream. The refreshing feeling was inspiring. Xianxia stopped for a moment, and just as he was about to move forward, he was attracted by a peerless battle. 4 rays of light pierced through the air. The 3 of them were holding long swords, waiting for an opportunity to attack a green-robed lady. They were trying to kill her with all their might, leaving no room for mercy. The green-robed lady retreated in order to advance. Step by step she fell into the sea of sand. The aura of the 3 was peerless, not giving the green-robed lady any chance at all. The green-robed lady was already injured. The 3 of them were all late divine emperors, and their strength was even comparable to the sect master of the Mountain Sea sect who had fought with Xianxia back then. They could not be underestimated. From the looks of it, these 4 people aren't simple at all. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and watched coldly from the side. At this time the 4 of them were full of fighting spirit and should not have noticed him. Xianxia was not the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. Although it was a bit shameful for 3 against 1, the green-robed lady actually gradually stabilized the situation. She did not show any signs of dying. Even though she was retreating step by step, she did not fall into a life-and-death situation. You dare to steal from our Xianyuan clan? Looks like you've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Little girl, hand over the thing. Otherwise, don't blame us old fellows for being merciless. You're not a match for us at all. Why do you want to make things difficult for yourself? The three of them had cold expressions on their faces as they tightly surrounded the green-robed woman, blocking her in the middle. Right now she truly had no way to escape to the heavens and no way to the earth. You're not qualified to kill me. The green-robed lady wore a green veil over her face and her eyes were like jade. She was like a glowing jade, bright and transparent, with a hint of coldness and killing intent. She did not show any fear when facing the three divine emperors. Even when she was in a deep predicament, she seemed to be calm. The green-robed lady had a slim figure and was extremely beautiful. Even Xianxia, who had countless beauties, could not help but sigh. This lady's figure was just too beautiful. Although he could not see her face, just her eyes alone were enough to make people feel that she was clear and intelligent, beautiful and dignified. Such a peerless lady was indeed worthy of admiration. However, Xianxia did not intend to make a move, because he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, when the three of them revealed their identity, Xianxia suddenly changed his mind. People of the Xianyuan clan? Xianxia sneered. He hated the people of the Xianyuan clan the most. Xianyuan Kanglan had caused trouble for him time and time again. At this time, Xianxia wanted to settle the score with the Xianyuan clan. Originally he could pretend that he did not see anything and leave. However, it was not a bad thing to cause some trouble for the Xianyuan clan. Xianxia stepped on the air and flew towards the green-robed lady like a swallow. Now that he had reached the late divine emperor realm, Xianxia was no longer afraid. Even if he met an expert like the mountain and sea sect master again, it would not be a problem for Xianxia. With his strength, it was no longer difficult for him to move unhindered in the Central Region Divine Land. In the Central Region Divine Land, there should be only a handful of people who could reach the late divine emperor realm. These three people were all from the Xianyuan clan, which made Xianxia attach great importance to the Xianyuan clan. It seemed that the experts of this clan were not any weaker than the mountain and sea sect. Most importantly, as an ancient clan, the Xianyuan clan had a considerable foundation. These three late divine emperor realm experts should be the true experts of the sect. Xianyuan clan, how arrogant. He, bullying the few with numbers. Since when did the Xianyuan clan become so shameless? Xianxia sneered and appeared beside the green-robed lady. He looked at the three people of the Xianyuan clan with a cold gaze. Who are you? The way my Xianyuan family does things isn't up to outsiders to tell us what to do. The number of people who dare to challenge my Xianyuan family can be counted on one hand, even in the entire Central Divine Land. Xianyuan Baihe, who was the leader, shouted in a deep voice. His skinny body was shining brightly and his eyes were locked with Xianxia's. What a coincidence. I'm that fearless guy. When there's injustice, I'll do something about it. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, the three people of the Xianyuan clan looked cold. After all, Xianxia's strength was similar to theirs. They were also late divine emperors. If they really fought, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 3674. Friend, I advise you not to make a mistake. The matter of our Xianyuan clan is not something you can meddle in. The other man of the Xianyuan clan also frowned and threatened Xianxia while getting ready for a fight. The green-clothed lady looked at Xianxia with interest. She didn't expect that there would be someone who would stand up for the Xianyuan family in such a desolate place. This was indeed something that no one knew about. To anyone who was knowledgeable, offending the Xianyuan family would be a big deal. As an ancient family, the strength of the Xianyuan family wasn't any weaker than the major sects in the Middle Province. It might even be stronger. Because those sects might say something to the Xianyuan clan. However, for an ancient clan like the Xianyuan clan, they had hundreds of millions of years of foundation. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had countless experts. Xianxia's action was undoubtedly putting himself in a dangerous situation. This made the green-robed lady very curious. Who was this person? Why did he save her? You have to think about it carefully. Our Xianyuan clan is not an ordinary sect. Boy, do you really want to go against us? The three men of the Xianyuan clan looked at each other. If Jiang Chen really went against them, their situation would certainly be out of control. What are you talking about? Are all the people of the Xianyuan clan talkative? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jiang Chen frowned and said angrily. The lady's mouth curved into a faint smile. It was the first time for her to see such a domineering man facing the Xianyuan clan. Moreover, there were 3 late divine emperors. It was not easy to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. One must have the strength to do so. Bastard! You're courting death. Xianyuan Baihe and the other 2 glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had completely infuriated them and even touched their bottom line. It was an obvious provocation. Moreover, he wanted to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. How could there be such a good thing in the world? You're going against the Xianyuan clan. Kid, you better think it through. Xianyuan Baihe gritted his teeth and said. He didn't want to be enemies with Jiang Chen because they might not be able to gain the upper hand if they fought 3 against 2. If they could make this guy retreat, it would be a good thing for them. However, the prestige of the Xianyuan family obviously didn't make Jiang Chen retreat. Let me be frank with you. Saving the damsel in distress is secondary. I was originally planning to turn around and leave, but when I heard about the Xianyuan family, damn it, I'm going to make you bleed. Jiang Chen made a solemn vow. Xianyuan Baihe and the others were dumbfounded. Even the cyan-robed woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are really honest. Brother, you don't want the good reputation of saving the beauty, but you insist on fighting with the Xianyuan family to the end. I have to say that you are a real man. Looks like we can't avoid it. Xianyuan Baihe gnashed his teeth. Although they didn't have absolute confidence to win this battle, since the opponent had put it this way, if they still compromised, how could Xianyuan family keep its face? Let's fight, who's afraid of who? After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Xianyuan Baihe nodded slightly. The 3 of them flew up at a terrifying speed and approached Jiang Chen and the cyan-robed woman. Brother, thank you. The cyan-robed woman opened her red lips slightly. Her voice was pleasant and extremely moving. It was like the lingering sound of a lark playing in the air, lingering for a long time. Don't mention it. It's everyone's responsibility to attack the Xianyuan family. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and moved like lightning. His sword slashed the sky with great momentum. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants shook the heavens and the earth. The cyan-robed woman was surprised. This divine emperor realm expert was quite powerful. He was even on par with her. At this time she followed closely behind. The long sword in her hand was like a shadow. Once the ice edge passed by, the cold air was oppressive. Under the dual sword harmony, the 2 of them cooperated very well. They almost forced the 3 of them to retreat in an instant. The 3 experts of the Xianyuan family could not predict the attacks of the cyan-robed woman and Jiang Chen at all. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. His limitless sword was getting more and more pure and terrifying. The 21st blade had reached the realm of perfection. It was shadowless and formless. What a terrifying sword. The cyan-robed woman gasped. He was very shocked. Jiang Chen's sword had reached the realm of destruction. No one dared to underestimate him. The 3 experts of the Xianyuan family did not dare to face him head-on. In addition, the cyan-robed woman was glaring at them fiercely. The 2 of them had the upper hand. Xianyuan Baihe and the others had to retreat. The limitless sword was unstoppable. In a battle of the same level, Jiang Chen was already unbeatable. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, the 3 of them still found it hard to resist. Coupled with the green-clothed lady's attack, the 3 of them were severely injured. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was unstoppable. This guy is too powerful. Let's go. Xianyuan Baihe's expression changed. He knew that it was impossible for them to go against him. The guy who appeared out of nowhere was too powerful. It was hard for them to resist. Moreover, this guy was against the Xianyuan family. They were all confused. How did the Xianyuan family offend them? Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The cyan-robed woman shouted coldly. She was not inferior to men. She flew on her sword and swept away thousands of enemies. Soul-devouring spies. Rays of cyan light flashed. Layers of mysterious spies swept away the clouds with an unpredictable momentum. Interesting. Jiang Chen smiled. The cyan-robed woman did not seem to be willing to show weakness. Terrifying waves surged up. The sword interweaved with each other, which made Xianyuan Baihe and the others miserable. They were almost forced to retreat and were heavily injured. Jiang Qin attacked from the front while the cyan-robed woman attacked from the back. They were in a dilemma. They had completely lost the initiative. It was even difficult for them to resist passively. Xianyuan's sword art. Xianyuan Baihe and the other two swore to fight to the death. As the three experts of the Xianyuan family, they were the mainstays of the Xianyuan family. They did not expect that they would lose their wings here. It made them angry and resentful. Break for me. Jiang Chen's morale was like a rainbow. He used one sword to break 10,000 techniques. The limitless sword slashed through reincarnation. The Xianyuan sword art vanished. The three of them were completely defeated. They did not have any strength to resist. Jiang Chen was too powerful. He did not look like a minor connecting heaven realm late divine emperor. The three of them could only retreat helplessly. All of you go to hell. Cyan sharp sword slashed the tide. The cyan-robed woman swept across the sky and earth. Her momentum was graceful. Her momentum and Jiang Chen's sword aura complemented each other. She suppressed the three of them with her supreme divine might. The sword light pierced through the clouds with unstoppable momentum. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen moved his divine soul and reversed the sky. His supreme soul power spread out. The souls of the three of them were instantly injured by Jiang Chen. The sword chi slashed again. The three of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. There was no room for them to turn back. We are the people of the Xianyuan family. You can't kill us. Xianyuan Baihe shouted angrily. However, Jiang Chen and the cyan-robed woman did not stop. They were going to kill the people of the Xianyuan family. Chapter 3675. Xianyuan Baihe and the others were all dead. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, vanishing without a trace. After killing 3 people, Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and exchanged glances with the green-robed lady. The two of them smiled. "Thank you for saving my life, young master," the green-robed lady said. "You wouldn't have died if I hadn't done anything." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This lady was stronger than he had imagined. If it wasn't for young master, I wouldn't have been able to stroll around. I would have been in a sorry state. The green-robed lady sheathed her jade sword. She was calm and composed. "It's fate that we met by chance. May I know where we are now? I was once trapped in this boundless sea of sand. Today I've finally escaped. I'm so lucky." Jiang Chen smiled. The green-robed lady's eyes were filled with surprise. She opened her mouth slightly as if she was extremely shocked. "This is the border between the Central Plains Divine Land and the Desolate Divine Land. It's a desert of 300,000 miles. It's called the Silver Sand Sea. With young master's strength, you're already invincible. Why are you trapped here?" "It's a long story. It's hard to explain in a few words." Jiang Chen shook his head. This desert of 10,000 miles was actually a place between the Desolate Divine Land and the Central Plains Divine Land. It was a place that people would get lost in. The green-robed lady didn't ask any more. She knew that Jiang Chen didn't want to say more. "It seems like young master and the Xianyuan clan have a deep grudge?" the green-robed lady asked in a low voice. She seemed to be curious. "Not really. But when I see the Xianyuan clan I want to bleed them," Jiang Chen said calmly. The green-robed lady couldn't help but smile. This wasn't a deep grudge. But this made the relationship between the two of them become very friendly. It was even a little subtle. "I'm Qing Luo. May I know young master's name?" Qing Luo smiled calmly. She gently took off her veil. At that moment she was extremely charming and beautiful. Such a lady could only be found in the heavens. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her beauty had a kind of seductive beauty, yet it didn't lose all kinds of amorous feelings. It wasn't like the graceful beauty of a peony in the secular world. It was more like a seductive rose that stood aloof from the world. The red was tender and beautiful, the purple was brilliant, and the white lotus was beautiful. It was difficult to compete with it. It was pure without losing elegance, charming without losing intelligence. "Take off your veil and welcome me with your jade-like face. You are so honest with me that I don't know what to do. My name is Chen Jiang. I'm just a commoner. I'm not worthy of your concern." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. This woman was indeed a scheming woman. In order to let him know that she had no distracting thoughts and was honest with him, She directly took off her veil so that he had no reason to refuse her. Qinjiang, nice name. Young Master Qinjiang, what's the matter? Since Mr. Qinjiang has a grudge against the Xianyuan clan, I would like to ask if Mr. Qinjiang could accompany Qing Luo to deal a heavy blow to the Xianyuan clan. Qing Luo said with an elegant smile. Miss Qing Luo, are you inviting me to deal with the Xianyuan clan together? Jiang Qin was calm in his heart. His guess was right. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have been so honest with him. He was trying to win his trust. However, Jiang Qin wasn't a lecherous young man who would be blinded by beauty. To him, he would only do things that were beneficial to him. As for causing trouble for the Xianyuan family, it wasn't a bad thing for him to do so. That's right. Now let's kill them and return to the Xianyuan clan. Qing Luo's eyes turned cold. She covered her face with her veil again and said coldly, I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Qin said. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I've just left the Xianyuan clan so they wouldn't expect me to return. If we return to the Xianyuan clan now, we'll be the safest and we'll be able to catch them off guard. The Xianyuan clan is already in chaos. As long as we seize the opportunity, we'll definitely be able to cause chaos in their clan. At that time, won't they be like headless flies? They'll be in danger of being exterminated. Qing Luo's words made Jiang Qin very happy. It had to be said that her words were very tempting to Jiang Qin. If it was someone else, they might ignore it. However, to Jiang Qin, his hatred towards the Xianyuan clan was triggered by Qing Luo. Jiang Qin wasn't attracted by Qing Luo's beauty. It was because he really wanted to fight the Xianyuan clan to the death. After being plotted against by Xianyuan Kanglin many times, he already hated the Xianyuan clan. Now that there was a chance to cause chaos in the Xianyuan clan, he was naturally very happy. This was a deal that he would definitely profit from. Your suggestion isn't bad. Indeed, the most dangerous place right now is the safest place. No matter what, they probably wouldn't have imagined that you would dare to take a roundabout route. This time I'll play with you until you're satisfied. I'll turn the Xianyuan clan upside down first. Jiang Chen's eyes turned sharp. He looked at the sky and nodded silently. Qing Luo's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than her. If he joined her, she would definitely be able to get what she wanted when she returned to the Xianyuan clan. This time she was even more confident with Jiang Chen's help. Young Master Qinjiang, you're indeed a trustworthy person. Qing Luo greets you, young master. Thank you. Qing Luo said happily. Jiang Qin waved his hand disapprovingly. Let's go to the Xianyuan clan first. I can't wait. They chased after me many times in the past. This time I'll give them a surprise. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Although he didn't know what Qing Luo was planning, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It was enough for Jiang Qin to know that Qing Luo and the Xianyuan clan were enemies. Their goals were shockingly similar. Therefore this time, Jiang Qin wouldn't show any mercy. It didn't matter if Xianyuan Kanglin was in the Xianyuan clan or not. This time Jiang Qin would teach them a lesson. As long as the surname Xianyuan, there wouldn't be a good person. All right. Qing Luo smiled. The two of them quickly rushed into the boundless forest and went straight to the Xianyuan clan. Qing Luo knew very well that an expert like Qinjiang would not be fooled by just a few words. He must have a close relationship with the Xianyuan clan. Of course, it was a hostile relationship. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill each other as soon as they met. 3 late Divine Emperor experts were killed by the two of them. This time the Xianyuan clan had suffered a great loss. Chapter 3676. The Xianyuan clan was located at the south of the Xianxia Sea, at the border of the central region Divine Land. It was surrounded by mountains and the sea was hundreds of thousands of miles long. The Xianyuan clan was an ancient clan. Like the Battle God clan and the Luo God clan, they were the true experts of the ancient human race. Furthermore, they had great Emperor Xianyuan who ruled over the eastern barren land. Their fame spread far and wide. Although hundreds of millions of years had passed, the Xianyuan clan was still very powerful. Even if they couldn't be compared to the past, they were still a true ancient clan. The fact that they could send 3 late Divine Emperor experts to chase after Qing Luo showed how powerful the Xianyuan clan was. This time Qing Luo was very careful. Jiang Qin naturally didn't dare to be careless. Following Qing Luo back to the Xianyuan family wasn't his original intention, he was just here to cause trouble. If he could cause trouble to the Xianyuan family, it would be an exciting thing. Haha, you're right. Young Master Xinjiang, you must be careful. The Xianyuan clan is very powerful. They've been hiding for so many years. They're very ambitious. No one in the central region Divine Land can compare to them. Qing Luo said solemnly. She seemed to know the entire Xianyuan clan very well. Although she didn't know them like the back of her hand, she still knew a lot about them. The two of them passed through layers of mountains and lakes. Finally, they arrived at the headquarters of the Xianyuan clan, Qiyuan Mountain. It's said that Qiyuan Mountain was split open by the eastern barren sovereign Emperor Xianyuan. To the east is the Shircha Sea and to the west is the mountains. Qiyuan Mountain is the place where great Emperor Xianyuan was born. Qing Luo said slowly with a serious face. The two of them crossed Yuan Qi Mountain and avoided everyone's eyes and ears. No one would be able to find them unless they were late divine emperors. Back then I stole quite a few treasures from the Xianyuan family's treasury, but I didn't find what I wanted. This time they've definitely tightened their security. It'll be even more difficult to enter the treasury, Shuang said. Qing Luo said. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. I don't believe that there's anyone in the Xianyuan clan who can stop the two of us. Jiang Qin said confidently. He patted his chest as if he was very confident. Qing Luo also had an elegant smile on her face. She didn't have much of a relationship with Qin Jiang, but they had once killed a late divine emperor expert of the Xianyuan clan together. The two of them were at least on the same side, and this was something that couldn't be shaken by any benefits, because they both didn't want the Xianyuan clan to prosper. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is the most reliable relationship. The two of them carefully crossed the Xianyuan family's defense line, but the final protective formation stumped Qing Luo. The first time they had entered the Xianyuan family, the protective formation hadn't been activated yet. But this time the Xianyuan family seemed to have sensed danger and activated the protective formation. This was a huge headache for Qing Luo. What do we do about the protective formation? If we break it by force, we might not have a good ending. It's no different from declaring war on the Xianyuan family. It's not easy for us to deal with them. After all, we're in the Xianyuan family's territory. Qing Luo frowned and sighed. We can only create a diversion now and let the Xianyuan family open the protective formation themselves. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, This formation isn't difficult. This formation isn't too difficult. In less than 3 days I should be able to break it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Qing Luo's face was filled with shock. This was the protective formation of the Xianyuan family, an ancient clan. How could it be broken just like that? Qing Luo looked doubtful. She didn't believe that Qin Jiang could really break the formation. Watch carefully. Jiang Qin was full of confidence. Instantly, his expression became solemn and he began to deduce the formation. Jiang Qin had already solved more than half of the no beginning formation. Naturally, he would be able to solve any ordinary formation, including the Xianyuan family's protective grand formation. Qing Luo looked at Qin Jiang doubtfully. If he really could break through the Xianyuan clan's protective formation, then it would be amazing. If they entered the Xianyuan clan, it would be as easy as walking into an unstoppable area. During these 3 days, as expected, Qing Luo had been silently watching Qin Jiang the entire time. Qin Jiang was completely focused on analyzing the formation. Even Qing Luo couldn't help sighing in admiration. This fellow was truly too terrifying. The Xianyuan clan's grand protective formation had actually been broken by Qin Jiang. Most importantly, not only had Qin Jiang broken through the Xianyuan clan's protective formation, but he had also opened up a passageway through the protective formation so that only the two of them could enter without being detected. That was the most terrifying thing about it. Qing Luo couldn't help but sigh in amazement as she entered without alerting a single member of the Xianyuan family. This guy was simply a little abnormal. Qing Luo looked at Qin Jiang breaking the formation and opening a passage. She couldn't help but give Qin Jiang a thumbs up. Young Master Qin Jiang, you're too amazing. Qing Luo said sincerely. She even felt admiration for Qin Jiang. Since she was young, Qing Luo had always been a genius. She had always been the center of attention. However, at that moment she felt a deep sense of seriousness. At least, Qin Jiang's strength was not any weaker than hers. What was terrifying was that he had such a high level of mastery in formations. One should know that even if a group of experts were to attack the clan's protective formation with brute force, they might not be able to break it. The so-called protective formation was the clan's final line of defense. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Jiang Qin smiled, then he took the lead and walked into the tunnel. The formation was extremely calm, not even a single ripple could be seen. Qing Luo couldn't help but feel curious about Qin Zhang's identity. Under the heavens across the entire 9 provinces and 18 counties, there weren't many people who could be as strong as Qin Zhang. Furthermore, he was such an outstanding genius, so he couldn't be a nobody. Who exactly was this man, and why did he have such a deep hatred for the Shenyuan clan? Qing Luo knew that Qin Zhang couldn't be a nobody. Maybe he didn't want to reveal his identity. In Qing Luo's eyes, Qin Zhang's identity made her more and more curious. She couldn't help but feel a little restless. For a curious person like her, this wasn't good news. After Jiang Qin and Qing Luo entered the Shenyuan family, Qing Luo led them to the treasury of the Shenyuan family. Even though he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went there. Chapter 3677. In fact, Jiang Qin also had his own selfish motives. He wanted to enter the Shenyuan clan, and if he could find the incomplete Shenyuan sword, then it would be something worth celebrating. After all, the Shenyuan clan didn't only have one, and he had the incomplete Shenyuan sword with him. If he could find the real Shenyuan sword, then it would be truly exciting. The Shenyuan sword was one of the 10 ancient divine armaments, and it was comparable to the Eastern Emperor Bel. One was known to have the strongest defense while the other was known to have the strongest offense. It was like a spear and a shield. Perhaps only Great Emperor Shenyuan, who possessed the Shenyuan sword, and Eastern Emperor Tai, who possessed the Eastern Emperor Bel, would know who would win. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, Qing Luo was already prepared. There were already 2 late divine emperors guarding the treasury of the Shenyuan clan. Jiang Qin's expression became more and more solemn. The Shenyuan family was really secretive and did not associate themselves with the secular world. Even the Mountain and Sea sect, one of the 3 great sects, did not have so many late divine emperors. Jiang Qin finally knew how terrifying those so-called great sects were. No wonder De Huang, who was in the Middle Divine Emperor realm, was so secretive about the Luo God clan. One could imagine how terrifying the Luo God clan was, since he was in the Luo God clan. These 2 are much stronger than the 3 old fellows from back then. Qing Luo said. There's still a protective array in the treasury, so I'll just break another one. Why do we have to enter through the main entrance? Jiang Qin's words made Qing Luo suddenly understand, and she couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Young Master Qin Zhang is right. I was a little too stubborn, huh? Qing Luo's smile was charming. Jiang Qin once again began his task of breaking through the formation of the treasure vault. He was completely focused and meticulous. In Qing Luo's eyes, Qin Zhang was indeed very charming. Not only was he strong, but he was also extremely talented. In the past, there were many people who pursued her. Many of them were well-known figures from big sects and families, and all of them were geniuses. However, she once swore that she would never marry someone who was weaker than her. After so many years, tens of thousands of years, she had chased away at least 3,000 pursuers. Qin Zhang's appearance caused her to have a slight desire. She felt like a little girl who was infatuated with him. The way he looked when he was focused on breaking the formation would make any woman fall in love with him. Qing Luo was not a love-struck fool who longed for the love of a young woman, but she very much enjoyed the time when she rested her chin on her hands and stared silently at him. Only then would she no longer be the successor that her family had placed all their hopes on, nor would she be the monstrous genius that wanted to defeat all the experts in the world. She was just a little woman who would laugh when she was happy and cry when she was sad. Good times always passed quickly. Jiang Qin didn't let Qing Luo wait for too long. In just a few days he had once again broken through the formation of the treasure vault. After tearing open a tunnel, the 2 of them quietly entered it. Qing Luo couldn't help but think that it wouldn't be a problem if Jiang Qin could break through it for a few more days. After entering the treasury, Jiang Qin and Qing Luo agreed to split up and search for the things they needed. Jiang Qin's eyes were incomparably bright. There were countless cultivation methods, martial skills, divine weapons and treasures in the treasury. The ancient clans that had existed for hundreds of millions of years were indeed impressive. Those cultivation methods and divine weapons were enough to make countless experts below the divine emperor realm go crazy. Although they were not of much use to Jiang Qin now, they were still rare treasures. It would be a great fortune if he left them to the descendants of his sect in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian did not hesitate. Everywhere he went, he moved everything into the Zulong Tower. Whether it was cultivation methods, martial skills, divine weapons or treasures, they were all moved into the Zulong Tower. Nothing was left out. As for the medicinal pills and immortal herbs, Zhou Xian did not hesitate. As long as he could take them, he would take them all. Zhou Xian kept looking for the Xianyuan sword, but he could not find it. Helplessly, he could only turn his grief into strength. He did not leave anything for the Xianyuan clan. In the blink of an eye, the treasury that was originally filled with dazzling treasures had turned into an empty room. It was as bare as a tree in winter. When Qing Luo turned around, even she was dumbfounded. Xinjiang, isn't this too exaggerated? Is he really that desperate? For experts at their level, the treasures in the treasury could no longer attract their attention. Only true divine weapons and peerless cultivation methods could attract their attention. However, Xinjiang was completely different from what he had imagined. He had initially thought that Xinjiang was a supreme being with outstanding strength, talent, and unparalleled attainments in the art of formations. He had never imagined that Xinjiang would turn into a true thief with a shake of his hand. He had kept all the things that he could take. He was planning to wipe out the entire Xianyuan family. Qing Luo could not help but click her tongue. This Xinjiang was really too evil. However, she could not help but laugh when she saw his expression. He was like a miser, not willing to let go of any of the treasures. In the end, all 7 floors of the Dragon Pavilion were taken away by Zhou Xian. Countless treasures fell into Zhou Xian's hands. He was also very happy. This time he had returned with a fruitful harvest. The countless treasures that the Xianyuan clan had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years had all been given to him. At this moment, Qing Luo finally saw how terrifying Xinjiang was. He was more robber than a bandit. Did you find what you wanted? Zhou Xian looked at Qing Luo. No. Qing Luo shook her head in disappointment and sighed. At this moment, Zhou Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the several zhang tall statue. The statue was worshipping the strongest expert of the Xianyuan clan, the great Emperor Xianyuan. What the great Emperor Xianyuan was holding in his hand was not a golden sword, nor was it the Xianyuan sword. It was a giant writing brush. Zhou Xian frowned. He could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, both of them looked at the same place. They had searched the treasury but found nothing. What Zhou Xian had taken away were the things that Qing Luo did not want. Zhou Xian moved his wrist and the heavenly dragon sword flipped over his hand. The giant writing brush in the hand of the statue flew away. Behind the writing brush was a scroll. Qing Luo dashed towards the scroll like a bolt of lightning. On the other side, Zhou Xian did not fight with Qing Luo. Instead, he slashed at the writing brush. The moment the writing brush was broken, a broken sword similar to the one in Zhou Xian's hand appeared. It was the broken sword of the Xianyuan sword. Chapter 3678. Oh no! Someone has snuck into the treasury. Outside the treasure pavilion, the Xianyuan family's 2 pavilion elders cried out in alarm, turned around and pushed open the door. At this moment, the statue of the Xianyuan great emperor was trembling, causing both Zhou Xian and Qing Luo to be shocked. The trembling of the statue must have alerted the people of the Xianyuan clan. Found it. Zhou Xian looked at Qing Luo. Qing Luo nodded her head with a happy expression on her face. She had gotten what she wanted. Zhou Xian looked at the broken Xianyuan sword in his hand and smiled. It was time to leave. Let's go, the people of the Xianyuan clan should be here already. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be captured by the people of Xianyuan family, and their situation would be very difficult to predict. Zhou Xian couldn't help but look at the painting in Qing Luo's hand. What was it that she was so interested in? But at this moment, Qing Luo had already silently put away the scroll. No one knew if she was doing this just in case, or if she was trying to prevent Zhou Xian from seeing it. The statue of the Xianyuan great emperor should be a trap. If someone touches it, the entire treasury will tremble. Qing Luo said in a low voice. The 2 of them quickly retreated, but the 2 elders of the Xianyuan clan were already rushing over. Looking at the mess on the ground and the empty treasury, the 2 pavilion guardians were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. What did these 2 fellows do? The treasury that the Xianyuan clan had collected for millions of years had been emptied by them? Little thief. It's you again. The two elders obviously recognized Qing Luo and pointed their divine weapons at Qing Luo and Jiang Chen. I didn't think that you would dare to come back. You simply don't put our Xianyuan clan in your eyes. The elder shouted angrily. Your Xianyuan clan is nothing but my backyard. I can come and go as I please. What's so strange about that? What do you want? Do you want to capture me? Ha ha ha, come on, you're a very bad old man. Qing Luo said with a smile. The two pavilion elders were infuriated. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This Qing Luo was extremely mischievous. However, the expressions of the two pavilion elders from the Xianyuan clan immediately changed. I let you escape last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape. Is that so? The 3 pieces of trash your Xianyuan family sent out are already dead. Do you two want to go look for them? Qing Luo said, pretending to be surprised. The two pavilion elders gasped. Those 3 elders were their life and death brothers. They didn't expect that they would die by her hands. This was a great humiliation to the Xianyuan clan. She had come back in a roundabout way. Wasn't this a show of strength to the Xianyuan clan? Who could endure such humiliation? Moreover, the brothers that had accompanied them for so many years had actually died at his hands. This was simply intolerable to them. That was 3 late-stage divine emperors. That was the foundation of the Xianyuan clan for hundreds of millions of years. How many forces in the central region divine land could send 3 late-stage divine emperors? The two looked at each other in disbelief. Moreover, the Xianyuan clan's protective formation had already been activated. 3 late divine emperors were enough to cause a great disturbance in the central region divine land. However, to the Xianyuan clan, it didn't seem to be affected at all. However, looking at the anger of the two pavilion elders, it was obvious that Qing Luo and Jiang Chen had completely angered them. Most importantly, Qing Luo had taken away all the wealth that the Xianyuan clan had accumulated for millions of years. Wasn't there an old saying? Leave a way out and you'll meet again in the future. Jiang Chen didn't hold back at all. The Xianyuan clan and you are absolutely irreconcilable. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Xianyuan Luoxing's face was ruthless. He stared at Jiang Chen and Qing Luo. Now that they were trapped by the Xianyuan clan, he couldn't let them escape. Since I can come, I can leave. No one can stop me. Jiang Chen said confidently. He glanced at Qing Luo and the two of them retreated almost at the same time, running towards the passage they came from. The faces of the two pavilion elders turned pale. How could they let Jiang Chen and Qing Luo leave just like that? Both of them had already caught up to them and they blocked their way. Where do you think you're going? Xianyuan Luoxing shouted angrily. He held his spear and swept across the area, not giving Jiang Chen and Qing Luo a chance to escape. Watch out! Qing Luo exclaimed. These 2 people were much stronger than the previous 3. They had already reached the great connecting heaven realm of the late divine emperor realm. They could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Jiang Chen immediately raised his saber. The 2 of them could only fight. It was impossible for them to leave while being chased by late divine emperors. Moreover, they were in the middle of the formation. It was impossible for them to escape. Piss off! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and unleashed the heavenly dragon sword qi with the power to split Mount Hua. The sword energy was astonishing, and it immediately suppressed Xianyuan Luoxing. In just an instant, Xianyuan Luoxing was forced to retreat. Qing Luo was shocked once again. Qing Luo charged at the other person. She raised her sword, advancing by retreating. The 2 of them fought with their lives on the line. Terrifying sword qi tore through the air. If not for the protection of the treasure pavilion, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Even so, the treasure pavilion was on the verge of collapsing under the fierce battle of Jiang Chen and the others. The momentum of Jiang Chen's sword was like a rainbow. In less than 10 moves, Xianyuan Luoxing was forced to retreat. His qi was surging and unrestrained. Xianyuan Luoxing felt a chill down his spine as Jiang Chen's sword pierced through his chest, causing him to suffer an unprecedented injury. You don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen laughed coldly as he turned around and joined forces with Qing Luo. The other elder was also covered in wounds and had no more strength to fight back. He was forced to retreat again and again. Let's go. Jiang Chen knew that they were in a bad situation. The Xianyuan clan's foundation was much stronger than they had imagined. Now that they had the treasure, their only choice was to leave this place as soon as possible. You stole my divine weapon and injured my clansmen. Stay here. A cold voice resounded in Jiang Qin and Qing Luo's ears. The dead statue seemed to have come to life at this moment. The divine statue shone with a golden light, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Its might was fully displayed as if a deity had descended into the world. The Daoist statue. Our ancestor has appeared, Xianyuan Luoxing said in shock and excitement. The Daoist statue is the soul of their ancestor. It was said that after the death of great Emperor Xianyuan, his soul entered the statue to be worshipped by the later generations. It's unstoppable. Chapter 3679. The power of faith is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Their path was completely blocked by the statue before them. However, Jiang Qin did not believe that the great Emperor Xuanyuan's remnant soul was within the statue. Absorbing the power of faith to strengthen oneself, almost no one could succeed except for the Buddhist ancestor of the ancient Buddhist sect. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai did not have the power of faith. Could the great Emperor Xianyuan really have the power of faith? Jiang Qin did not dare to confirm, but the terror of the Daoist statue was indeed very shocking. It sealed off their path of retreat, and it was not something that could be broken in a day. We can only fight. Jiang Qin shrugged. Although he did not know if he could resist the Daoist statue, it was impossible for him to wait for death. The only thing he could do now was to see how long the two of them could last. All right. Qing Luo didn't hesitate at all. She was also a determined person. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Qin, she made a forceful move towards the divine overarching statue. The 10-foot illusory figure spread out as the entire treasure house flickered with rays of golden light. They flew out like pear blossoms in a storm. Jiang Qin's sword flashed and the 21st sword fell. The might of the Daoist statue was unstoppable, and it directly collided with Jiang Qin. The might of the statue was unparalleled, and even Jiang Qin's 21st sword was defeated by it. The terror of the power of faith made Jiang Qin once again see how terrifying this fellow was. I want to see if you are really invulnerable and indestructible. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice. The soul-stealing divine art was unleashed, and a terrifying soul annihilation aura rippled in the sky, directly enveloping the statue. Soul annihilation. Jiang Qin's soul attack was incomparably powerful, and the Daoist statue hesitated for a moment. Clearly it was greatly suppressed. Falling green light. Qing Luo's sword slashed down with unstoppable force. The statue of the Daoist god trembled uncontrollably, as if it was facing an unprecedented attack. Damn, you guys, go to hell. The divine image of the great firmament appeared once more, devouring the heavens. It completely crushed Jiang Qin and Qing Luo, enveloped in golden light. Its palms slapped out, and like reincarnation, heaven and earth changed color. Xianyuan extermination palm. When facing the enormous palm of the all-heaven divine statue, Jiang Qin stood with his sword in hand, and he punched out to greet it with all the strength in his body. The 9 dragons and 10 elephants were matchless, yet he was still unable to force it back, and the two of them were practically equally matched. So powerful. While Qing Luo was marveling at the Daoist divine statue, she was also filled with admiration for Qin Jiang. This guy was simply unbelievably strong. Be it his strength or his methods, they were both unimaginable. Qing Luo knew that even she might not be able to withstand this palm. Jiang Qin was fighting against the Daoist divine statue with his own strength, and their terrifying auras cancelled each other out. On the other side, Xianyuan Luoxing and Qing Luo were already facing Qing Luo, and their situation could be said to be extremely worrying. Heavenly Fiend Seal. Jiang Qin's eyes were solemn. He waved his palm and a surging power swept out, sweeping thousands of miles. The power of the great firmament Tao filled the air. The Heavenly Fiend Seal's absolute oppressive power directly pushed back the Daoist divine statue. In an instant the golden light dimmed, and the Daoist divine statue seemed to have suffered considerable damage. The so-called Great Emperor Xianyuan is only SSOHMF. Jiang Qin sneered and dismissed Xianyuan Luoxing and Qing Luo. He exchanged a glance with Qing Luo and then turned to leave, because they knew that continuing to fight here would undoubtedly give the Xianyuan clan an opportunity. The longer they delayed, the greater the opportunity the Xianyuan clan would have. The power of the Heavenly Fiend Seal completely frightened Xianyuan Luoxing and Qing Luo, and the light in Qing Luo's eyes also became more and more resplendent. This man simply couldn't be more powerful. Let's go. Jiang Qin grabbed Qing Luo's hand in an instant. Qing Luo almost subconsciously resisted, but she didn't have time to say anything. The two of them directly pushed Xianyuan Luoxing away and rushed out of the treasury. At that moment the entire Xianyuan clan was in a state of panic. Before Jiang Qin and Qing Luo could escape, a slender woman appeared in the air, holding a heavy sword and pointed it at Jiang Qin and Qing Luo. You two have some guts to dare to cause trouble in my Xianyuan clan. But it's a pity that from today onwards, the two of you are already dead. The woman was as cold as frost, beautiful and flawless, but her murderous aura was also quite heavy. Behind her, there were two late divine emperor experts standing on the left and right. Sister Qin, it's her. That demoness came to our Xianyuan clan before, but it's a pity that she escaped. Now that she dares to return, she's simply courting death. An expert of the Xianyuan clan pointed at Qing Luo and shouted in a low voice. Coincidentally, Xianyuan Qin was in seclusion. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the chance to break into the Xianyuan clan a second time. The woman held a heavy sword in her hand and slowly walked towards Jiang Qin and Qing Luo. The woman's posture was arrogant, and her aura was forceful and domineering. Indeed a troublesome one. Jiang Qin smiled, but he didn't dare to be careless. This woman was terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Qing Luo's expression was also grim. Facing more than 10 mid-divine emperor experts, the two of them were obviously surrounded, and the two pavilion elders of Xianyuan Luoxing had also caught up with them. You look quite decent, but I don't know how strong you are. Qing Luo and Xianyuan Qin looked at each other. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? However, the killing intent in their eyes was even stronger than Jiang Qin's. Both of them were extremely beautiful, but it was a pity that women were also full of jealousy. Obviously, both of them didn't want to fall behind and neither of them wanted to be second. Their hearts were terrifying, even Jiang Qin couldn't imagine it. Make your move, otherwise you won't have a chance anymore. Xianyuan Qin's expression was cold, like an ice queen, looking down at Jiang Qin and Qing Luo with disdain. That's what I wanted to say to you. The Xianyuan clan is just a bunch of useless soldiers. I hope you can give me a surprise. Qing Luo's eyes were like torches and she stared at Xianyuan Qin. The confrontation between the two women also made Jiang Qin curious. These two fellas were competing with each other, and neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Moreover, both of them were like arrogant queens full of battle intent. Very good, I hope you can still be this confident in the future. Chapter 3680. You trespassed into the Xianyuan clan. Kill without mercy. Xianyuan Qin's expression was cold. He soared into the sky and swung the heavy sword in his hand. Terrifying waves of air rolled out continuously. Tens of thousands of light shadows filled the sky. The heavy sword was not sharp, but it was used to its fullest in Xianyuan Qin's hand. Moreover, his strength was quite terrifying. He did not hesitate at all. He held the heavy sword in his hand and smashed it down crazily. He looked more like a fearless berserker. Xianyuan Qin's first move was a killing move. Qing Luo did not hesitate either. She held the green peak sword in her hand and slashed at the clouds. Two flawless figures intertwined with each other in the sky. Qing Luo's strength had also exceeded Jiang Qin's expectations. Obviously, she hadn't unleashed her full strength before this. Right now, she was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, or a tiger that had just escaped from its cage. She was unstoppable. Who said that women were inferior to men? The battle between the two of them could be said to have completely changed Jiang Qin's understanding. These two women were the kind of existences with incomparably strong battle auras. Every move seemed to be natural. When the enemy advanced, I would retreat. When the enemy was tired, I would attack. Both of their techniques were also very strong. There was no room for leeway at all. 8,000 miles of ice, scarlet water traceless. Qing Luo's sword rain fell down. Everyone around her was pushed back by her sword and turned into ice sculptures. Even Xianyuan Qin was no exception. The entire void was filled with cold air. The two women were having a great time fighting. Women are really scary. But if you want to challenge me here, you're still lacking. People of the Xianyuan clan, come out now. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. He turned around and struck out a true dragon palm. Everyone was heavily injured. Shenyuan Luoxing and the others could only watch helplessly. 4 late divine emperors could not withstand Jiang Chen's power at all. Shenyuan Chen was also quite shocked. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. One Qing Luo was already enough for him. Now that another one was added, his situation would not be as good as before. Heaven-crushing seal. Jiang Chen struck out with a seal, causing heaven and earth to change color. Shenyuan City's expression changed drastically as he stumbled backwards. Fighting 1 against 2, he was completely defeated by Jiang Chen and Qing Luo. He wasn't their match at all. Under this attack, Shenyuan Chen had no choice but to dodge and forcefully fight against Jiang Chen and Qing Luo. The result was something she could never have imagined. Although Shenyuan Chen was arrogant, she wasn't stupid. She knew how strong Jiang Chen and Qing Luo were. Currently, the people of the Shenyuan family were all forced to retreat and they were all injured. She was in a very bad situation. "Who the hell are you people?" Shenyuan Chen shouted in a low voice as he stared at the 2 of them coldly. The 2 of them had joined hands to do whatever they wanted in the Shenyuan family, which made him very angry. Moreover, he didn't know where these 2 people came from. Before, that woman had already made a big mess in the Shenyuan family. Now she actually came back. Didn't she think that the Shenyuan family had no one? If it wasn't for the fact that the patriarch was in seclusion and the elders were calculating the crisis of the world, they wouldn't have allowed them to do as they pleased. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that the Shenyuan family is really trash. Qing Luo smiled slightly, her eyes cold. She looked even more arrogant than Jiang Chen. How could this person steal her lines? She was indeed arrogant, but if it wasn't for her, she probably wouldn't have been so confident. The Shenyuan family's treasury is really not bad. I'll kindly accept the things inside. In the future, when I establish a sect, I'll welcome the disciples of the Shenyuan family to come and learn from me. At that time, I'll definitely give you a 30% discount. Jiang Chen smiled. The entire treasury of the Shenyuan family had been emptied by him, and now he was still making sarcastic remarks here. This made Shenyuan Chen even angrier. However, with his own strength, it was difficult for him to fight against these 2 people. "Bastard, open the protective formation. I'd like to see how he can escape from the Shenyuan family." Shenyuan Chen shouted angrily. "Sister Chen, the protective formation has already been broken by them." The person behind him couldn't help but remind him. Shenyuan Chen took a deep breath. These 2 bastards had really come prepared. "Let's go, it's time to leave." Jiang Chen looked at Qing Luo and the 2 smiled at each other. Both of them had returned from a rewarding journey and were ready to flee for their lives. "You want to leave? Leave your life here first." Shenyuan Chen didn't want to let Jiang Chen and Qing Luo leave just like that. Once they escaped, where would the Shenyuan family's face go? "You go first, I'll cover you." Jiang Chen looked at Qing Luo and nodded lightly. "All right. I'll see you at the source of the desert." Qing Luo smiled slightly, turned around and retreated. Shenyuan Chen wanted to stop Qing Luo, but he was completely blocked by Jiang Chen. The source of the desert was where the 2 met. "Your opponent is me." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The 2 of them clashed, their morale was high. They rushed forward and clashed with each other. Shenyuan Chen's face became extremely ugly, because Jiang Chen's attacks were too strong. As a peerless genius of the Shenyuan family, she was confident that she wouldn't be weaker than those self-righteous geniuses of the Central Region Divine Land. However, she was being pressured by Jiang Chen step by step. She was in a dangerous situation. Jiang Chen was fighting against many alone. Terrifying sword shadows kept falling down. No one could withstand 3 attacks from him. Jiang Chen, who had reached the late Divine Emperor realm, was too terrifying. He was like a human-shaped sword. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. 5 thunders decree. Jiang Chen summoned the heavenly thunders. 5 thunders struck down. Shenyuan Chen's face changed drastically. Facing the 5 heavenly thunders, she couldn't resist the deadly aura at all. Shenyuan's sword, unparalleled in a chaotic world. Above the dome, Shenyuan Chen used all his strength, but he still couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack. He retreated with blood gushing out. All the divine emperors were turned into ashes under Jiang Chen's 5 thunders decree. Your Shenyuan family is so weak. Jiang Chen said coldly. He looked at Shenyuan Chen coldly but didn't kill her. As one of the ancient clans, I really feel sad. Xianyuan family doesn't deserve the Xianyuan sword. Jiang Qin turned around and left. His eyes were as cold as frost and his aura was like a dragon. From the beginning to the end, Xianyuan Qin didn't dare to take a step forward. The Xianyuan family was the same. The protective formation had been completely destroyed. Not to mention them. Too strong. Xianyuan Qin and the other members of the Xianyuan family couldn't catch up to him at all. However, it was because the patriarch of the Xianyuan family had entered seclusion. Even though Xianyuan Qin was the strongest in the Xianyuan family, that was a long time ago. Not long after Jiang Qin's departure, a beam of cold, pitch-black light shot out from the depths of Mount Yuanqi's mountain range. It was like a pillar that shook the heavens, towering above the clouds and at the peak of the void. Did he really succeed? Chapter 3681. Looking at the messy land of the Xianyuan clan, the protective formation was broken, and more than 10 of their peak experts were killed. It was an immeasurable loss even for the Xianyuan clan, and it might even be a great blow to their vitality. Everyone trembled with fear. To the Xianyuan family that was currently in a precarious situation, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Seeing the Xianyuan clan suffer a crushing defeat, everyone looked at the scene in silence. They were at a loss and didn't know what to do, because what they would face next might be the most severe punishment from the patriarch, and this time Xianyuan Qin would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. Jiang Qin left a mess behind, but the whole Xianyuan clan was already in an uproar. Sister Qin, all the treasures in the treasure pavilion, they have all been stolen. A battered divine emperor expert said with an ugly expression. At this moment, Xianyuan Qin's face was full of disappointment. To him, the black shadow was like a nightmare. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame for this battle. At the source of the desert at the end of the sea of sand, a green river flowed slowly from the depths of the mountains to the depths of the desert. You really made me look at you in a different light. Qing Luo smiled faintly. There weren't many people who could earn her respect, and Jiang Qin was one of them. Not only was he strong, but his attainments in the art of formations were also far beyond anyone's reach. Likewise, you also made me very surprised. There's a saying that it's a virtue for a woman to be untalented, but I see a different kind of heroism in you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You're flattering me, young Master Qin Jiang. Don't you want to know where I come from? Why did I sneak into the Xianyuan clan to steal things? Qing Luo looked at Jiang Qin silently as if she was thinking about something. We met by chance. Since it's fate, why don't we just forget about each other? Jiang Qin looked indifferent, which made Qing Luo even more curious about him. Jiang Qin knew that she wanted to know more about him, but he didn't have the time to do so. It was fate that brought them together. Perhaps one day, if they were really fated to meet again, they would meet again. The more it was like this, the more Qing Luo was filled with curiosity towards Jiang Qin. It was obvious that she hadn't been interested in him at all. It had to be said that he was the only man in the world who wasn't moved by her. Everyone else had an aggressive look in their eyes, some even prostrating themselves in worship, but Qin Jiang was different. He seemed to treat himself as an ordinary person, and in the eyes of others, regardless of whether it was his status or strength, he was an ordinary person that they had to look up to. All right, let's meet again if fate wills it. Thank you, young Master Qin Jiang, for what you did today. If we meet again in the future, I'm willing to be your dog and horse. Qing Luo turned around and nodded slightly. Jiang Qin was expressionless as well. He held the broken Xianyuan sword in his hand. For him, this trip to the Xianyuan clan was enough. 10 steps away, Qing Luo suddenly turned around and asked Jiang Qin, "May I know where young Master Qin Jiang's home is after all these years? The world is vast, but it is my home. I hope we can meet again in the Central Plains." Jiang Qin sighed, but his heart was full of longing. A strange smile flashed across Qing Luo's face. "I hope we can meet again in the Central Plains." Jiang Qin was still worried because De Huang, Long Shan, and the others were still missing. The 6 paths of reincarnation were also quite mysterious. Jiang Qin had no idea whether they were still in the human world or whether they had met with misfortune. Now he had no other choice but to go to the Central Plains Divine Land again. Although Jiang Qin knew that it would be difficult for him to go to the Central Plains Divine Land, it would be difficult for him to even move an inch, because countless sects would come looking for him again. For example, the Mountain and Sea sect, the 8 Extremes School, and even the Silver Mountain Qiao, where Shangguan Hongyan was, would definitely hunt him down with all their might. There was no need to talk about the Buddha Tower. Although the Great Wisdom Pagoda had saved his life, it did not mean that the Buddha Tower would not attack him, because the war between Zhou Xian and the Buddha Tower was already unavoidable. One day he would step onto the Buddha Tower, but after experiencing the battle with the mountain and sea sect, Zhou Xian understood even more clearly how terrifying the experts of the Buddha Tower were. If he rashly stepped onto the Buddha Tower and fought against it head-on, he would probably die a miserable death. The power of the Great Wisdom Pagoda was something that Zhou Xian had never imagined. It was just that she had no choice, and when they met again they might already be true enemies. The one that Zhou Xian missed the most was Yan Qinyu. Ever since he entered the divine world he had never seen her again. He didn't even know whether she was still alive or not. As her man, Zhou Xian knew that he was very irresponsible. He really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Yan Chen's eyes lit up. However, he was constantly searching for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's figure was constantly echoing in his mind. The main reason why Zhou Xian had made such a big deal out of the mountain and sea sect was because he wanted to become famous and let Yan Qinyu see him. If she was in the Central Plains divine land, then she would definitely see him and come find him. Zhou Xian knew very well that he would become the target of public criticism when he returned to the Middle Province, but he had no other choice. One day he would become the true overlord of the Middle Province divine land. He wanted everyone to submit to him. Zhou Xian didn't have any other choice. Looking for Yan Qinyu was imperative. Zhou Xian could no longer tolerate his incompetence. The Emperor Realm, he was only one step away from entering the Emperor Realm. At that time he would be a true expert. Although the late Divine Emperor Realm was only one step away from the Emperor Realm, it was still unable to reach the true form of an Emperor Realm expert. Zhou Xian was not weak at the half-step Emperor Realm, but the gap between the Emperor Realm experts had always been insurmountable. Once he surpassed the Emperor Realm he would be the true ruler. Zhou Xian made up his mind and went straight to the Central Plains. When he left the Shenyuan clan, the thing he heard the most was the Martial Dan Hall, because the Martial Dan Hall was holding a new Martial Dan banquet. To the entire Central Plains, it was an unparalleled blessing. Zhou Xian had a plan in his heart. Currently, the only place that could protect him in the Central Plains divine land was the Martial Dan Hall. Therefore, Zhou Qian's goal this time was undoubtedly the Martial Dan Hall. Chapter 3682. It is said that Zhou Xian has already stepped into the central region. This guy, after causing such a big mess, he still dares to come back? Isn't this courting death? Who said it wasn't? I heard that this guy made a comeback this time and said that he would fight to the death with the Mountain and Sea sect. Looks like there's going to be a good show this time. So what? Didn't the Mountain and Sea sect produce a Mountain Sea Beast Fei? I heard that Zhou Xian has already broken through to the Sovereign Realm and has become the most terrifying Sovereign Realm expert of the later era. He's a true Sovereign Realm expert. He can summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He's a true sovereign. Are you bragging? Isn't that too exaggerated? Right now, there are probably no more Emperor Realm experts in the entire Central Region Divine Land, right? If Zhou Xian really had that kind of ability, he would have already swept through the Central Region long ago. That's true, but if Zhou Xian dares to step into the Central Region Divine Land again, isn't this clearly provoking the Mountain and Sea sect of the 8 Extremes School? In the battle back then, who knows how many experts died there? Looks like this time when Zhou Xian returns, there will definitely be another bloody storm. Below the city tower, Zhou Xian held a pot of old flower carving in his hand, and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed like his entering the Central Region Divine Land was no longer a secret, even though he had tried his best to hide it, but there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. In the end, someone had discovered him, and the news of him entering the Central Region Divine Land was like a plague, quickly spreading throughout the entire world, as if his appearance could bring endless news to the God realm. Many people were chatting excitedly, and only the heavens knew where Zhou Xian was right now. However, to them Zhou Qian's arrival was like a storm, and they were only at the edge of the storm. The real whirlpool was the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 Extremes School. Zhou Xian was confident that he had kept a very low profile, but some people would always be able to find out about his existence. Everyone knew that he had entered the Central Region Divine Land. Although he wasn't in a state of panic, many people were on high alert. They were afraid that Zhou Xian would become their nightmare. Don't worry, although Zhou Xian is fierce, he won't be able to reach this place. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Jiang Chen's true battle range is in the core area of the Central Region Divine Land, where the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea Sect are located. Someone waved his hand and said with a smile. Of course, but I heard that Jiang Chen has a pair of wings on his back, a demonic face and fangs. He's quite a ferocious person. I hope we don't bump into him, huh? Under the setting sun, a few men with large blades on their backs and faces full of scars laughed loudly under the city wall. Don't say everything. Back then that Jiang Chen was quite terrifying. He was able to make the Mountain and Sea Sect lose face and escape in front of the sect leader of the 8 Extreme School. From this, it can be seen that his methods are not undeserved. One of them sighed with a face full of sorrow. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chen isn't here. Even if he is, so what? I'll capture him and bring him to the Mountain and Sea Sect to receive the reward A fat youth with big ears said with a domineering expression. Jiang Chen, you're finally back. At that moment, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky, and it filled the sky beyond the clouds. One black and one white, 2 figures landed on the peak of the void. The few ruthless people of the Jianghu who had been arrogant and boasting were all dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Jiang Chen. Oh no. It can't be. Jiang Chen is here? Those people all had ashen faces and trembling bodies as they silently swept their eyes across the surroundings. Around them, there was only a drunken young man wearing a bamboo hat sitting on the city gate tower. Could he be Jiang Chen? Didn't that mean that Jiang Chen had heard everything they had said just now? Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them felt a chill run down their spines and their bodies began to tremble. I can't be that unlucky, right? Someone said with a hoarse voice, pretending to be brave. I am Jiang Chen. Who wants to capture me to receive the reward? Jiang Chen threw away the bamboo hat in his hand and smiled faintly. He looked at those people who were bragging in front of him just now. All of them were as quiet as cicadas in winter. Jiang Chen took a step forward and these people's faces turned pale. In an instant, they were all suppressed by Jiang Chen's aura to the point that they couldn't speak. Some of them even peed their pants. Jiang Chen shook his head and helplessly looked at these people who were arrogant and boasting just now. They were only at the Divine King realm. He could easily crush them with one hand and turn them into ashes. However, it was meaningless for Jiang Chen now because his enemies were the black and white double ghosts in front of him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen, you won't be able to escape today. The Black Dragon's sacred envoy stared at Jiang Chen coldly and bellowed. They had been searching for Jiang Chen in the Central Divine Land. In the end, the heavens did not disappoint those who tried. They had finally found him. Nearby, the 3 great elders of the Dragon Clan had arrived as well. They surrounded Jiang Chen. You can wear out iron shoes without a place to hide. Let's see how you can escape from us today without those brothers of yours. The White Dragon's sacred envoy's eyes were like arrows as he stared at Jiang Chen. The 5 of them were ready to go. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would end up like this. Without the protection of the Prajna Pagoda, you're nothing, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan bellowed. The Great Elder of the Dragon family roared in anger and said in a deep voice. Back then they had almost died in the Mountain Sea Sect. That battle was extremely tragic. Now that they had found Jiang Chen again, they naturally wouldn't let him leave so easily. Although Jiang Chen's strength had increased, they were not to be underestimated. 5 late divine emperors. It was almost impossible for Jiang Chen to escape from their encirclement. Jiang Chen chuckled. He did not put the 5 of them in his eyes. If it wasn't for the ancestral dragon emperor, they would be dead already. You guys should be glad that I have an unbreakable bond with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise you guys would be dead already. Jiang Chen walked casually. He might have been afraid of the Black and White Saint Envoy and the 3 late divine emperor elders of the Dragon Clan. But now it seemed like he could defeat them easily. Cut the crap. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The Black Dragon Saint Envoy stared at Jiang Chen with killing intent surging out of his body. A few pieces of trash together are still trash. Do it. Otherwise you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked cold and unmoving. Die. The faces of the 3 elders of the dragon family were as cold as cicadas in winter. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding with each other. The 3 of them launched a powerful attack at Jiang Chen. The item in Jiang Chen's hand would belong to the dragon family, Jiang Chen looked at the three of them coldly. His figure remained the same as he punched out with one hand. It was a simple heavy punch. The three of them were sent flying backwards with pale faces. Each of them took a deep breath and their arms were starting to go numb. Jiang Chen's punch was extremely powerful. Chapter 3683. The Divine King Realm men who spoke rudely to Jiang Chen and even pissed their pants were all dumbfounded. The power of a single punch had forced 3 late Divine Emperor Realm experts to retreat. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not move at all. The 3 of them had already turned pale. Even though they could not tell how strong Jiang Chen was, they knew that his punch had caused great damage to them. The Divine King Realm men who were scared to the point of pissing their pants were still lingering in fear. If it were them, they would not be able to withstand Jiang Chen's punch and would definitely be killed. The Great Elder and the other 2 elders' qi and blood were boiling. Jiang Chen's punch had pushed the 3 of them back. They knew that Jiang Chen's strength had improved a lot, but they had never thought that they could no longer compete with him. Now they could only place their hopes on the Black and White Saint emissaries. The Black and White Saint envoys looked at each other and nodded slightly. The 2 of them did not hesitate and rushed forward, determined to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. However, they still underestimated Jiang Chen. Did they think that Jiang Chen was still a mid-divine emperor? Although Jiang Chen's strength had not improved much, he was like a deity at this moment. He punched again. The Black and White Saint envoys' expressions changed drastically. Even the 2 of them were no exception. Jiang Chen was not prepared at all. It was just 2 punches. It was so simple, but it was so destructive. The 2 of them were completely pushed back and their faces turned pale. One punch. Another punch. The power of a punch was already so terrifying. How could they fight against him? They were not even a match for Jiang Chen. This made the Black and White Saint envoys feel a little embarrassed. They even turned pale. They would rather die than be humiliated. They had experienced Jiang Chen's terror in the past. But now it seemed that the gap between them and Jiang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. The 5 of them did not hesitate and attacked quickly. They did not plan to leave any chance for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He fought against the 5 of them alone. He did not even bother to take out his heavenly dragon sword. He shocked the world with his bare fists. Jiang Chen's aura was surging violently. Each of his moves was ruthless and unstoppable. The 5 of them were not Jiang Chen's match at all. They lost even more miserably when they joined hands. In less than 20 moves, the Black and White Saint envoy and the 3 elders of the Dragon clan were defeated. Moreover, they lost terribly. Those big shots of the Jianghu who were watching from the sidelines also avoided the battle, fearing that they would be implicated. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was beyond their imagination. 5 elements Divine Dragon Seal. With a single strike, the 5 of them were all knocked down. The supreme divine might was completely revealed. Jiang Chen's steps were steady. The 5 of them were heavily injured by Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. They could no longer fight back. As the pillars of the Dragon clan, they were completely defeated by Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not kill them. Because the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was here. If he killed them, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would feel bad. You guys are trash. But I will not kill you. Go back and reflect on yourself. The Dragon clan is not your tool. If it was not for your identity, I would have killed you 10 times over. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls, and the faces of the 5 of them turned pale, but they didn't dare to refute him, because every word that Jiang Chen said was sharp. Their situation was worse than Jiang Chen's, so of course they wouldn't force Jiang Chen to abdicate at this moment, because that would be seeking their own deaths. Jiang Chen's silhouette became extremely tall at this moment. He was like a towering mountain. No one could fight against him. In the eyes of the Black and White Saint messengers and the 3 great elders of the Dragon clan, Jiang Chen was invincible. No one could fight against him. His terrifying aura spread across 1,000 miles. They all kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to make a sound. Jiang Chen turned around and walked away, because there was no need for him to stay here anymore. The 5 people of the Dragon clan had been completely defeated. They did not have the strength to fight anymore. Not bad. Looks like the Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not choose the wrong person. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His face darkened. He turned his head and looked at the sky. There was a young lady in yellow clothes. The lady was graceful and beautiful. She stood with her hands behind her back, emitting an unparalleled pressure. At this moment, the black and white saint messengers and the rest of the dragon clan all knelt down in front of the lady. The lady looked indifferent. She looked at the black and white saint messengers and the rest silently, as if she did not care about them at all. The surrounding divine king realm cultivators couldn't help but kneel down. The deterrent force of prostrating and worshipping was something they couldn't resist at all. Emperor Realm. A true Emperor Realm expert. This person's strength was more terrifying than Big Yellow and Yen Luo Einalpha. It was obvious that her strength had reached the Emperor Realm, or rather she had recovered to the Emperor Realm. As the beloved of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, her strength should be unparalleled. However, there were too many people who survived the immemorial war. It was already a miracle that they survived. The pressure of an Emperor Realm expert shrouded Zhou Xian's mind. However, he was different from the others. The heaven-defying Dao accumulation in his body was not weaker than any expert. His soul power had also reached the Emperor Realm. He was not afraid even when facing the lady in front of him. Zhou Xian could feel the strange emotions coming from the Zulong Tower. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was obviously furious. He could not maintain his composure even when facing Li Feng. "Do you really want to kill me?" The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice sounded in the sky. It was filled with pleading and sighing. Li Feng squinted her eyes and stared at Zhou Xian. She said indifferently, "Your existence will always be a threat to me." Li Feng's words were undoubtedly a great mockery to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It even caused the ancestral Dragon Emperor to be disheartened and hopeless. Everything that happened hundreds of millions of years ago could not be compared to the present. Their broken love had already turned into betrayal. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had been kept in the dark for hundreds of millions of years. Today his heart had finally died. No one would believe that the person who betrayed them was the person they loved the most. Even Zhou Xian sympathized with the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not have the strength to fight back in front of Li Feng. However, she was not willing to let them go. Li Feng's expression was cold. To her, she did not want to be the ancestral Dragon Emperor. She wanted to change the 9 heavens and become the strongest expert in the world. Chapter 3684. Zhou Xian could feel the ancestral Dragon Emperor's sadness. They would definitely die in this battle. An Emperor Realm expert, Zhou Xian didn't know if he could win against her. This woman's strength made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. An Emperor Realm expert was not something that one could imagine. Hand over the Sea Heart Lotus. You can't enjoy it and you don't have the right to have it. Li Feng Lungling stared at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian didn't dare to guess how powerful the Sea Heart Lotus was. He knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor wanted him to eat it when he broke through to the Emperor Realm. It was comparable to the Dao accumulation fruit. It was a treasure that was formed from countless dragon ancestors' profound qi. Even Li Feng didn't dare to keep it a secret. As long as she could get her hands on the Sea Heart Lotus, her strength would improve tremendously. That's why she couldn't wait to get the Sea Heart Lotus from Zhou Xian. She even forced herself out of seclusion to take the Sea Heart Lotus from Zhou Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea Heart Lotus had been stolen, she would have come out of seclusion 50 years later. Looks like we have to risk our lives this time. Zhou Xian sneered and looked at Li Feng. He couldn't avoid this battle anymore. Zhou Xian, don't hold back. Let's fight with all our might and see if we can escape from her. I can feel that her strength is still unstable. Maybe because she forcefully came out of seclusion, her strength has yet to recover to its peak. That's why she needs the Sea Heart Lotus a lot. If she could get the Sea Heart Lotus, she would be able to make up for her loss. We can take advantage of her unstable strength to attack. This is our only chance. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice resounded in Zhou Xian's mind again. All right, it's up to you. Zhou Xian said. I can only do my best. After all, I don't have a body now. No matter how strong my soul is, I can't turn the situation around. It all depends on you. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. One day I will return to the Dragon Clan. I will make this hateful woman pay the price. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's unwavering determination made Zhou Xian feel the pressure of this battle. Even though Li Feng had forcefully come out from seclusion and her strength was unstable, she was still an Emperor Realm expert. Today, I'd like to experience for myself how terrifying a true Emperor Realm expert is. Zhou Xian stared at Li Feng coldly. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand trembled continuously. 21st Blade. When Zhou Xian attacked, he did not hold back at all and directly displayed the strongest move of the limitless sword. The 21st sword was extremely ferocious and its aura was like a dragon. However, in the eyes of Li Feng she was quite calm. She struck out with her jade-like palm and the 21st sword was instantly dissolved by Li Feng. The terrifying palm print made it impossible for Zhou Xian to avoid it. The heavenly dragon sword in her hand did not even have the slightest chance to turn around. Zhou Xian was directly pressed down by this palm and was forced to retreat while spurting out blood. Puff puff, Zhou Qian's face turned pale, his body and mind were greatly shaken. Although he was prepared for this, he didn't expect Li Feng to be this powerful. The overbearing power of an Emperor Realm expert was beyond his imagination. Given his current strength, he knew that he would only have a slim chance of survival if he were to face a true Emperor Realm expert, and that was already flattering him. The ancestral dragon emperor turned into a heavenly dragon silhouette. Golden light burst out from his body and shot towards the sky. His terrifying aura was extremely overbearing, comparable to a half-step Emperor Realm expert. The heavenly dragon silhouette was extremely overbearing. However, it was still unable to withstand Li Feng's attack. The ancestral dragon emperor's silhouette turned illusionary and flew backwards. 5 Thunders Decree. Zhou Xian held the 5 Thunders Decree in his hand. 5 heavenly thunders struck down at the same time. However, it still could not break through Li Feng's defense. A golden light shone down from the sky and the 5 heavenly thunders could not get close to Li Feng at all. Zhou Qian's face turned pale. He retreated while trembling. Isn't he too powerful? Zhou Qian could not help but curse in his heart. The 5 Thunders Decree could not stop Li Feng at all. Li Feng took one step at a time, crossing the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor closed in on Li Feng once again, using all his strength. But his strength was limited. Zhou Qian did not have time to think. He immediately merged the 5 heavenly thunders together. Suddenly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. A storm was formed and dark clouds were formed. Interesting. Li Feng looked at Zhou Qian silently. He then struck again with his palm. Terrifying aura crushed the sky. Black holes appeared in the sky. Zhou Qian was almost devoured by those cracks. Quick, Zhou Qian, I cannot hold on for long. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice was deafening and reverberated across the earth. Zhou Qian's expression became solemn and he did not dare to be slow. He quickly fused the 5 heavenly lightnings. Layers of 5-colored halos filled the sky. The 5 heavenly lightnings were fused together and the destructive aura once again overpowered the heavens. The entire sky darkened. Nobody could see the sun. The ancestral dragon emperor continued to fight with Li Feng. He retreated step by step. His divine soul that had just recovered was heavily injured again. Moreover, it was by the betrayer that he loved. To the ancestral dragon emperor, this battle was the most heart-wrenching. Heavenly thunders fusion. Zhou Qian shouted angrily. The death lightning lotus in his hand was formed in an instant. He had already prepared everything because this was his strongest technique. If the fusion of heavenly lightning couldn't defeat Li Feng and give him a chance to catch his breath, then there would be nothing he could do to save the situation. Li Feng's expression became solemn and her expression changed. When the mountain and sea sect's supreme elder Yin, who, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator, could not remain calm under Zhou Qian's attack. Now that he had broken through and the heavenly thunders were even more powerful than before, Li Feng felt pressured when facing Zhou Qian. The 5-colored death lightning lotus turned into a ray of light that exploded in the air. Li Feng pressed his palms together, tightly controlling the death lightning lotus that was fused with the heavenly lightning. He felt an immense pressure. After a stalemate of 10 breaths of time, she was finally unable to control the tyrannical power of the death thunder lotus and it completely exploded. Li Feng's pupils shrank and she protected her mind. A terrifying dragon shadow filled the skies and directly collided with the death thunder lotus. In the next moment, Li Feng fell backwards, her face was pale and she stood there with a gloomy expression. Zhou Qian was kneeling on the ground with one knee, his body was trembling non-stop. That attack had almost killed him. Although Li Feng was severely injured, her chi was still extremely terrifying. She was an Emperor Realm expert. I can't deny that you're strong. However, you can't change the fact that you're going to die. Chapter 3685. Zhou Qian and Li Feng stared at each other. At that moment, Li Feng was filled with murderous intent towards Zhou Xian. As long as she could kill him and get the Sea Heart Lotus, she would be able to recover most of her strength in no time. That's why Li Feng wanted to get the Sea Heart Lotus back even though it wasn't time for her to go into seclusion. It belonged to the Dragon Clan and it was her only hope now. Li Feng looked at Zhou Xian silently. He had no strength to resist anymore. You're as stubborn as that old man. If you hadn't taken the Sea Heart Lotus from the Dragon Clan back then and stayed obediently in the Dragon Clan, you might have been able to keep your pathetic life. But now it's too late. Li Feng said coldly. Accept your fate. This is your destiny. No one can escape from my palm. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor is like this. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Li Feng turned her hand and launched another palm attack. This was her last palm attack and it was also Zhou Qian's fatal moment. Envy Heaven Seal. Zhou Qian wasn't willing to be killed by Li Feng just like that. This was his last resort. As soon as the envious Heaven Seal appeared, a frightening Dao strength was unleashed. Li Feng was forced back by the seal and he looked extremely embarrassed. Zhou Qian didn't have time to say anything. He turned around and ran away at top speed. It didn't matter if Li Feng was dead or alive, there was no reason for him to stay. If he was dead then all his troubles would end. If he was alive, then he would be hunted down by his enemies. Zhou Qian used the Great Void technique and ran away without looking back. He just wanted to escape from Li Feng's palm. The scariness of the Envy Heaven Seal shocked Li Feng. He had never thought that Zhou Qian would have such a technique. The strength of the Dao Reserve was enough to make an Emperor Realm expert take it seriously. Therefore it was extremely lethal to Li Feng. Li Feng looked even more embarrassed after being pushed back by the Envy Heaven Seal. However, the strength of the Dao Reserve wasn't strong enough to kill her in one strike. Otherwise she wouldn't have a good time either. Li Feng stood up from the dust. She was still filled with anger and murderous intent. However, she was in a difficult situation now. She didn't have much strength left. It would be difficult for her to chase after Zhou Qian. One day I will catch you. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. A sinister smile appeared on Li Feng's face. Her bloodthirsty eyes blinked. This time she had underestimated her opponent. That was why that fellow had managed to escape from death. However, the two of them were already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their situation was even more difficult than hers. Zhou Qian managed to escape, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. His heart was filled with shock. Fortunately, Li Feng didn't come out of seclusion through normal means. His strength was greatly suppressed. Otherwise, Zhou Qian knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from an Emperor Realm expert's grasp. Zhou Qian's heart still palpitated when he thought about it. He no longer dared to doubt the mightiness of an Emperor Realm expert. He had tried his best but was still no match for such a terrifying technique. This was enough to explain everything. Strength was still the way to go. Li Feng didn't kill us this time. She'll definitely come back again. We can't be careless. Let's hurry to the Marshal Dan Palace. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said weakly. He was at the end of his rope now. It was a great fortune for the two of them to be able to escape. No one knew Li Feng's strength better than the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even though she was severely injured, she was still terrifying. If they wanted to fight against her, they could only wait for Zhou Qian to reach the Emperor Realm. As long as he could rebuild his golden body, he would be able to fight against her. That's true. This woman is simply a lunatic. Fortunately, Hai Xinlian lured her out. Otherwise, once she comes out of seclusion at the right time, I'm afraid we would really die without a burial place. Zhou Qian heaved a sigh. After surviving the calamity, he too felt that his body was hollowed out. An Emperor Realm expert was not someone that he could face right now. The news of Zhou Qian entering the Central Region Divine Land spread like wildfire. The 5 experts of the Dragon Clan were defeated and the almighty expert of the Dragon Clan fled after defeating Zhou Qian. This news was undoubtedly a great shock to everyone in the Central Region Divine Land. This battle was like a plague that quickly spread throughout the entire Central Region. Many people were eager to give it a try, such as the 8 Extreme sect and the Mountain and Sea sect. They all began a carpet search. They wanted to find Zhou Qian and kill him to take revenge for what happened back then. It could be said that Zhou Qian had already become the public enemy of the entire Central Region Divine Land. No one liked him because he had offended too many big shots. Whether it was the Mountain and Sea sect, the Eight Extremes sect, or the Buddha Pagoda, they were all a great threat to Zhou Xian. With Zhou Qian's current strength, it was undoubtedly a difficult task for him to survive in the Central Region Divine Land. Furthermore, the people he had to face were all true experts. With the Eight Extremes sect and the Mountain and Sea sect leading the way, many sects hated Zhou Xian as if they were enemies. This was because Zhou Xian had offended too many people and touched the interests of too many people. Furthermore, he held the inheritance of the craftsman god, which was destined to make him the focus of everyone's attention. Back then, the craftsman god was known as the strongest expert below the emperor realm. Even countless half-step emperors weren't able to contend against him. From this, one could see how terrifying the craftsman god was. There were only two reasons for this. Firstly, it was because of his tyrannical strength, and secondly, it was because of the legendary divine weapon in his hands. The craftsman god had created countless divine weapons and treasures that stood at the pinnacle of the entire central region. There were even some emperor realm experts that were on good terms with him, and many divine weapons and treasures were created by him. Zhou Xian was like a hot potato that everyone hated, but also like a delicious cake that everyone wanted a share of. Originally, Zhou Xian had quietly passed by, but he was still discovered by others. Gradually, it became rather difficult for him to step into the Central Region Divine Land. Everyone was looking for Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian had long since hidden himself, because he already felt that his strength was not enough. Although most of the experts might not be his match, if the Mountain and Sea sect's Mountain Sea Beast Fae or the Eight Extreme sect were to appear again, or if the Buddha Pagoda were to make a move again, Zhou Qian's situation would be quite dangerous. Now that he had been heavily injured by the Li Feng, Zhou Qian felt that the current Central Region Divine Land was definitely in turmoil. Those so-called Divine Emperor stage experts were no longer able to dominate the Divine Realm, and who said that Emperor stage experts did not exist in this world. Chapter 3686. At this moment, Zhou Qian could only use his own means to change it. Now, the most important thing for Zhou Qian was to refine the primordial origin treasure. If the quality of the 108 primordial origin treasure could be improved again, it would be a great thing for Zhou Qian. It would even be crucial to the improvement of his strength. Now, the 108 primal origin treasures were all of low quality. Zhou Qian's strength had increased to the late Divine Emperor realm. Zhou Qian was full of anticipation when he refined these primal origin treasures again. Although he was already at his limit back then, he believed that the 108 primal origin treasures could be improved further as his strength increased. "It's up to you," Zhou Qian whispered, reaching out to stroke the primordial essence treasures in his hand. If he could raise the quality of these 108 primordial essence treasures to the next level, then Zhou Qian was confident that he could use the Azura sword array to contend with an Emperor realm powerhouse. However, that was all he could do. Zhou Qian opened up a cave mansion and began to wholeheartedly refine the low-level primordial origin treasure in his hands. For Zhou Qian, this was definitely a long and arduous task. Refining a primordial origin treasure was not something that could be completed overnight, let alone upgrading and refining 108 primordial origin treasures. Zhou Qian did not dare to be negligent and set up an array formation in the cave. Then he threw himself into the refining process. There was no sense of time in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The primordial origin treasure in Zhou Qian's hands had finally obtained a qualitative leap. 107 middle grade primordial origin treasure. When Zhou Qian finished refining the 108th primordial origin treasure, the storm hammer in his hand also completely shattered. Of course, it had also completed its mission. At that moment, Zhou Qian gently stroked the supreme grade divine sword in his hand. 108 middle grade primordial origin treasures were in front of him. Zhou Qian was even a little dazed for a moment. At that moment, the swords in his hand seemed to have a life of their own. They all floated in the air and scattered around Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian gripped the peerless divine sword in his hand tightly. At that moment, every single sword was no longer as cold as frost. Instead, it had warmth, aura, and even life force. Limitless sword, no state is better than having a state. If the sky has feelings, it will grow old. But the sword can have feelings, Zhou Qian murmured. His eyes lit up. He finally comprehended another realm of the limitless sword. The limitless sword, the sword had no limits, but the sword could have feelings. Zhou Qian held one of the peerless divine swords. The other 107 swords danced with Zhou Qian. At that moment, the swords in his hands were sometimes reserved, sometimes violent, sometimes murderous, sometimes gentle, sometimes as sweet as honey, sometimes as bold and powerful, and sometimes like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. 21st sword finally broke through the limit at that moment. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. Cold light flickered in his eyes. His heart and the sword merged into one, converging into a rainbow light that could cut through the heavens and earth. 22nd sword, is this the highest realm of the limitless sword? Jiang Chen's body was like a swan, stepping on the stars while his sword shattered the stars. 22nd sword was connected with his mind. The heaven and earth were emotionless and the sword had feelings. 22nd sword cut through the light of the stars and lived as long as the heaven and earth. The emotionless and cold sword was only worthy of the 21st sword. 22nd sword was a sword with feelings. The limitless sword had finally reached another level. At that moment Jiang Chen felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened. All along he had been pursuing the pinnacle of the sword, but he had forgotten that the sword also had feelings. It also had temperature and a soul. What a great limitless sword, 22nd sword. Feng Bai, did you see that? I finally comprehended another realm of the limitless sword. If the sky has feelings, it will grow old. But the sword can be filled with feelings. The person is like a shadow and the heart is like a sword. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At that moment the 108 middle-grade primordial origin treasures turned into streams of light, moving with the wind and the blades. The Ashura sword formation was spread out in an instant, and the sword shocked the sky. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The 22nd sword was not the last surprise. After he comprehended the sword with feelings of the 22nd sword, even the Ashura sword formation was formed by scattering the weapons. He did not need any time to set it up. In other words, the current Jiang Chen could already set up the Ashura sword formation in one breath. To him this was simply a great thing. Jiang Chen broke out of his closed-door training. Although his strength had improved a little, the enhancement of the 22nd sword and the Ashura sword formation was destined to be successful. This time, even if he encountered Li Feng again, Jiang Chen would not have to flee in panic. Marshal Dan Hall, I Jiang Chen am coming. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and went straight to the Marshal Dan Hall. In the blink of an eye he flew across the void for 1,000 miles. St. Marshal City. It was located in the core of the Central Region Divine Land. This was also the central headquarters of the Marshal Dan Hall. In this ancient city with a radius of 10,000 miles, there were countless experts, geniuses and monstrous geniuses. Many of them were things that you would never know in your entire life. Rumor had it that the St. Marshal City had existed since ancient times. It was the place of inheritance of the Marshal Dan Hall. Countless experts of the immemorial era had left their footprints here, which made the Marshal Dan Hall more and more admired. It was the holy land of the entire Central Region Divine Land. Countless geniuses in alchemy and blacksmithing all regarded the St. Marshal City as their holy land. Only the true top experts were qualified to stand in the St. Marshal City. The Marshal Dan Hall had sent out invitations to find the world's most powerful alchemy grandmaster. This news was known by everyone. On one hand, Jiang Chen came here to deceive others. On the other hand, he wanted to stand under the sky of the Marshal Dan Hall and see who dared to touch him. I heard that many geniuses came to the St. Marshal City this time. They are all rushing to join the St. Marshal City. Do you need to say that? Even a fool knows how powerful the St. Marshal City is. Once you enter the St. Marshal City, you will be the most powerful person in the world. Who would dare to touch you in the St. Marshal City? Wouldn't that be smashing the reputation of the Marshal Dan Hall? Even the people from the Divine Slaughter Pagoda wouldn't have the guts to do that. That's true. Look, there are a few more experts coming over. Many people were discussing this matter outside the St. Marshal City. Countless people who had entered the St. Marshal City had already started to descend from the void in the distance. As the St. Marshal City didn't allow people to travel through the void, if they wanted to enter the St. Marshal City, they could only use this passage.